We are truly honored to have such an accomplished academic and researcher with us today. On behalf of the organizing team, I warmly welcome Dr. C. Ganesh Kumar and invite him to deliver his lecture. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to this session on data cleaning and visualization. So I'll mainly focus on data visualization. So this is the agenda. I'll be covering introduction to data visualization principle. Third will be the orange software. Now you focus on some basics about data visualization. Now software is not required. Initial maybe half an hour or 40 minutes will focus on basics about data visualization. Then we'll start with the hands-on session of orange. Then some AI tool for data visualization. So this is the agenda for today's session. So any idea as a faculty member why you have to learn this data visualization? Any thought? Any idea? We are the faculties from different disciplines, particularly your discipline is life science, biology, whatever, biotechnology, botany, whatever it is. So any idea how this topic, particularly data visualization, useful? As a faculty member, we will do three things, right? Teaching, research, another one is admin. So it will vary to the institute to institute. Some institute focus on teaching, some institute focus more on research, some institute focus on more on admin. Okay. Any thought how this topic? What is the topic? Data visualization useful for as a faculty member. You are going to learn next 90 minutes on this topic. Any thought how this topic will be useful? Any thought? Any thought? Don't tell whatever you feel. We'll just will little bit of some idea. Anyway, I'll share my point also. Any idea? Can you connect, sir? Anything related to teaching, research, and administration related? Teaching, how it will be useful? Any idea? Yes, sir. Very good. So, for example, lot of accreditation agency and all. If you want to show the how many people have attended, what is the attendance percentage, if you want to present your output, okay, NAC and this one, now you have to convert into some form of visuals, pie chart, bar chart, not only attendance, maybe other student related also, related to this accreditation other thing. Any other thought? Result analysis, that also part of understanding whether the students are learning and also seeing the number difficult. Sometimes students is only 10, 20 easy, but if it is 60 students or 100 students are there, very difficult to understand who is having better performance. Using some bar chart, pie chart we can do. Any other thought? Again here? That and all techniques are how it is useful for research, how to use it for research and teaching. For example, sir, if you see the chromosome or any kind of leaves, normally we will not put it in text, we will put it in form of visual data visuals. Anybody, if you look at the chromosome, if you say in the word same chromosome in form of one paragraph, same thing if you put one picture, show this is the chromosome, this is the DNA. So which one student will understand fast? Picture. So normally our mind also designed for if you go to watch movie 1 hour and if you watch read 1 hour book, which one will remember better? Picture, because our brain also fixed for which one? Visual learners. So if you look at the teaching also, so in order to attract the students, okay, to make the complex subject into simple, so this course will be useful, data visualization. As madam mentioned, administrative related. For example, if you want to do accreditation, if you are, for example, you become the registrar or maybe the dean, if you want to show the performance, faculty performance of research, student performance, if you want to present to the vice chancellor or some accreditation agency, this output will be useful, make it visual form. Research paper also, if you are publishing research paper, if you are using visual in your research paper, it will attract. Okay, and if you are going for research proposal, what is this funding agency, if you are making your presentation in visual form, that also useful. So this subject will be useful for not only teaching, research and admin, all the three we can use it. So whenever you use visual, the audience will understand better. So if a funding agency, somebody sitting, simply if you're making some paragraph, if you're making a flow chart, step by step process, this is my methodology. So the funding agency will attract, simply making one big paragraph. Compared to this, if you are making some visual flow, that will be useful. Okay, so we'll discuss one by one. We start with the introduction. Are you able to understand? This will be used. This topic will be useful for research purpose also, teachings also, and also which one? Administrative work also. Anyway, I'll discuss the point. Okay, we'll start with the introduction. Importance of data visualization. Any idea we are into which industrial revolution? I think some we might have discussed. Any idea? Which industrial revolution? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which industrial revolution? There are some industrial revolution happened. Any idea? We are into which number? Any idea? Any thought? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. So actually, we are in industry 4.0. What is the industry revolution we are into? Industry 4.0. The first one is what one? It started 1760 to 1840. Nothing but mechanization, steam engineering. Normally food and all, manufacturing or anything will use without machine, they'll use handmade product. Handmade the product, that was the first industrial revolution. They started using machine, mechanization. They use steam engineers and all, rail, all these things. That was the first industrial revolution. What is the first industrial revolution? Mechanization. Okay, that was happened when 1760. 1760. That was the first industrial revolution. Second one is which one? 1830. That is nothing but which one? Particularly electricity. Second one is which one? Electricity. First one is mechanization. Second one is which one? Electricity. Third one was computer and internet. So without electricity, can you imagine this world? This session is very difficult, right? So after that is moved to which one? Computer and internet. Now we are into which industrial revolution? 4.0. What is 4.0? A. Cyber, not only A, there are other related technology, blockchain, internet of things, lot of technologies are there. Now which are into which industrial revolution? 4.0. First one is mechanization, second one is electricity, third one is computer and internet, fourth one is which one? Cyber physical, normally we call the AI technology. Okay, now we are moving toward which industrial revolution? Industry 5.0. Okay, so any idea as a faculty member why you have to learn this? Any idea? Why we have to learn different industry revolution? Any idea? So if you look at this during marriage and all, there will be a photographer will be there. Nowadays they are using tools. So if you look at each and every industry revolution, there are new jobs will be created, old jobs will go off. Even biology, now people are using AI for predicting the and all these things. So what each and every industrial revolution, what will happen? Some jobs will go off, new jobs will come. We have to focus on new age skill so that we can train our students. So even government also, they are focusing now onwards which one. Even during my postdoc in IIM Bangalore, I used to book a ticket in the counter. I'll go to the KSRTC counter, I'll book the ticket. Now I'm not booking. Why? Because everything has changed. Now app is there, lot of things have changed. So now what will happen? New jobs will come, old jobs will go up. As a faculty member, we should understand what are the jobs are demand, what are the topics are very important, so that we can update ourselves. So one of the update is data visualization. Okay. So anybody know this person? Andrew Nagel, the co-founder of Coursera. So he predicted that AI is the new electricity. We can't imagine this world without electricity, right? Similarly, future, whatever we are using, there will be AI will be there. Now if you book your Ola, Uber, the Google Map also part of which one? AI product. Okay, even ChatGPT, all these things are the future, it will increase. Okay. So there is a organization called World Economic Forum. They predicted one of the topmost skill is which one? Analytical thinking, analytical biology, how to use data to process this one. So nowadays they are using technology to sequence of genes and other, but whatever the biology and all, they are converting into data. Okay, so analytical thinking is very important in this one. Further, this data visualization course is very important. Okay, so we will share the PPT later. Okay. So as I mentioned, first industry revolution is which one? Mechanization. Second one is electricity. Third one is computer. Fourth one is IoT, whatever the AA. Now currently we are going to which one? Human centric. Lot of AAs are there. How to collaborate? Collaboration between human and A. That is the current going future generation, because A is already is there. Because of the A, lot of companies, lot of people, jobs are going off. Lot of issues are there. How to accommodate these two? Like our colleague will not be only which one? Human being. It will be a co-pilot, chat GPT. You have to work along with the softwares. That is the feature. So if you go to the Amazon warehouse in Hyderabad, what they are doing is some part of warehouse, this one taken by the robots. Only human will verify whether the correct or not. Most of the thing will done by which one? Picking all these things, robots, only they will check it. So what is this? This is called Industry 5.0. So some part of work done by which one? Robots, and we have to verify. Even for also we use chat GPT, and what is the problem with the chat GPT? Will give the wrong information. If without verifying, if you put it in this one, what will happen? Wrong. Somebody is developed the reference and they send the journal to some what is this from journal. They have checked the references. It look like a normal reference, but actually author is not there, and what is the title is some other journal. It is taken here and there. It is merged. Without verification, what happen is they blacklisted the author. Okay. So the feature will be, what will be the feature? A you have to use, but you have to verify. How to collaboratively work. Your feature what it is subordinate. All this thing not only human, it will be which one? Some chat GPT, some AI tool, something who knows, some robots will be there. Even banks under they started using robots. Okay. How to work with the AI and other thing, that is the feature. Are you able to understand? So currently AI is there. The next one is how to use the AI as a co-worker, how to work as a colleague, how AI should work as a research assistant. So like this we have to use. That is the feature. Not only company, as a faculty member also, this will be the feature. Okay. So I have taken from LinkedIn this one. There was a if you keep push order in what is this Blinkly whatever that what is it, normally the dark what is this some that is e-commerce, something is there, fast e-commerce, quick commerce. So quick commerce, what will happen is if you order the product without verifying whether it's a issue or not, it will take the data will take the nearest people, will allocate the order. But what happened is human was there. Human was why 10 o'clock one person ordering multiple rat poison. Okay. So immediately he informed to the manager. Because of that, they are able to control one person's suicide. So what is the here is that data A and all only what is this analytics and A, but human is involved here. Because of this, the issues and the A will not know why he is ordering, the context it will not have. Okay. So it has given some kind of decision, human plus A. So the feature will be, what is the, as a faculty member, you should not believe blindly our A, you should verify. That is what important. Okay. So what I have done is I want to teach this topic for my students. So I have taken this LinkedIn paragraph. It was posted in the LinkedIn. Okay. If you copy this and show it for my student, it will take some time to read. Okay. Process. Same time, what I have done is I have converted to data visualization. So what I have done is, can you see this? Same thing. There is a tool called which one? Notebook LM. Okay, what will happen? I will show you. No need to do it. Just see. Okay. So I have Notebook LM. What I have done is, nowadays all the companies are using this for visualization purpose, for teaching purpose. So this is the Notebook LM. It's a free. You can use it. Just you can note down Notebook LM. Okay. So what I have done is, I have just logged in. Only you need some Gmail account to do it. Even they will give pro free 1-year license for if you are using some institute mail ID. Okay. So what I have done is I have just went to this create a new. Okay. So I have just copied the text. Whatever I have linked in it was there. Just I copied the this entire paragraph. I pasted here. Okay. And I have done this. I asked the software this. There are different ways we can do. You can convert this into audio, video, new video you can create. Even for a big paragraph you can take and you can upload here or PDF also, Word document also, your article. Just I uploaded. I have a lot of the even PPT also we can convert. So I have gone with which one? Infographics. It will take some time, let it happen. Okay, so what is the point here is there was a text. Okay, I just converted the text into visual form. If you present this to students compared to one big paragraph, if you show this PPT or that visual, you will understand fast. Are you able to understand? Okay, even for project purpose, compared to big paragraphs, you can do it. Not only infograph, you can convert into audio, video, images, so that if you look at this, our attention span is very less compared to us, more less for which people? Students. Okay, so even then nowadays there is a reels and all is there. So very difficult to, they will be divert too much. Okay, so one way to make attractive is compared to text, you can convert the text into which one? Visual form. Not only local, you can change it to some other language also. Okay, multiple language also possible, mind map, report. So wherever, whatever you want to do it, you can just check it later. Just write down the notebook LM. There are a lot of YouTube videos are there, tutorial videos are there. You can go and check it. Okay, my point is compared to big paragraphs, if you show in visual form or video form, audio form, even audio also, what is this? Video also will create. Somebody like new people will come and they will order. Like this, will create some 2 minutes video. If you show this video, students will be very attractive. They will be happy to listen to this one compared to showing this, now what is this text and paragraph. And when we are speaking more time, people sometimes distraction will be there. Okay, so it will take some time. I'll show you after some time. Okay, so I have pasted the paragraph. Similarly, you can upload as a PDF file. You can upload as a one chapter also. For example, in your introduction to biology, the chapter you can convert as a video. Video also you can convert into different language. Okay, so all these things are possible. Okay, this is not possible before Industrial Revolution. Okay, so my suggestion is please note down the name of the software is Notebook LM. If you go to YouTube video, there are a lot of videos are available how to use it. So I don't want to spend too much time on this. Just I am sharing my experience. So when I show this paragraph, and this will be better. Even I am attending some ISP conference. Even industry people are using this. They are using this Notebook LM. Okay, can you see this? It is ready now. See, this is a paragraph, right? If you click this, it has come. Okay. See here, identify the late night flag. Like this, step by step, it's shown. Converted the text into. Can you see the previously text? Now it's a diagram. Every time if you give new diagram will come. Okay, it's very powerful and try to use it for your research. So this is the one tool of data visualization. Is it okay? Fine. Okay. Now, so if you look at this, as I told you, we are in which Industrial Revolution? 4. We are moving towards 5. Okay. Even though main thing is, any idea why this what is the main factor we are into Industry 4.0? Any idea? Why we are into Industry 4.0? What is the main factor? So see, even you are attending this session, there is some main factor will be there. College, something for become Industry 4.0. What is the main factor? Any idea? But if you look at this, people know what is AA in 1950 itself. But recently only AA summit. 5 years before there is no AA summit. No, there is no AA. If you ask for any of your colleague or even you yourself, no, you might have not aware about this topic 10 years before, 20 years before. Suddenly why there is? But if you look at the history, people know AA concept, AA technology, all these things in 1950 itself. You see the trend line. But recently, lot of colleges starting AA. Any idea what is the reason? Any thought? Accessible, that is also important. Any other one important factor is there? What is important for A? Very good. The main thing is what is this? Data. Whatever data we are generating, 1 day data equivalent to 1 year data in the 1950. We are getting lot of data. We are getting data from our mobile. Even if your mobile, you are giving acceptance, no, everything. Even if you look at the Google, initially when they started, 99% of revenue they are getting from advertisement. Facebook, 99% of revenue they are getting from which one? Advertisement. Are you paying anything for Facebook, YouTube? Nothing. But they are getting money from advertisement. Okay. Even if you switch off your mobile, Google can track which place you went. If you search something here, if you open your Facebook, you can find some the similar kind of product, similar kind of this thing. So all this thing is what is this? You are sending data from mobile phone. Your data is generated in the cloud storage, social media. Lot of data is coming. The main purpose of this AI we are getting now is because of which one? Lot of other reasons are there, whatever that awareness, all these things. One of the main reason is which one? Data. Data is the which one? New gold. Even fight for people fighting for data. Even nowadays, all the wars are done by which one? Not by human. Which one? Drones, they're all satellite data, algorithm. So now future also that whoever having better data, they are able to manage the world better. So data is the new gold. They are fighting for data. All companies they are giving free for you because Google for you Google is free, but this Google Map is free or you are paying free. But for Ola, Uber, all these things, what they have to pay. Why? Because we are product. We whenever you use, if you are coming here, you are using from your that guest house to this place. You will searching, right? Then based on this, understand people are moving more, how they are moving. They develop the data better, develop the Google Map better, and they'll sell it to different company. So the who is fighting for data? All the companies, all governments are fighting for which one? Data to develop the AI product. Okay, so old gold was which one? Oil was the gold. Still it is a little bit, yeah, but nowadays the data is the new gold. So why we are in industry 4.0? Because of the availability of data. For more data, more AI product will be developed. So see the data, 2020, this much data is going exponentially. We are getting more and more data. That's why people are talking about which one? Artificial intelligence for FDP. If it is no data, mean nobody will talk about this artificial intelligence. Just close all these things. Okay, because of the which one? Data. Okay. There are two types of data: structured data and if you see the images of leaves, images of the animals, all these things part of which one? Unstructured data. What is structured data? Numbers. If you type U7, my 7 will be same structure. My image, your image, my voice, your voice will be different. There is a structured data, unstructured data. Any idea which is more in the world? Very good. Unstructured data, how much percentage? 70, 30, 60, 40. Any idea? 90? Very good. So actually, almost 80 to 90% of world data is which one? Unstructured. Only 10% of data is structured. As a faculty member, lot of scope for analyzing the image data. If you are doing research on this one, compared to survey and other thing, try to use real-time data. Okay, voice data, video data, audio data, image data, text data. So lot of scope for research on which one? This data. Okay, so now we are in industry 4.0. What is the main reason for industry 4.0? Data. There are two type of data, structured and unstructured. Which is more? Unstructured. Unstructured, we have lot of scope. Lot of faculties are working on structured data. If you work on unstructured data, images, audio, video, in your research projects and all, lot of scope is there. Okay, fine. Apart from data, there are more computation power. So during my MBA, PhD time, I used to have one desktop. The RAM was 1 GB. Now I have mobile phone and the RAM was 6 GB, 8 GB. The processing speed is very good. So nowadays future is going for quantum computing. The processing will be very fast. Because of that is also another reason. Not only data, another reason which one? The processing speed. Another reason is algorithm. Now lot of algorithms are coming, new algorithms are coming. Even for biology and all, they are using convolutional neural network. Lot of new algorithm. Companies, government also focusing on which one? Investment. Government also start a lot of initiatives. Okay. So because of all these reasons, we are into which industry revolution now? 4.0. Now future we are going for 5. 5 is nothing but how to work with this one. Please understand, maybe may not happen within 1 or 2 months. After 5 to 6 we don't know. Your colleague will use a cameras for test. We don't, lot of private colleges started using. So slowly it will come. Okay, it's industry revolution 5.0. Okay, any idea which is the number 1 company in the world? Any idea? Number 1 company? There are Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, Google, whatever. Any idea which is the number 1 company in the world in terms of market capitalization? Any idea? Anthropic, not the sir. One more company. This crossed almost 4 trillion. And even Indian GDP also not there in 4 trillion, but it's crossed which one? 4 trillion. What is the company name? NVIDIA. Anybody know this company? What is this company? It's a chip manufacturing company. Chip, the processor, AI chips, ChatGPT, all these things, they need more chips, processing data. This is the US based company. They are almost crossed how much trillion? 4 trillion company. Okay, this is a new age company because of this supporting all the whatever the company, they need chips, processing the data, all these things. AI chips manufacturing company. So the world is changing because of the Previously we call it as Google, Microsoft, Apple. That was the which company? Top company. Now this company has come because the world is changing. Okay, not only technology provider is changing. That's why India also they want to go with manufacturing, that chip manufacturing, all these things they want to, that what is some product is that they want to manufacture. Okay, fine. So please understand, I have all these things I'm connecting with the data visualization. So the data visualization is very important topic. Why? Because we are into industry 4.0. In this lot of data is there. How to use this data for better decision. For that, one of the skill is which one? Data visualization. There are other techniques are there. AI is that product. For example, chatbots, ChatGPT is a AI product. Inside what will be that? Data analytics. One of the data analytics will be visualization. If you go to ChatGPT, there is a image option is there. You can create image. Why is image is created? Because human can understand the image or video is better than the text. Okay, so the topmost is which one? A. The below this, below the layer, the basic is which one? Analytics. In the analytics, one of the subject of analytics which one? Data visualization. Okay, fine. So what is the simple meaning of data visualization? Please write down if you want. Converting a raw data into information. What is the simple meaning of data visualization? What is the simple meaning of data visualization? Converting a raw data into information. Okay, so what is the raw data? For example, this classroom, how many 40 faculty members are there? I want to understand what is your average experience. Okay, what is the raw data? Each faculty member will talk about the average experience. I'll put it in the table. That is called which one? Raw data. Can you take decision? 40 numbers are there. It's very difficult. If it's 1 or 2 numbers, we can take. That I convert into some form of pie chart or table. That is called raw data into conversion of raw data into information. I converting into some chart, bar chart, so that I can take. So this biology batch, a lot of experienced faculties are there. I have to change the content like this. So I have to take a decision. Okay, that is called which one? Simple meaning of analytics, particular data, converting a raw data into information. Information we are converting into which form? Visual form. Mean that is different. We will put some pie chart, bar chart. That is called which one? Visual form. Is it okay? So the AI is the top product or something. The sub part of AI is which one? Data analytics. In the data analytics, there are 3 types. What are the 3 types? Descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, and prescriptive analytics. Okay. For example, as a faculty member, I want to understand which student is coming late. Okay. Which student absent today. Okay. Last year which student has got better mark. In order to understand anything related to what is happening or what has happened in your field, you have to go for which analytics? Descriptive. What is the descriptive? What is happening? What has happened? If you have this kind of question, what is happening mean who will come late today? Which student has got better mark in my biology? If you want to answer anything related to what has happened, then you have to go for which analytics? Descriptive. What is happening or what has happened? What will happen? Future. Which student will leave the course? Okay. Which student will be the number 1 in the batch? You want to understand future. Then you have to go for which one? Predictive. Okay. What is the best method I have to teach in order to achieve the under percentage in the pass mark? In order to what is the best route to transport? If you want to understand, that is we have to go for which one? Prescriptive. Descriptive mean what will happen, what has happened. Okay, what will happen mean not what is happening or what has happened. Okay, current and past. Then it's called descriptive. Future, what will happen? We have to go for which one? Predictive. What best can happen? Prescriptive. Okay, any idea the data visualization come under which type of analytics? Any thought? Any thought? Data visualization. Today we are going to discuss data visualization. It's come under which type of analytics? Any thought? It's come under which one? Descriptive. I told you, right? I am converting all your experience into some bar chart. It is what is happening today, what is happening. Okay, so I am not focusing on what will happen. So that will be come under which one? Data visual come under which one? Descriptive analytics. Okay, so if, this is the one of the this one I have taken Facebook relationship break. So they taken some data, January to December, lot of breakup happened in December. Any idea why? So this is the data visualization. So this is how the companies are using data visualization. Can you tell me any thought how why people are lot of breakups? So if you see the breakup Facebook, I am not I don't know how many people are using nowadays, but there is option in Facebook that I'm in relationship, single, something will option will be there. In they have taken Facebook, we have taken this data from January to December. December, lot of breakup happening. Lot of people are announcing the breakup. Any idea? What is the reason? How this will be affect the business? Any idea? So please understand data visualization one part. How to use that for decision making is very important. So even though I'm using the decision making equation, how your experience I'm converting into some pie chart or bar chart. I'm taking decision. What is the decision I'm taking? How to change the content, because a lot of experienced faculties are there. I have to go for advanced topic. Like that I'm taking some decision. So like this, can you tell me how this Facebook data companies can use this for taking some decision? Which are the company will affect, which are the company not will affect? Any idea? Any thought? Any idea? Lot of breakup. If a breakup happen, which industry will affect, which industry will not affect? Any thought? More breakup mean what will happen? Any idea why it is happening? Any idea? December, what is the main thing December? Any idea? In US and all? End of the year, what will happen? What is the lot of vacation will be there? Christmas vacation, New Year vacation. Okay, so maybe we don't know. Maybe but this couple get more time to speak. Till the Monday to this January, there are less time, so they will not have a Monday. They understand they're busy with the work. Maybe the December they found that they get to more time to speak each other. Sometimes they found that we have got a wrong partner. Maybe that is the reason. Okay. Now the question is how this useful for different industry. That is very important. Okay. Any idea how as a business or anything? Okay. How it is useful for any business? Any idea? Any idea how it will be useful for any business? Any thought? Which are the business will affect? Which are the business not will affect of this announcement? Any thought? Tourism, very good. Tourism, maybe people will go for solo tour. That will any other? Chocolate, huh? They'll announce chocolate. I'm not sure, but joining maybe chocolate will be there. But this, I don't know. Maybe chocolate also will be. Any other? See here, there will be a more traffic for which one? Dating website, matrimonial website, because they want to find new partner. More demand for the matrimonial, and great demand for which one? Counselors and which one? Lawyers, because the breakup is they want some kind of this one they'll go for lawyer. That time December all lawyers should be very active because lot of people will come. What about this one? Housing. Breakup mean already they staying together. They want a separate house. That more demand will increase for which one? Housing. Okay. Another one is demand for household item. Whatever the double they do, even sometimes they will change the beer quality, all these things. So point here is how the one visual will affect a lot of things. Similarly, as a faculty member, when you see the visual, how to connect, seeing the data out of 100 students, only this is some students are not coming on time. Why it is? What is the reason? We have to connect the dots. That is very important. Software will take it later, madam. Wait. Software will come later. Okay, are able to understand how it is useful? Fine. So the data visualization mentioned converting a raw data into information. Same thing, a paragraph I converted into visual form. How I have done? Did you remember this visual? Notebook LM. So compared to this word, if you show to the student, if you show this, at least they will have some kind of still they will have some issue, but better than the which one? Our text. Okay. So there are a lot of visualizations for the data visualization. What are the different types of visualization is there? Data visualization. Another one is which one? Concept visualization, information visualization, text visualization, strategy visualization. This is a very broad area. Okay, whenever you go for presentation or proposal presentation or meeting your vice chancellor, if you making some presentation, compared to normal text, if you make some flow chart or diagram, he will be very happy seeing the visual, so that you can make your presentation effective. Not only with the student, even for the funding agency, even administrator, even accreditation agency. So all these things. Okay. So we are focusing on which visualization? Data visualization, not other visualization. What are other visualization? Information, concept, all these things. We are focusing today which visualization? data visualization. Okay. So can you see this? There are two what is this boarding pass? Which is better? First one is more text. Second one is this one. We can process the second one is faster. Okay. So that is the major objective of this course. What is the course? Data visualization. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Compared to this explaining the ice cream picture, if you see the picture of the ice cream, we'll attract, we'll understand, we're able to relate, we're able to, will work better on which one? Picture. That's why this topic is very powerful, not only teaching, research purpose also, administration purpose also. Okay. And also some statistics, 60% of the world learners are which one? Visual. And 50% brain. Our brain also dedicated for which one? Visual only. So as I told you, if you watch the movie, I can explain from how the movie is started, which is the, even childhood also used to explain the entire movie after going to the movie. But the same thing I asked my mother, father for explaining some concept, I am not able to recollect. Why? Because that visual will be more attractive, more memory power compared to text. So can you see this? The average attention span of human is 2000, how much was that? 12 seconds. Now how much? Only 8 seconds. It's very going very, even my days, my father and mother also, they started watching reels. Now they are attracted this one, their concentration powers are coming down. Even we also getting less. Even if you see this goldfish, what is the attention span of goldfish? 9 minutes. Ours is 8 minutes. Because of this situation, particularly students, so we have to be very careful with our teaching, particularly how to use visual method to attract. That is very, very important. Okay. So we use for two purpose, data exploration and communication. As I told you, what is the data visualization? Converting a raw data into information. From this we are taking decision. How we saw how companies can take decision. Similarly, we also take decisions. Okay, we can take a decision. I want to show one more thing. I forgot to show. Oh yeah, later I'll show you. Okay, fine. Okay, can you see this? This is one visual. There is a John Snow. Okay, he has spotted map of cholera outbreak in London, 1854. Can you see? This is the visual map. So what happened is, without this visual map, people think is cholera is spreading from some other source. After making this diagram, that John, so there is a one what is this? I think medical person. He found that lot of cholera is spreading through one particular pipe, that common pipe. Because of the pipe, contaminated water, lot of people are getting which one? Cholera. So without visualization, everybody, government, everybody was confused. Why it is spreading? Lot of things are happening. He converted the entire map into the dots. The dots denotes the cholera people, affected people. He found that lot of cholera people affected people coming from the one common pipe. What is the pipe? The common drinking water pipe. Using the simple visualization, he is able to solve the very big problem. Similarly, in life and institute also, through visualization, we are able to solve big problem. Okay, simply sitting and thinking what is the problem. If you convert that problem into some visual or visual process, we are able to understand what is the problem and all these things. So this is the one example for how the visualization solved very big problem in the what is this the Britain, the particular cholera outbreak. Without this, what will happen? Everybody will put medicine here and there. They didn't close the pipe. Because of that, they are not able to control everything. After the visual, they have found that this is the problem. They control the entire water flow, and after that, the cholera was coming down. So all these things happen because of which one? Data visualization. Okay. So life also is very, very important. Whenever you get any problem, anything, try to visualize, try to convert visual into some form of diagram. It will use it to solve the bigger problem. Fine. See, if you book a Ola, Uber and all, if you anybody used recently Ola, Uber, anything, if you see, everything is visual. If you type this, what is this, driver photo will come, name will come, and all these things nowadays they are using which one? Visual. After clicking that, you can see the map also. So companies also nowadays they are using which one? Visuals. In life also we are using visuals. If you see the car dashboard, if you anybody have car, you can see the dashboard also. What is there? Some visuals are there. Nowadays all the visuals where it is all the mileage in form of from some form of visuals also. So nowadays all the companies are using which one? Visual form. Even if you see the any field, accounting, finance, marketing, all the place they are using which one? Some form of visuals. Everywhere what is the visual is there. So please understand, as a faculty member, visual is very powerful way of to teach teaching also, research also. Another one is which one? Admin also. Okay, now we'll see teaching. For example, as I told you, our student will process which one faster? Visual they fast. Second one is, if you want to teach the some advanced concept into simple way, which one is better? Data visualization is better. You can put the all big paragraph. You ask the chat GPT or notebook LM, create a flow chart for students for learning. For example, if you want to do experiment, lab experiment or some experiment, what is the step? Protocol if you want to create, compared to big paragraph. If you put some diagram, visual diagram, decision making diagram, the student able to understand. Okay, so all these things are possible with one, data visualization. Third one is support outcome based education. If you look at the students, if you look at the NBA, NAC and all, report purpose, presentation purpose, compared to paragraph, you can convert it in which form? Visual form, so that the people, the accreditation team will understand faster. They will able to some positive opinion about presentation. All these things are possible with which one? Data visualization. These three factors are related to which one? Teaching. Similar research, if you see research paper also, lot of paper nowadays they are using visual. Okay, visual also. If you go to conference paper, this presentation, compared to introduction, you can put some visual. What is the introduction? So people will listen properly. So if you look at the visual, will understand better than which one? Normal paragraph. Third one is, if you want to understand the idea. For example, if you want to understand the research idea better, visualization is better. The last one is even the research grant also. Whenever you assume that you have DST presentation, okay, or what is this proposal or research funding proposal report, all these things, if you possible, you put the flow chart or visual, the who are reviewing your proposal or listening your proposal, they will be happy. You will have better opinion when compared to normal text based presentation. So this 3 point related to which one? Understanding paper presentation, research paper and funding agency, which is better? Data visualization is better. What is the third one? Administrative. For example, faculty involved in committee. For example, if you are department attendance committee, if you want to show it to a dean or a HOD, you can put form visual form compared to tables. So it is better. And if you look at the currently, all the faculties also, even government also, they want to give some what is this? A digital era. Okay, everybody want to focus. Okay, the data visualization is not a analytics, is a skill for a faculty in terms of research, teaching and what is this? Administrative work. Is it clear? So we cover 3 point here. First point is, we are in industry 4.0, we are moving to industry 5.0. For that data is very important. There are different types of analytics. We are focusing on descriptive data visualization. The third point is, it is useful for all the 3 activity of faculty member. Okay, everybody clear? We completed the first part of our presentation. What is the first part? Importance of data visualization. Now we are going for the second part of our presentation. Nothing but which one? Data visualization principles. Okay. So after that we'll go to the answer. Okay. Just I'll take another 10 minutes. Okay. There are principles of data visualization. Okay. The standard rule kind of thing. The first rule is what is the first rule? Clarity is important than which one? Beauty. Okay, the clarity is important. For example, always data visualization is not for you, it is for which one? Audience. So they should understand the output compared to beautification. Don't think data visualization is which one? Highly beautiful is better, not like that. It should be what is the objective, that should be clarified. For example, there is a 10 minutes rule. If anybody not able to understand your data visualization within 10 seconds, what is the meaning? There is always room to improve. Okay. So as I told you, the data visualization not for you, it is for whom? Audience. Okay, they should understand. It is not you understand that, it's not like that. The audience should, if they are not able to understand within 10 seconds, there is always scope for which one? Improvement. If you look at this, This is the data of which one, same data I converted into this one, which is more very easy to understand, this one, because the color, higher the color, higher the thing. So that is the first rule. What is the first rule? Clarity is important than beauty. Okay, always remember audience you should understand, not you understand. Okay, that is the first principle of which one, data visualization. One rule is which one, they should understand within 10 seconds. If not able to understand, there is always scope for which one, improvement. If they are not able to understand after 5 minutes, means lot of improvement is required. Okay, okay, fine. That is the first point. Or the second point, please write down, purpose driven chart selection. Each and every chart, there are lot of charts are there, maybe hundreds of charts are there. Each chart of which one, purpose. Some chart will for this purpose, some chart for some purpose. You, based on your objective, you have to select. Okay, I will show you. What is the second object? Purpose driven chart. What is the first one? Clarity is better than the beauty. Can you see this? If you want to analyze the trend, what chart you have to use? Cycle, timeline, stream. If you want to show the density, which chart you have to use? X-binge plot, dot. If you want to use relationship, which chart you have to use? Scatter plot. So there are each and every objective, some charts are there. Don't sell for relationship, don't go for timeline chart. Okay, if your object is showing the composition among the in human body cell which is more composited, you should not go for relation, you have to go for any of these chart. Okay, if you want to show the geographical area, there are some charts are there. If you want to show the ranking, some charts are. If you want to show the flow, some charts are there. If you want to show the part to whole, some chart. If you want to show the time based data, some charts are. If you want to show the correlation, some charts are there. Similarly, if you want to show the network chart, some charts are there. Multivariate, some charts are there. Structural, qualitative, gauge, anatomy, behavioral, text based, deviation, financial. So like this, there are how many charts are there? Can you see? 100 types of charts are, more than 100 types of charts are there. The second point you have to remember, based on your objective, your objectives to find the relationship between the student performance and their attendance percentage. I should go for scatter plot because I want to find the relationship. I want to find in the classroom how many males, females are there. For that, I have to go for pie chart. Based on the objective, you have to select. Are you able to understand? Second point is, second principle is one. There are a lot of charts are there. Each chart of some purpose. Based on the purpose, you have to select. Are you able to understand? First point, clarity is important. Second point is purpose driven chart. Don't confuse with the different chart. Okay. Third one is on-scom quadrants. What is the meaning? Can you see the data? How many data is there? Can you see the data? How much data is there? There are, if you look at this, there are 4 data sets are there. Each one.
This system is not working. Can you please raise your hand? Only one person. Others are able to download. Everybody has downloaded the orange. What is the problem?
No, we have to check sir, that answer session I am coming. The 1 or 2 people only will manage. No problem, sir. No.
Regarding downloading of orange.
Orange, some system problem is there. Well, no problem, sir. We'll combine with somebody and do it.
No, we will fix it. Why to compromise?
Okay, thank you.
Should make you do it
They are doing now.
so that you have the practice. Is that clear? Because your state council, they are very ambitious. They gave this much syllabus. They want all of you to become stars overnight. So then they say, sir, are you covering all the syllabus? Yes, I can cover all the syllabus if you give me 15 days. So we have, in the record, we have given.
Okay. Yeah, please write down this. Can you see the numbers here? All are same or different? Different. Okay. See, if we convert this into some form of visual, can you see this? There are two things are there. One is visual form, another one is number. If you see the number, average. What is the average? 9. And if you look at here also, average is how much? 9. The data is different. All the descriptive statistics are same. But if you see the visual, can you see the visual? Is different or same? Different. That is the concept of an on-scum portrait. If you see only numbers, sometimes it mislead. Always you have to convert number into visual. Sometimes lies. Number sometimes lies. Okay. That is the concept of on-scum. Whenever you convert the number into visual, it will have different meaning compared to only which one? Visuals. Is it okay? That is the third. What is the first third principle? On-scum portraits. Next one is data source dozen. What is the data source dozen? Same thing, data will use different form. Okay, same data and you put it into visual, it will give different form. Can you see this visual? Same means same average, but visuals are which one? Some from dinosaurs, lot of. That is the objective of which one? Visual are powerful than which only numbers. Okay, that is called data source. Next one is data ink ratio. What is the data ink ratio? You should spend more value, more what is the color on data compared to the background. That is called which one? Data ink ratio. Edward Tuffle. What is the data ink ratio? You have to give more color to which one? Data than the background unwanted thing. Okay. So more value, more pictures you have to give for which one? Data then the background. That is called which one? Data ink ratio. Avoiding chart junk. What is the chart junk mean? Sixth one is avoiding chart junk. What is the chart junk mean? For example, you have to give unwanted colors. For example, if you see this, avoid chart junks. Can you see this? Unwanted background color, unwanted colors are there. Simple is important. Okay. So you should not avoid unwanted decoration. That is called which one? Avoid chart junks. Okay. You have to required content only you have to put. Unwanted thing you have to remove in the chart. That is all about which one? Avoid chart junks. Next one is pre-attentive attributes. What is the next one? Pre-attentive attributes. What is the pre-attentive attributes? When you putting this one, sometime you can put the, say if you want to show this one is somewhat different one, you can put or put some color. Okay, some increase in size of the color, size of the this one. That is called which one? Pre-attentive attribute. For example, this diagram, Can you see this? I want to highlight the company culture is very important. Can you see this? What is the difference? I highlighted which one? Some different color. That is called which one? Pre-attentive. Or sometimes you can put the bigger size. Like this, if you do some kind of hard man out, that will improve the which one? Data visualization presentation. That is called which one? Pre-attentive attribute. Okay. Next one is start with the gray. Always background will have light color. If you see the background, don't put too much dark color. When you put a visualization, the background color should be which one? Light color. The front and all, it should be this one. Normally the light dark color, light white color. So always background don't put big dark color, so that visual will not show properly. Always back side should be which color? Light color. Okay. Next one is minimizing the eye contact. Whenever you see this, always there should be heading should be there. The corner should be very important. Our eyeball will move from corner to this place only. The corner you have to put logo, some kind of heading. So high movement. Important thing you have to keep it in the left side. Okay, right side and all you can, but always the right side is, left side is very important. How eyeball moves, always people will see not in the down. Always they will see in the top corner. If you see this one, I will normally go the top. So if you want to keep important thing in the top only. Okay, that is called which one? Minimizing the eye contact. If you want to show important thing, always keep it in the corner this side. Okay, that is all about which one? Minimizing the eye contact. Next one is context is mandatory. As I told you, the relationship matrix, relationship what is important? Lot of breakup is there in December. So what? So that is the which one? Only visualization. How the use visualization for the decision making? That is very important. Okay, that is all about which one? Context is mandatory. What is the context? How this result is useful for the decision making. Students is coming late. Why is coming late? Because canteen food is not there, or bus is not coming, or some family problem. So only students is not coming. It's not a data visual. How this out of 10 students, 1 student always coming late. If you are getting some visualization, some diagram, how to use for decision making. That is all about which one? Context is mandatory. Next one is story. End of the day, how you are using the data for storytelling. For example, in your presentation, in our class, out of 100 students, 80 are male and 20 are female students. That is only which one? Data. Why it is 80 are male student? Because this region, some problem is there. You have to come up with some kind of why it is. Not just to stop what is there. You have to come up why it is like that. That is all about which one? Story. Why it is like that? What is the reason? So that is all about which one? Data visual. Data visualization not about showing the data. Why it is like that? What is the reason? The back side you have to understand. So in your experiment, a lot of this why it is like that. So that is all about which one? Story. Okay. So next one is ethical visualization. So there are 3 types of lies in the world. What are 3 types of lies in the world? Normal lie, damn lie, statistical lies. So people will mislead the other people which one? Through data visualization. So if you look at this, there are 3 types of charts are there. Bad chart, good chart. Good chart, that is where our objective. Sometimes they'll put which one? Bad chart, confusing chart. Third one is which one? Ugly chart. So the main thing is we have to focus on good chart. People will, there is ethical in the data visualization. Sometimes misleading will be there. Percentage will go more than 100. So all these things is not a part of which one? Ethical chart. So always you have to make the ethical chart with our focus on good chart, not ugly chart or which one? Bad chart. We have to focus on which chart? Good chart. What is there? We have to this one. That is all about which one? Ethical data visualization. Next one is visual font size. Sometime in the PPT and all they'll put very small size. So always we can use, if you are using PPT, caliber will be better, Word will be Times New Roman will be better, caliber will be better. Okay. So there are some visualization, some chart will be better. Don't worry, I'll share the PPT. Okay. So visualization font also very important. Some presentation and all normally we'll use which one? Times New Roman. In PhD report, article, sometimes we'll use which one? Times New, but company for PPT visualization, some other chart we have to use. Okay, and font size also very important. Don't use very small font size. Normally PPT title should be how much font size? 36 to 44. section heading to 28. Sometimes they'll put 12 font size. In PPT also, it's very difficult. We have to use this much font size in which one? In PPT. So font size also very important. Very simple. One point I want to give in anything PPT, you should not go more less than how much? 14. At least minimum you have to maintain how much? 14. 12 is okay, but above 14 or 14 will be less than little bit. And dashboard and all this one. So these are some of the basic principle of which one? Data visualization. Fine. This I'll skip it. Okay. So next one is key principles of data visualization. Another one is sorry, 1 minute. Yeah. Next one is key principles of data visualization. Clarity, narrative, design. This is also important. Don't worry, I'll share this PPT. Last one is important. Before applying any data visualization, please write down. Always ask what type of data you have. Before applying a data visualization, you ask 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? What type of data? Second question is, what is the objective to communicate? Third one is, who is the end user? If you have these 3 questions, you can use better visualization. What is the first one? Some data, I told you, right? Some data, some visualization. For example, time series, some chart will possible. Second one is, what is the objective? I want to find out which one. Third one is, who is the end user? For example, end user is, they will not understand any data visual. You have to go for simple chart. If you are, they will are very advanced people, they will understand all the visualization. You have to go for complicated chart. These 3 questions you have to keep in mind before applying which one? Before applying data visualization. Okay, these are the 15 principles. What are the principles? Just to recap. What is the first one? Clarity is better than the BT. Second one is purpose. There are a lot of charts. Each chart has different purpose. Third one is on-scrum. Data will give some meaning. Visual is always better. Third one is data source. Same thing similar to on-scrum. Fifth one is data ink ratio. You have to go more color, more things on data compared to bad. Sixth one is avoid junk chart, unwanted background, all these things. Seventh one is pre-attentive. We have to highlight something, color or size, something like that. Then eighth, the background should be light color. Then minimizing, always left side title should be there. Then context is important. You have to give compared to what is there, and story also. You have to build some story. Don't say what is there, why it is like that. That is important. But then ethical. You have to go on. You should not give misleading chart. It will create problem. You have to go very simple and visual. Then font size. There are some standard visual. I'll share this PPT. Okay. 14th key principles, narrative, all these things. Last one is important. Before thing, what are the 3 questions out? So these are the basic principles of which one? Data visualization. Is it clear? So okay, now what we'll do, we'll go for hands-on session. Now we complete 2 parts of our presentation. What are the 2 parts? Introduction to data visualization. Second one is data visualization principles. Now we are going for hands-on session. Okay, there are a lot of softwares are there. Data visualization. We are going to use which software today? Orange. If you see the market leader in data visualization, there is, please write down. There is something called Microsoft Power BI. Please write down. Microsoft Power BI. Microsoft Power BI. Power BI. Microsoft, there is a Microsoft company, they are giving a software called which one? Power BI. Another one is Tableau. There is a company software called Tableau. This software also very good for which one? Data visualization. Tableau. Tableau. Another one is which one? Microsoft. This 2 software also very popular for which one? Data visualization, but we are going to use today this software Orange, that is an open source software. This also trial versions and free versions are available. Okay, fine. Orange is which software? Open source software. So now, can you open your Orange software? Those are available, just open that. So I will focus only on which one? Data visualization. So I will open here. Please everybody open which one? Okay, you will get this window. Please close this. Okay, this window is not required. Just close this and come to this window. I wait 1 minute. Everybody come to which window? This window. Just open Orange, and there are one more window will open, that you close it. Okay, come to this window. You install starting itself. Everybody install, no? I think you didn't. Huh? No, we have starting itself. I told you to install. No, I think came late. I think. Just go to the orange data mining and download. Just type orange data mining. You'll get the window. There is an option called download. Just download. I'll wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Huh? No, not default. Windows. I'll show you 1 minute. Listen here. Please listen. Yeah, wait. Yellow color something are correct. See here. Go to the part of the first step. Go to this one. Orange data mining. You have to type it. Okay. Part of the first one. Just click here. Here you have to go for download orange. You will get orange for Windows. I think all computer Windows only. Just orange for Windows. This color will come. Orange download, orange for Windows. If you click here, what will happen? It will download. After that, you have to click. That's it. 3 steps. First, you have to click the download, then link. Yesterday, anybody taken session or Ranjit sir, anybody taken session for you? No. Huh? Ranjit sir is taken session, right? Okay. The positive only. Okay, download this. After that, what you do? Just go there and double click. Okay, I'm not clicking. Why? Because already I installed. Okay, so type orange data mining. Orange 2 times you have to click orange, then download. Is it okay? Click it. Now it's working, sir. Download. Install. Okay, it takes some time. I think majority is there, right? Please, initially you just sit with this, sir. Both of us will work. Yes, software. That software. You come here else. Anybody doesn't have orange software? Anybody? Everybody, right? This side, back side, madam. Last row, madam. Okay. If you want to come here, madam. Orange software already installed. What about you, sir? Just here. Blue color, sir. Orange itself. I think majority 1 or 2 people only. I think initially I clicked at 10:45. I told you to install. I think some people faculty is not there. Okay. Now listen. What you have to do is just click the file. What you have to do? Just 1 click on which one? Can you see the left side? Left side there are different windows. What are the different window? Data, transform, visual, model, evaluate. All these things are there. Today we are going to focus on data, transform, visual. First 3. What are the first 3? Data and this one. Okay, please go to data. Please go to data. The data, everybody please open orange. Click open this data. There is something called which one? Just click 1 time. What do you do? 1 time. If you 2 times are there, you press Ctrl Z. If it is multiple times are there, what do you have to do? Ctrl Z or undo. Okay. So 1 time only you have to click which one? File. So we are not going to use any other data. Whatever that orange of repository, some standard data is available. We'll say we'll take some heart disease related data. Okay. Shall we take it now? So what you do? Click here. 1 time file. You will get this window. Is it okay? So now you have to click this this file again. Look at my cursor. Just double click. Are getting this window? The window will be a little bit different. Okay. So there are 2 ways we can import data. If you want to import your own data, you have to use this browse. Okay. Browse wherever you want, you can import. Okay. We are not going to use our own data. We are going to use which one? Repository. Okay. Look at my screen. I'll repeat again. What is the first step? File 1 time you click. If it came 2 times, if you click, what do you have to do? Ctrl Z. It will go. Okay. So file is ready. Now we have to import data above the file. How to come above that? Just double click here. You'll get this window. there are two ways we can import data. One is your own data, another one is existing data of Orange. So I will not use our own data. I am going to use repository data. So if you want, you can click this folder and locate. Okay, that we are not doing. We are going for which one? Can you see the below? Browse, documentation, data set, existing data. Click this one. Are you getting this window? Now there is something called odd disease. Odd disease tab. Okay, click this. Click and open. So please don't do anything extra. Please follow my instruction. After this, you do whatever you want. In this process, you do whatever I am doing. Okay. So after clicking the data, click open. Open. Can you see now data here? How many columns are there? Features are called 14 columns. 13 columns. How many rows are there? 330. Instance mean row is how much? 303. How many columns are there? 13 columns. What is the first column? Age, gender, chest pain, wrist, all these things are there. So whenever you see n, what is the meaning of n? Numerical data. C mean category data. Okay. And the role is features. Feature mean independent variable. Features mean which one? Independent variable. For example, saving and income. Saving is dependent on income, or income is dependent on saving? Saving is dependent on income. Income is independent variable. Okay, that is called feature. What is the dependent variable? Can you see the last one? Can you see the last one? Diameter. The wall where you have odd disease are. One is having odd disease. Can you see here? 1 and 0. What is the 1? Odd disease. Whenever there is a 1 in the column, that patient is which one? Odd disease. When there is a 0, no. This is called which one? Target. What is the target? What are the factors of human will affect the heart disease? The target is dependent variable. Independent variable is which one? Features. Features mean chest pain, all these things. Is it okay? Fine. Okay. Now what you have to do? Just close this. Just close this. Close it. Okay. Ready? Which data we imported now? Odd disease. Now there is something called, just double click the data table. What you have to click? Double click the data table. Double click the data. There is a left side. There is something called data table. Just double click. Are you able to click it? Okay. Now 2 tabs are there. What are the 2 tabs? File and one. Now you have to connect. Can you see the some lines are there? Go to the cursor here. Please click the cursor. Drag into this one. Drag this dotted line to this dotted line. Are you able to drag it? Now line will be created. Create, just drag dotted line to this dotted line. Okay. Now no need a control, just drag and drop. Okay. If you are not able to click it, just try one more time. Control reset and try one more time. Can you click the data table? See this? These are the data table. How many data tables are there? 330, and these are this one. Last one is this one. Okay, leave it. Leave it and close it. So we created the file and data. Now we are going for visual. Shall we start with some visual now? Okay, we created file. What file we have taken? Our data. And we see the table. Row is 333 patient. Column in variable. Out of 13, one is target, remaining all feature. Feature otherwise called independent variable. Target is dependent variable. Is it okay? Everybody okay? Okay. Now, please go to the transform data. Data. I'll use some column statistics. Just double click. Double click the column statistics, or double click the column statistics, or drag and drop. 2 times. Single click. Okay. Here one click. If you are getting 2 times, what you do? Control Z. So now you have to connect this. Shall we connect now? Just connect. again data table to here. I'll repeat again file to which one? Column statistics. Again, file to column statistics. Again, can you drag and drop it? Column statistics, just very easy, just you have to do. And now can you click the column statistics now? Say this is a distribution of which one? Age. Okay, what is the mean age? 54, mode is 58, median 52, dispersion minimum age is 29, maximum age is how much? 77, missing, no missing data. Okay, this is the distribution. How to get this one? After drag the column here, just you have to double click here. Are you able to click? Just double click here, it will come. Is it okay? Double click. Here the data itself, can you see the data? There is something called column statistics. Is it? Okay. No problem, leave it. What is this is there. What about this visual is there? This visual, leave it. I think some problem, leave it. That's not very important, leave it. Okay. Okay. Now leave it. Now you delete this. Now we will import some other data. Delete this. Only keep it one file. Only keep it one. How to delete it? Just control Z also work, or you can click wherever you want and delete. That also fine. You keep only which one? File. Okay. Now which data we imported now? Our data. Now we'll change it to some other data. How to change? Anybody? Just click the file. Now you change browse. Now I'll change with the brown selected. Click which one? Brown selected. So I'll repeat again file. Previously used browse, no, browse documentary. We selected which file? Art. Now you select which one? Brown. Brown. Are you able to see the data? This is related to some other data. Some brown, no, the different classifications of this one. Just do it. Okay. Are you able to do it? Brown data. Now I am going to see how data will be replaced with missing value. If there is a missing value, we have to see. How to see the whether data is missing data? Anybody? How to do it? What you do? Again go to file. If file is there, you click the file. Click the file. Now previously which data we used? RDC. Now we have to change the data. How to change the data? Please go to the browse documentation. If you see all the data will come, madam, we have to select which one? Brown select and open. Is it okay? Brown select and open. Now we have changed the data from file in the heart to which one? Brown. Okay. Now close this. Please close this. Now this inside the file, what is there? Brown is there. Now what to do? Again click which one? Data table. Click which one? Data table and join. Join. Same process. Only thing, now data we have changed which one? R to brown. Okay. Why I have changed? I will tell you. There is a missing data is there. How to replace? Okay. Shall I do it now? So if we click this data table, can you see the data table? What is the problem? Is there previously there is no missing data? Can you see now? Some missing data is there. Here and there is a missing. Can you see the alpha 1? Can you see some missing data? And alpha 2, some missing data is there. Now we have to replace with some values. Okay. Some missing data is there, right? Just now you have to please close this. This close it. Okay. For that we have to go now. Please move to which one? Transform. Please go to transform. There is something called impute. Please look at my screen. This impute will be available in which one? This impute will be available in which tab? Transform tab. It will be available. Drag and drop it here. And drag it here. Drag file to impute. Impute where it is available? Transform. Okay, please listen here. The file data, all missing data is there. Now we are going to replace with the missing data. How to do it? Just drag impute from the transform. Now click the impute. There are multiple ways we can impute, replace. Now we are replacing with which one? There are distinct value. Best is average or most frequent. So what will happen when there is a missing data? What will happen? It replaces with the average or most frequent data. Can you see previously we got some missing data, no? Now what will happen is it replaces with which one? Average or this one. So how to get this tab? You double click on which one? Impute. Okay, double click impute. Now what you have to do? After this, distinct value of impute. Okay, then close this. Now what you do? Again drag the data tab. Again go to data tab, data table, and drag it here. Second time we are dragging which one? Data tab. Drop it here. Now can you see missing value will not be there. So this is for after impute. How to impute now? Average data. After this can you see now? Now gone. Here this is the without removing missing data, here with the missing data. Okay, same data table. One is original data, another one is with the missing data. Are you able to get it? This side, madam, okay. So now we can replace with the missing data. So how to replace with missing data, distinct, multiple options are, I have taken only one option. Okay. Now, okay, one is directly with the data table, another one is directly with the impute. Impute we have taken. Now we are going for some visualization. Up to this, okay. So we have done how to change the file name. Okay, the second one we have done how to see the descriptive statistics, column statistics. I think. Third one we have discussed how to replace with the missing values. These three things we have discussed. Okay, please delete everything. Delete everything. No need. I'll share the PPT. Okay, now again go to file. Now again delete everything. No need. Again, okay. Now again we want to import which data now? Hard data. How to import? Can you do it now? Just double click. Just double click and browse data. Which one you have to take? Hard disease. That's it. Okay. Now you have to become which one? Okay. Now delete everything. Take which one? File and import which file? Hard disease. Please delete everything. Up to those who are not able to complete, I'll start from here. It's okay, sir. So now you have to use which data here? Hard disease. So now I am going for box plot. Box plot. Just how to bring box plot here? Just double click or drag. Okay. Now how to connect these two? Just drag and this one. That's it. Now I am creating which chart now? Which chart I am creating? Box plot. Click the box plot now. Can you see the box plot? See the box plot talk about the box plot will talk about the minimum maximum value. Minimum for starting is minimum, last will be maximum, center is the mean. Okay, look at my screen. So this box plot is for which one? Can you see the left side? Which one is selected? Cholesterol. Why we are getting 3? Because it's selected for rest age. If you want only gender, how many will come? 2. Okay, this is a cluster. I'll change into which one? Gender. How many is coming now? Only 2. This is for which one? Male. That is for which one? Female. both is for which one? Cholesterol. Both is for which purpose? Cholesterol purpose. Okay, both is for which purpose? Cholesterol. Can you check some other thing? So I don't want cholesterol, I want with age and gender. Can you see this? Male and female. If I don't like male and female, I want some other diameter, chest spine, like this we can check it. Okay. Is it okay? Can you see the bottom? There is an option to save it. If you want to save, look at my screen. There is an option to save this. Look at my screen. There is a bottom, there is an option to save. You can save as any image or box plot. Okay, box plot and save it. Are you able to do it? Can you see the bottom? There is option to save. Okay, fine. Now close this. Now I've done box plot. Okay, delete the box plot. Now I'm going for which one? Distribution. Just double click, drag and drop it here. This is called which one? Distribution. Just double click here. You can see the distribution of the chart. Cholesterol distribution with respect to gender. Okay, I'll come out. I think difficult to see. Here, look at this. This is a chart for which one? Cholesterol with respect to which one? Gender. Color. Can you see the color? The red color is which one? Male. Blue color is which one? Female. Female. Okay. X axis is the cholesterol. Y axis is which one? Frequency. Same box plot. Remove. Which one you have to add? Distribution. Okay. So like this you can change normal. Okay. All these things. If you don't like it, you can change the age also. If you like, I don't like gender, you can remove gender, this one, cholesterol. Okay. Like this we can do it. Distribution, you see the line here, there is a fitted distribution. If it is something, none is there, you change it normal. Normal. Look at my screen. None will be there, you have to change it for normal distribution. See none, you have to change it which one? Normal. Okay, none mean it will not be there. Okay, this is all about which one? Distribution. We completed box plot, distribution. Please close this. Again distribution, remove this. Now we will add scatter plot. Now add which one? Scatter plot. Just double click, it will show the scatter plot of cholesterol and ST exercise. So now remove the distribution, you now add which one? Delete distribution, scatter plot, and one more thing you have to do, which one? One more thing, line, you have to add the line. Just click the which one? Scatter plot, this one, you will get the diagram. Now a lot of option will be there, it is for relationship between the two variable. Look at my screen. What I have done is just remove everything, just the window. Are you able to see? This is the window. Now I am adding which one? We added previously two. What are the two? Box plot and distribution. Now what you do? Just add the scatter plot. That's it. Now after that, before clicking the scatter plot, what you have to do? One more thing you will be spending. What is one more thing? Line. The line we have to add. The connection. Without connection, it will not work. Line you have to add. Then double click. That is a scatter plot. Is it okay? Scatter plot is fine. So left hand side will take some time. Now next one is remove this. Next one is line chart. Just drag and drop here. Just drag it here. This will be line chart. X axis is the numerical data. The color is the category data. What is the x axis? Numerical data. Y color is which one? Category. What is the category here? Gender. Gender. You can change it for multiple things. Chest pain. Chest pain means four pains are there. the 4 point. Okay, like this, same thing. This is which chart? Line chart. Are you able to get it? Same process only, just you have to put the line chart and drag it, very simple. Delete this. Then heat map will see, drag and drop it here. Heat at the same place. Can you see the below? Look at my screen, heat map is there. Heat map. It will show the heat map of what is this diameter narrowing, that the target variable. Which one? Heat map will be available. Not there, heat map. It is not there.
Data is not there in this file, sir. That's why not open.
You click the double click. You don't open it, take this. This will not work out.
Like this.
Give me some. You browse it here. Heart disease. Now it will come. Now you have. It comes. Okay, fine. Okay, now we explore all this one chart. I will explain this. Explore all the charts now, one by one. I will show the summary of the chart, all the chart. How many charts are there totally? 20 chart. This is the basic chart. Whatever we discussed, scatter plot, heat map, what is this, line chart, box plot, all are basic. Others are is advanced chart. It is mostly for machine learning modeling. Okay, I'll just summarize here. I'll share this PPT also later. So PPT also mentioned. Okay, please understand. I'll share this PPT. How to connect, everything is there. Okay, how to connect, everything is there. The main point here is this one. This table. Okay, look at my table. If it is single numerical data, which one is better? Histogram and box plot. Two numerical data, scatter plot. Time series data, line chart. Categorical data, bar chart. These all charts are mostly for machine learning, the classification, what is this factor analysis, classification, logistic regression, what is this tree for random forest mesh. This advanced which one? What is this visualization. So I don't want to teach because without learning this regression, what is this logistic is very difficult to teach. These are the basic chart. Okay, so PPTs, all the charts are available. Okay, but main chart we covered as per the syllabus also. They mention only the distribution and what is this imputation, some 4-5 charts only, but we covered more charts only. Okay, if you see the syllabus also, they mention only 4 charts. Okay, so these are some more charts are available. You can check it later. Okay, the same process, file and corresponding chart you can connect and you can click. That's it. So some of the AI tools you can note down. Apart from this, just 5 minutes, you can write notebook LM. We have discussed. What is the notebook LM? Did you remember? We have discussed. Another one is which one? Napkin. You can try note down. This is also useful for which one? Data visualization. It's similar to what is this notebook LM. Only go to the notebook LM. 5 minutes will complete. We just type it. You will get which one? Visual. You can put the required data. You will get it. Next one is in PPT also there is a option to generate the visuals. PPT also some visual format. There is something called design suggestion. And there is a new chat GPT also, Copilot also added in the what is this PPT. Only I think Office 365 is available, not in the basic version. This also you can use it for visualization purpose in which one? PPT. This also fine. Okay. First one is which one? Notebook LM. Second one is which one? Napkin. Third one is in PPT also there is option for which one? A Copilot. Another one is which one? Design suggestion. These two things. I'll share this PPT. Don't worry. Okay. Next one is. In Gemini also there is an option called Gemini, you know, right? There is an option called which one? Canva, image creation. Canva also very powerful. This also useful for which one? Image generation. Canva says is a separate software also available. In Gemini also is available. Okay. And there is a Nano Banana also available in which one? Nano Banana. There is a Nano Banana. This is a Nano Banana. It's very powerful. This is also useful for video generation. If you upload the big paragraph, it will create a lot of video you can see in the online. what is this, Instagram, all these things. Small videos will be the people are fighting like this, but not real video like this they'll create. Okay, this is a part of this one. Another one is ChatGPT. Also there is an option called which one? Create image. You can type your content, even Telugu also you can type, it will come, it will create a image also. So these are the what are the AI tools? Napkin, Notebook, LM, Nano Banana, ChatGPT, Canva, these all useful for which one? Data visualization, apart from what we have discussed in the orange. Okay, so we have discussed this thing, importance of data visualization we covered. We are in industry 4.0 and important is which one? The data analytics are important. We have discussed how useful are research, teaching, all these things we have discussed. Visualization principle, how many principles we have discussed? 15 principle. And hands-on we have taken some, I think 5 to 6 charts we have taken. Okay, apart from the all our advanced chart we didn't discuss because they are all related to machine learning model. It's complicated chart. I shared the PPT, there are some other options. Apart from the AI tool we have discussed 5, napkin, all these things, and AI tools we have discussed. Okay. So with this I will share some more this one. These are the some more courses are available. If you go, there is a YouTube channel available for which one? Orange. If you go to the YouTube channel, lot of videos are available. If you want to learn further, full lot of advanced topic, there is a YouTube channel available for which one? Official YouTube channel of which one? Orange. There also you will find lot of resources. Okay, subscribe and you can get it in this also. Which one? Orange. This related to Orange. And if you want to do visualization in Excel, there is a course called which one? There is a foreign university. This is come under which one? Coursera. There is a course on which one? Not Orange. Which one? Excel. Excel data visualization. Another one is which one? Data visualization using Python. There is a software IBM company. They are providing this course in the Coursera. Next one is if you want to do in Power BI. I told you right initially they are very two powerful software. Power BI and this Microsoft Power BI. Another one is Tableau. There is a Davidson College, US College. They are providing. This is from edX. There is one more platform called which one? You know edX, right? EDX. Coursera. Another one is EDX. That also free. If you want to certificate, you have to pay. Okay, this also available. Next one is data visualization Tableau. This is the University of California, Davis. This is also available for which one? Tableau. We discuss Excel, Tableau, Power BI, Python. Okay, these are some software. Orange, where it is available, YouTube itself. Okay, so with this I'll stop here and thank you. I think already I've taken some extra 10 minutes. With this I'll stop here. I'll share the PPT, all the whatever content I'll do. So whatever the limited to 90 minutes, we cover the basics about data visualization, how to do it. Okay, related to Orange also we discuss. Other software also we have discussed. Okay, so there are a lot of advances there. I didn't want to cover because that is a little bit complicated chart. This whatever we have discussed. No, what is this? Box plot, line chart, scatter plot, distribution. All these things are basic chart. We can use it for any research. The advanced chart, whatever the other chart, no, it is for the complicated part. We will not discuss now. Okay, we will discuss possible some other time. Okay, so with this I'll stop here. Thank you for your time and we'll meet some other time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you can.
You have tea is arranged in the executive MBA classroom. After that, you have session at FDP room.
Thank you. No tea break, huh? Okay. I'll share the PPT.
later I moved to IIM Bangalore for a postdoc work in supply chain. Basically, my area is supply chain and quantitative techniques. Then for about 3 years, I worked at Geetam University in Visakhapatnam, and currently I am here as assistant professor and basically into operations and decision sciences. My area is, and recently I got a certification from American Production and Inventory Control Society. It is a fellow, which is the highest designation in terms of the production and operations. So basically my focus is, thank you very much. So my focus is basically operations and the decision sciences. I also have done my MSc in applied mathematics from NIT Roorkela. So that is how I'm basically from Odisha. So this is my brief background. So since we are running short of time and we can more interact during the break, so let us go ahead with the session, right? So this is a very elementary session actually, I should rather say, data cleansing and pre-processing, right? So how many of you have dealt with some data in your research or maybe in the class, some kind of data that you have dealt with? Of course, you are all from life science, and we normally teach to commerce and management students. So I can tell what they do, but a little bit of insights, can you just give me what exactly you have done with respect to some data set? Have you analyzed? What method you have used? Little bit of insight, quickly 1 or 2 feedbacks, can I? Anyone, just to know the understanding level with respect to the machine learning, artificial intelligence, data science. I just want to know a little bit from your side what you have done with respect to the data, because we teach to the commerce and the management people. So since you are from life science, just out of curiosity. Something you must have done, right? At least in the Excel sheet, some assessment with the CSV files, comma separated values, that file, right? You must have gone through a little bit of SPSS at least, if not Python, right? So of course I have couple of more sessions, maybe it's not for you, for the commerce and management. So you will also having the similar kind of thing with respect to Python. There is a library, there is one software called Orange, which is a little user friendly software. I think you may be using that software for some kind of machine learning kind of stuff. Okay, so this is a very elementary kind of class, which is going to give you some insight with respect to data, then missing values, then outlier treatment, and so on and so forth, right? Wherever you have any difficulty in understanding or something you need more clarification, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay, so what is data and what is raw data, right? Raw data, and statistic, right? So whatever data that we collect initially, right, for anything, any event, right? Maybe in the life science, let us say you, some of you may be into this kind of thing, where you see how smoking is affecting people's health, right? Anybody into that thing, that kind of research? Or maybe how the consumption of the food is responsible for bringing cholesterol level, right? Is there anyone who is doing that kind of research in the class? Nobody? How certain food habits are responsible for increasing sugar level, right? So what is the relationship, right? How is carbohydrate affecting the sugar level? How is the carbohydrate affecting the cholesterol, right? How they are affecting the you can say the cardiac arrest and all that kind of stuff, because lot of things we have been coming to know that lot of cardiac arrest, young people are dying itself, right? What is their food habit, right? Or what is the relationship of the stress with respect to the cardiac arrest, right? And what is the relationship with respect to the food habit? Whether food habit and the stress, are they related in any way? So these are the few things that if you can assess, then you will be coming to know that what is that is really happening in terms of your data, right? Then data is one part that you might have collected from the field or maybe from your laboratory. Then you test with the machine learning based model that anyway you will be learning down the line. What is the machine learning model? What is that you are going to fit with respect to that? the classic case that we take for the life science, at least if I don't teach, I don't normally teach life science, but if I comprehend smoking and the critical issues in terms of a human being, if you need to relate them, right? So you cannot have a very deterministic model there, right? You cannot really say somebody smoking will be definitely having cancer, right? That may be ruled out. There are several people dying with cancer. They might not have ever smoked or they might not have ever consumed liquor, right? But they're dying. So what is the relationship? So now this is a case where you are not really taking into deterministic model, you are basically taking a stochastic model. What is a stochastic model? You are basically bringing probability into discussion. What is the probability? That I think you have some idea with respect to probability. Probability, the Bayes theorem, right? What happens with respect to the conditional probability, right? These are the few things basically we take into consideration, especially for the medical cases, right? Because in the medical cases, we cannot really guarantee that somebody smoking will have the problem, right? There are non-smokers also having the same problem, right? Now, these are the few things that we need to talk about it. So then in that case, we need to have the raw data. That raw data, whatever you have collected, maybe through your, through the survey, right? What is the best way to collect the data from the market? Survey. You might have gone for some survey, right? Have you ever gone for some survey? Any one of you? Any survey that you have gone for collecting some data from the market, from the people? You might have gone, some of you, right? Also, you can get the data that is available in the secondary sources. That is basically called as time series data. Time series data are available in the various sources, right? So these are the few things that you can probably have with respect to your data, and they are purely the raw data that you have actually taken into consideration. Now you have the raw data, little bit of assessment of the raw data, you can go for your data. So that means little bit of clean data that you will be getting for your raw data. Now little bit of estimation of the data, you can probably build some statistical model, or at least you can put in the tabular form some frequency distribution, some kind of central tendency, right? Some kind of assessment to have something with respect to the data, and you can say this is what is your descriptive statistics you can have, and the descriptive statistics will be a part of your data that will be helping you to tell the story about a particular model, right? Maybe a regression model, logistic regression model, or anything with respect to the forecasting model, right? Anything with respect to the neural network. Neural network is basically a contribution of the life science. It's a nature inspired algorithm, right? Neural network. So you build in the neural network, build some model. Then once you build the model, then you test the model, right? So data that you have collected, some part of the data you use for building the model, some part of the data you use for testing the model. This is a basic activity that is happening in terms of a model building exercise through the machine learning related aspect. Now whatever data that you collect, right, data should be free from any error, right? So what could be the error? Error could be a missing value, error could be extra character in the data, right? This could be very unusual figure in the data, right? Suppose you are taking data with respect to income, right? So people normally hesitate to give their income, right? They may be giving some absurd figure, right? They may not be giving it at all, right? So you may have some kind of missing cases. Then certain times you may also feel there are some outliers, right? What is an outlier? What is the missing value? I am going to discuss a little later. But for the time being, please see, these are few of the things that are needed in terms of data cleansing and the pre-processing before actually you get ready for your particular statistical or machine learning based model. Okay. Now, one thing you might not have heard of this case, right? This is like outlier, but this is something called as influential cases, right? What is an influential case? Let's say you are sitting in the table, so there may be one person who is relatively influential in the sense, maybe when it comes to the decision making or a group task is given to you, maybe one of you take the lead and then take the discussion ahead. So that's the influential case. So then influential cases are sometimes very powerful. They may sometimes lead the discussion in a positive way. They may lead the discussion in a negative way. I just give you one small example. Somebody is collecting data with respect to, let us say, the minimum support price for the agricultural item, right? You know that certain goods, certain commodities are given minimum support price, rice, wheat, right? There are some other commodities that are given pulses, right? Now, whether minimum support price scheme of the government of India is really helping the farmers to get more revenue is the question, right? So now what you need to do, you have to design a survey, you have to go to the field, collect the data from there, right? Then you need to come to a conclusion with your analysis, right? Now assuming that, forget about the data analysis, before the data collection itself, you go to a particular village, okay? Let us say you go to Jagatiyal for turmeric, right? I think some of you may be from that area, right? So I basically into agriculture, so I take into consideration a lot of agricultural commodities. So of course for turmeric there is no MSP, right? So now you go there, then let us say you ask something with respect to how is minimum support price for paddy or for wheat is helping farmers. So you just take a discussion by calling some farmers from here and there, and you discuss, and in the meantime you find that among the group of people there is also Sarpanch who is a farmer, right? The Sarpanch is also a farmer. Now you can imagine the dynamics, right? The dynamics will change. Even though they have something against the government, they will not disclose. They will not disclose because they may be supporting the government decision. They will not be disclosing. What does this mean? This means the person who is with some power is an influential person. So if you want to have the data by taking the influential person into the analysis, your data analysis may be little biased, because people will be trying to say something that should satisfy the Sarpanch or any other elected candidate, right? So they will be saying something that will be pleasing the person who is sitting in the group. So similar is the case. If there is a group leader will be saying something, then others also should should say in the similar lines, maybe positive, maybe negative, like how we go for a group discussion. So this is actually the influential case. So in the influential case need not be like an outlier, it is slightly different than the outlier. So what is influential case, what is outlier, all these things I will systematically discuss, okay? So your idea will be more clear, but there are some statistical things that I will be using. So there life science people basically they, if I am not completely wrong, many of the life science people, they don't really deal with the numbers, right? So they are from CVG background and this is from PCM background. So a lot of, but of course now a lot of doctors are showing interest for the analytics. They are again going back and learning analytics, and this is all mix of that. So some of you may not be into analytics, may not be into quantitative techniques. So there wherever you have any doubt or something, probably you can tell me, I'll make it more clear. So the data, then the data will have these issues. So it should be accurate, right? Then it should be complete, right? Should have complete information. Data should have the consistency, right? So that means we have the reliability. Consistency means the reliability. So how to calculate the reliability, I'm going to discuss a little later. Then it should be timely, right? You should take into consideration the update of the data, right? As and when the new data comes in, you have to modify your model or the statistical estimation. Then it should be unique, right? That means whenever you are doing something with respect to the research, basically the data should be unique. If you have some updates in the data set, you can probably modify it. And validity of the data, it should represent a real world situation. The data should represent the real world situation, because you are going to solve a particular problem with respect to the data analysis. There is one thing, though it may not be relevant for all the times, but people, those who are capturing data through the instrument at the time of the survey, right? So many of our data analysis is dependent on the survey data, right? I believe all of you must have little bit of information with respect to the research methodology, right? How the data are collected. Data can be collected through the survey. Data can be collected through focused group discussion. Data can be collected through secondary data that is available at the government website, Reserve Bank, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Cooperation, Ministry of Finance, right? Or maybe SEBI, those who are doing some analysis with respect to finance, and your things with respect to the scientific things, maybe with the DST, something may be available, right? You need to search for the organization and think of it. Of course, we have an incubation center in the life science. Maybe if your time permits, you can also go there. What kind of research they are doing, if you have any possible collaboration that you can do there, because many of the companies are from pharmaceutical companies or life science based companies. So you can also think of visiting that place. Maybe you can put a word to sir can probably help you. So whenever you are going for the data at the survey level, then you can be little careful with respect to the survey, right? So what does this mean? This means those who have gone for the survey, you might have seen we capture little bit of demographic information. What is the name? Name is not needed, of course. You can collect, let us say, but sometimes it may be needed. Let us say you are checking somebody's health profile and how he or she is prone to certain problems. Name may be needed because, you know, in the life science at least, you may have to have a multiple visit, right? So multiple visit. So if you don't know the name or something, some identifiable information, you cannot really visit, and you cannot mix the blood group of person A with the blood group of person B, right? They should be unique, right? You cannot really mix, then that's a problem. So the time series data with respect to the multiple visits, if you keep, then you may need some demographic information, but tentatively we don't need name. We take age and the gender, then certain times educational qualification, then maybe the income level. Certain questions will be asking with respect to demographic, then you jump to your research questions. This is what is the normal survey. But now in that case, there are certain things you may feel that certain questions are little sensitive questions. Let us say, for instance, if you ask income, nobody would like to give the income, you know, that explicitly. People hesitate to give their income. So then why do you ask what is your income? Rather you ask, you give some you know, code, or use some brackets or some limit and let people tick there. That means you are not exactly asking their income, you are asking people to tick somewhere, and they may be giving a misleading figure, that is okay, but the data is becoming consistent, right? The data is becoming consistent. For instance, somebody's income is 10,000, right? Somebody's income is, let's say, 10,000, or you can say per annum, if you take, let's say 1 lakh, 100,000, right? And somebody's income is, let's say, 10 lakh, right? Somebody's income is, let's say, 10 lakh, right? So now if you take this two, then there is a very wide difference, right? But I say let's say 10 to 20,000, okay, that is code 1, then 20,000 to 40,000, right? This is code 2, and so on. So this is giving you better consistency. This is giving you better consistency in the sense, when you take the internal consistency figure, there is something called Cronbach's alpha. That Cronbach's alpha will be better if you go for a coding like this. But if you go for like this, then what is that is actually affecting? There is something called standard deviation, you may be aware of. So standard deviation is nothing but x minus x bar whole square, then summation divided by number of observations and the square root, right? If you have the frequency, just multiply frequency, or if you have midpoint, you just multiply midpoint and calculate x minus x bar square, then divided by n, sum you take and then take the square root. So the square of this standard deviation is nothing but your variance. This is basically your variance. You just square it. Sometimes you need the variance, sometimes you need the standard deviation. Standard deviation basically tells us the average fluctuation between observation to observation. Average fluctuation between observation to observation. So that way you can go for, if you take this particular thing, I am just giving one example, you please try to correlate with your data, with your understanding. In case you want a little bit more information, please tell me, I will be able to clear, but I may not be able to tell you what exactly you do in your research, right? I hope you understand, right? So then this is actually a very, very systematic thing. When you are coding, of course, the standard deviation will be very, very controlled. So standard deviation is one powerful thing, and this is called as a parameter. X bar is another parameter. These two parameters are very, very crucial for any statistical, any machine learning based model, right? And please remember, the behind your AI, it is all mathematical algorithm, nothing else is working there. So unless you know little bit of algorithm, of course, you can use AI companion, ChatGPT, Gemini, other things are available, you can use it. But if you would like to little bit know how things are happening, then you have no choice but to learn certain things with respect to the mathematical models or the statistical models, right? Anyway, whether it is needed for you or not, that is up to you to decide, but I am just giving you the perspective, right? And yes, yeah, please. Standard deviation is more controlled in the sense, you see the dispersion here. Of course, I am not able to show you the data now. Let us say this is your income. So this income, somebody's income is, let us say, 1 lakh per annum, and somebody's income is 10 lakh per annum, right? So now you have some hundreds of responses, right? That hundreds of responses you will have, and you can find out the standard deviation, right? Now instead of doing that, what I am telling you, that you please have a code like this. So if you have this, there are instances where people will not be responding. You will have blank cases. Are you getting my point? When there are blank cases, how to deal with the blank cases? How to deal with the blank cases? They are the missing cases. So how to deal with the missing cases? Are you going to completely remove them from the analysis, or you are going to keep them in the analysis? If you remove them in the analysis, then your sample size will reduce. If you keep them in the analysis, there are missing cases, you have to treat the missing cases, right? But when you keep this particular code in the instrument itself, people will not be hesitating to tick somewhere. If you ask me, what is your income? I may not tell you explicitly, but if you give me a range, I feel more comfortable to give you a tick. That is the point here. It may give you a better sample. That we need to see. If you have the data, we can check it, right? So if you code like this, first of all, one thing that you need to see, that your survey should give you a good data set, right? At least that you agree, it will give a good data set. In case you have a code, people will not hesitate to tick somewhere rather than giving a blank. Let us stick to that point now, and if there is further discussion, maybe we can talk. Okay, so for the time being, at least your code is going to give better data, right? Sensitive data can be controlled by a code. People will not hesitate to tick a code, so that is where your questionnaire or the instrument should not have many open-ended questions, right? The questionnaire or the instrument or whatever discussion that you are having, right? I'll say, what do you think the current war between Israel and America versus Iran is going to have on the fuel price, on the gold? So don't you think not everybody can respond to this question? Not everybody can respond to this question. But if I say, do you think gold price will increase? People will tick. Are you getting my point? It's all logical. There's nothing, superficial. So do you think fuel price is going to increase? One more tick. But if you ask, please describe the situation, how many people can give the description? This is what exactly is the point. Maybe, as you said, how it is impacting variable to variable by this coding. If everybody has given the data, right, and you have a code, it may not be very controlled, but at least it will help you to get better data, right? So that's the critical point actually in the survey. I hope it's clear to all of you. Any further questions? It's a good point. You need to see the analysis. I cannot really say now because I don't have the data, right? My point is how to generate the better data. In case you are going for a survey, anything, you go for your case with respect to the medical history of an individual or a patient data in a hospital, whatever, you just do it, try to see how it is actually affecting your data analysis, right? And after all, the data analysis that you are doing is not actually exactly for an individual, it is aggregate analysis, right? It's aggregate analysis. Now, if you want to particularly find somebody's eating habit and all that, you have to have the time series data. You cannot have the survey data. You have to have the time series data, and for that you may have to lot of integrity in the process. You may not disclose the identity of the person, who is the person, what is the weight, how things are changing, right? In a typical pharmaceutical case or a hospital case, this is another type of dimension. We are not into basically that research, but we do research with respect to time series data, right? I think one simple thing maybe I can probably tell you, one of our professors in the life science, he took burnt oil, that means the oil that has been used multiple times for frying something, okay? And then another point in time, he took the fresh oil, right? So he had two sets of rabbits in his farm, in his house, okay? So one set of rabbit were given the fried items and that are freshly prepared with the fresh oil, and the other rabbits were given the fried items from the burnt oil, right? Now after some time, he saw there is a drastic change in the cholesterol level of the rabbit who took the burnt oil in their intake. So this is actually one thing that you can probably see in the long run, right? So in certain cases, I'm just trying to correlate your requirement. So there you can think of, if you have any further problem in your mind, you want a little bit of more discussion, please bring it to my notice. I'm happy to help you. So these are the few things that we need to take into consideration with respect to the instrument, or wherever there is a possibility to control the data quality, that you have to be very careful, right? So one thing is, one thing that we basically say, doing the things right for the first time and every time. It's a concept by the quality management, doing the things for the first time and every time. So try to minimize the error as early as possible and at the beginning itself, because once there is an error, then it will be multiplied in the process, right? What I say, what you understand, and what you message to others, there could be difference. So we should be consistent, and the consistency will be giving you a higher data reliability, right? So these are the few steps. Maybe with the shortage of time, I just skip this. You can just go through, and slowly you will be coming to know. In case you have any queries or something, you can probably send an email. I have given my email there, and the presentation also will be available to you. So don't worry for that. Then data quality improvement. So these are the few things I have already spoken. Let me get into one by one, and there are few statistical stuff maybe you have to keep in mind. So data cleansing, this is purely a theoretical class. Please let me tell you, this is purely a theoretical class. You may have a practical class by somebody else. Okay. So in terms of the data cleansing, certain times you should keep your variable with the appropriate length, right? So that means, what is the appropriate length of the variable? Let's say income, right? Are you going to write the complete income, INCOME, or INCOM? That is okay for you. So that you need to decide. What is that is the size of the variable. Then it should, while entering the data, you should be very consistent. There may be data edit. There you can edit it. If you are putting in the spreadsheet, in the Excel sheet, you should have the variable. Then normally what we do is, variables we keep on the column, and the case or the observation we keep in the rows, right? Now if there is a need for transposing, you can transpose. What is the transpose? Row becomes column, column becomes row, right? If there is a need, that also you can do. So it shouldn't have the special character, extra space, especially if you do in Python, extra space, a comma, missing space, all those will not be taken into account. So you as a researcher, because Python doesn't have a brain, any software doesn't have a brain. I think you appreciate that, right? So we as the researcher need to tell the machine, this is a wrong character. You don't count it. Or if at all you are declaring this is a missing value, then you have to do one thing, you have to message, you have to inform the machine that it is a none, or means it is a missing case. Now if you want to replace the missing case, there are some treatment available that I will be showing it to you, right? Wherever there are difficulties you are not following, please let me and stop me, I should have little more discussion. So then duplicate variable, the cases may be repeating, right? If it is a time series data, cases may repeat. If it is not a time series data, basically we talk about the two types of data. One is cross-sectional, and the other one is time series. If you add them together, that becomes panel. This becomes panel data. That means 10 people are being interviewed for 10 years. 10 people are being interviewed for 10 years. Let us say sometimes we are also inquisitive to know what our students are doing. So that means every year you have to get some data from the students, right? So 10 years data from 100 people, and it has to be same. Now if you change the sample, then it cannot be panel data. It cannot be panel data because sample changes, right? If you keep the sample, then it becomes panel data. So there are methods available for this kind of analysis. Okay, normally for the life science, people use logistic regression, decision trees, of course panel, linear regression, but linear regression has a very little use because life sciences variables are mostly stochastic, probabilistic. Okay, it cannot be deterministic. Like somebody consuming liquor is going to have the complication. Not necessarily, right? You can say likely. It may likely to lead to some complication, right? So that way it can lead to some more kind of complicated model, and you can go through it, right? So duplicate variables you may. Yeah, this is what cross-sectional data. Suppose you are available here for the time being. I want to take some data. How is the program going on? What is your feedback on the program, right? Strongly disagree to strongly agree. Classes are happening fine. It is happening on time. The stops are given very contemporary. You are able to understand. Then I'll give strongly disagree, strongly agree, strongly disagree, then neutral, then agree, then strongly agree. So I'll give you that scale. You tick, 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 cross-sectional. If this data, let us say I'm taking the class for the next 5 days or 4 days, and you take my case, then that becomes time series data. So now this group, I'm the person, collected data for 5 days becomes panel data, right? So methods are different for different types of data, right? So you cannot have the same analysis for the panel data as you are doing for the cross-sectional data. So majority of the data set is basically cross-sectional unless you are repeatedly doing it for some time period. I told you, no, how the rats are developing cholesterol level. This is not one day data. One day, you cannot get this information in one day. You have to wait for a few months because cholesterol is not going to, I consume something today, do you really think it will increase my cholesterol? May not. It may take some time. If I consume for several days, it may happen. Once in a time you are going to the market eating something, do you really think it will create some problem? Not necessarily. You may have to wait for some time. So if you repeat this data, this is also called as longitudinal data, that is also time series data. So longitudinal data plus cross section, if you add them together, that becomes panel data, right? Is it clear? At least some data type and how do you need to deal the data with, right? Then sometimes you may need to have invalid cases that you need to remove, right? But the question comes here, if the data size is very big, how do you treat it? There are codes available. You can go to Python, you can use that. Let's say SpyPark, there's something you can use there, it will do it. If you treat the missing data, say replace the missing value to 999 or replace the missing value by NaN. So that means the machine will be treating that those data are not available for analysis. Otherwise machine doesn't have a brain, right? Of course, we are just trying to bring more layer, right? So let us say, assume that there is a hospital and there is a person who is from well-to-do families is coming as a patient, and there is a person who is coming from very humble family. Then there is a robot who is checking it. Then robot should not permit the person who is from well-to-do family by not permitting the other person. What does this mean? Robot is capturing your image. Image is sent to the server. Server is checking your details. Who is the person? What is his income? Okay, so that code should be written in such a way that income should not be a parameter in a typical hospital situation. You have to bring that code into the robot itself, which is the machine learning algorithm. So robot can take your image, any other person's image or the patient's image. The robot should not compare the images. The person is coming from a rich family, the person is coming from a humble family or the poor family. The robot should not have a kind of bias. It should take equally, because under the hospital situation, everybody is equal. You got my point? This is called as responsibility of the algorithm. So we are bringing maybe little advanced, those who are little interested, you can get into this is called a responsive AI, right? That is RAI, right? So that means you are bringing code to the system. Or to give one more quick example, let us say a doctor is performing a surgery through the robot. Doctor is performing a surgery through the robot. So robot is available, doctor is available, doctors' teams are available, they are around the patient, doctor is performing the surgery, but not by really touching the patient, doctor is performing the surgery through the robot. Now, certain times, if there is, let us say there is anesthesia given, of course, to the patient for major surgeries, right? Now, if there is a deep cut or something somewhere by the robot, then patient will not be coming to know, but it may lead to further complications. The patient may die also. Now, before cutting little extra, right? Because robot is not going to feel the pain of the human being. Now, the doctor can feel that, right? Now, the doctor should feel whether the robot is cutting little extra cell or something. Then what code will be there? There will be a code that will be written in such a way. Do I have the permission to cut extra? Then doctor should say yes. Then robot should continue. Otherwise, doctor may, the robot may kill a patient, right? So this is called as human intervention. This is called as human intervention. No matter how best AI that you are using, so it should have some flexibility for the human for intervening. Otherwise, it may lead to further complication. Are you getting my point? So this means you are adding more features, more layers to a standard code. If I little say with respect to the AI. So these are the few things that you need to take into consideration with respect to the data cleansing. So secondly, data coding, I think I have already told you in this particular case, you have already noted it. Certain times there may be need for merging the files, right? You may have a different data set, you can merge it, right? Two different data set you can merge, you can restructure by transposing, row becomes column, column becomes row, right? That is also needed. Certain times you may have to sort the data. All of you may have some idea in Excel sheet, either you put in the ascending order, you put in the descending order. Certain times you may need to collect the data with respect to a selection, right? So let us say somebody comes in, let us say Vice Chancellor is coming in, and he would like to take a couple of feedback from you. How the classes are going on, how the program is going on. As a chief of the university, he has every right to ask. Now, rather than asking all of you, he can probably go somewhere and ask, what do you think is the program going on? How is the program going on? Are you happy with the program? Because they may be expecting this program to be held maybe later point in time. So he is not going to ask to all of you. If I believe there are 25 people here, he will not be asking 25 people. He may ask 1 or 2%. Are you getting my point? So that means sometimes you may need to select the data. But what percentage selection is needed and what is the requirement of the model, that you need to think about it. Okay. So a little bit of machine learning thing, if you say, basically we take 80% of the data for the model and 20% of the data for the validation. So what is 80%? Let us say you have collected data from 100 people, right? What is 80% of 100? 80 people. 80 people data will be used for the model building. Now the question comes, who are those 80 people? Are you taking sequentially, or you are taking any random order, or is there any preference? Who are those 80 people? You have to define. So let us assume that 80 people have been decided. Now 80 people's data will be used for a model building. Now the 20% data you have not touched. That 20% data, now when the model is ready, you have to pass this data through that model. Now you have to see the accuracy. If you get good accuracy, then you can say your model is a robust model. Otherwise, it is not. Then you have to again do some exercise. Do you need more data? Please collect. Do you need more data for the training? Take 10% from here, add it here, 90%, 10% for validation, right? Or cut down the data from 80% to 70%, add it to the testing. That exercise, as a researcher, we can do it, depending on our requirement. Yes. Rule of thumb is 80-20, 80-20. There is no rule of thumb actually. If you strictly tell you, there are some citations I have given. There is no rule of thumb as such. But 80-20 is mostly practiced. 80-20 is mostly practiced. But what is 80%? You can take randomly. You can take randomly, right? But in case of time series, you can probably take first 80, last 20, or first 20, last 80. That you can do. But in case of cross-sectional data, the data that have been collected at a particular point in time, you can have a random selection. Otherwise, let us say somebody comes in, would like to take some feedback, and that person knows you, coming to you for the feedback. So you will be telling what that person would like to hear. Yes or no? You will be telling something, oh, it's fantastic, classes are happening fine, everybody is happy, we are all learning enough, right? All this kind of thing you will be saying because that person knows you, you know the person, you will be telling something where you will be getting some satisfaction. You will not be telling something where you will be feeling bad about it. But if a unknown person will be giving right feedback. You don't know, you don't have any interest further, you don't have any relationship. I mean business. I don't know who you are. Classes are happening fine or not, you please tell me. You know me, I know you is immaterial. That's ruled out, right? So this is what you need to decide. Yeah. Okay, it's a good question actually. Though there is no rule of thumb for the accuracy, normally for the business, we are up to 90%, 95%. But for medical cases, you should be very particular, maybe 99%. So how many of you feel what COVID vaccine we have taken is really a good one? I think this is a question I am posing before you because you are all from life science. The COVID vaccine that we have taken, how many of you really think it is a standard medicine that you have taken and that has really worked on us? What is your perspective? Can I have one feedback at least? I am not suggesting anything. I am just bringing perspective. Covaxin, Covishield, Pfizer. Pfizer could not be transported because of the logistics issues. We only had two medicines, two vaccines. Covaxin, Covishield. What do you think? Let us discount the brands. What do you think? The medicine or the vaccines have really worked on us, or it is the placebo effect that has given us the courage to come out of the trauma, is my question. You understood the point? So I tell you, it's the average medicine you have taken. Very, very average, right? Majority of the people, clinically I have not gone through, sir. Quality person, I teach quality management. If I tell you that perspective, we basically go for, if you say quality, 3 sigma translates into 99.73% probability. This is nothing but 0.27%, which is 0.0027, right? 0027 point, this is actually translating into 2700 out of 1 million. Right? Please see, this is a very, very standard figure. 2700 people out of 1 million people, 1 million means 10 lakh people, 2700 people will not be having, will be having problem with this vaccine, right? Is a huge number for a country like India, right? Is a huge number for a country like India. Just multiply 150 crore, you'll see the number. I don't know because time is short. So now, please see, no company has come to this level also. They are all 80 to 90%, right? So they are 2 sigma level, less than 2 sigma level. 2 sigma talks about 95.45%. no medicine also came to this level, right? They are with 1 to 2 sigma, somewhere 1.645 sigma, somewhere in between 80%. Is at all and not a good medicine, right? How many of us came out of the trauma with our own strength? Need to be investigated. If there is a point, please investigate. You can do it because we are not into that, right? How many of us came out of the trauma, that COVID-19 situation, out of our own inner strength and the psychological strength need to be investigated, right? Because the medicine that we have taken or the vaccine that we have taken is absolutely a poor quality medicine. If I come to that way in the business sense, because 80% efficacy is nothing for us. 80% efficacy is absolutely a wrong medicine, right? Please think about, nothing against anyone, I just thought to give you the perspective. So that way, what do you think is the right accuracy? At least this accuracy, 95% accuracy. 95% basically used in the business. Pharmaceutical, you may need more than that. So there is no standard figure here, but depends on your research question. What is accuracy that you need, right? So I just gave you some perspective, but the pharmaceutical example I have given just to give you some perspective, nothing against any company or so, right? Okay, so now let us move further. Then the data transformation. This is one interesting thing here, especially people from life science may not be aware of certain things like, you can go for some transformation. That transformation basically you can either move forward, right, the data, right? Let us say in the certain times, if a small example I can give you, let us say what is the price of petrol today, right? What is the price of petrol tomorrow, right? Now you as an individual, you as a customer have some impression that there is a war going on, price may increase by 10 rupees or so. That's a prediction. But if I ask you to go for actual prediction, right, you can take last 10 years of data and you can have the trend, the seasonal fluctuation and so on and so forth to have a model. But if I don't do that, if you don't do that, you can simply say from your experience, this is what is going to happen. Maybe I'm paying 100 rupees today, since there is a war going on between Israel and Iran, so most likely it may increase by some amount because it's Middle East and we get a lot of crude oil from the Middle East. So this is what is the perception. But if you want to justify through your data, you may need to little see by seeing the future by taking your data to the next level. So that is how you can do that. Certain times you may have to rank the data, right? Certain times you may have to missing data has to be replaced, right? That is how you can do some kind of a restructuring. Certain times you can bring the dummy data. What is dummy data? Gender. Gender is a dummy data, right? Gender can have the values either male or female. So in the data analysis, because your data needs quantitative value, so you need to say gender, then male has to be 1 or 0, then female has to be 0 or 1. Then it will be executed. Otherwise, the model will not be executing because it doesn't understand the alphabets. You have to transform. This is called as encoding. So you have to code it, right? So when you code it, then data becomes completely numerical. So then you can do some analysis. So then data reduction. So this is one interesting thing here. So data reduction, why do we go for the data reduction? If I come back to your question now, once again revisiting this. So what happens here? The data that you have is basically the raw data. The data that you have basically is the raw data. If I take the raw data in terms of x, right, that may be x1, that may be x2 and so on up to xn, they're all raw data. Something may be gender, something maybe you can say income, something your sugar level, your BP level, this level, that level, you take that, and finally you can say diabetic. Okay, so yes, then no, right? So that means what should be this pattern to tell you this particular aspect. So what should be the sugar level to be taken to declare a person is prone to diabetic, right? That you need to figure out. I'm not very sure, maybe since you are from life science, you can have some answer to this. So you have to find it out. So what happens is sometimes when you have the data, right, they are actually your raw data. Raw data. Raw data means there will be a lot of anomalies in the data. They will not be very, very consistent data like income. I've already shown you. So when you go for a standardization, data becomes more consistent, right? So how can you standardize the data? There are two ways by which you can standardize the data. One is called as Z-score. What is Z-score? Your raw data minus your mean divided by standard deviation. This is your raw data. This is your average of all the data that you have taken. If you have little confusion, take X bar, right? This is sample average, this is standard deviation of the average. So you have a score called Z-score. Whatever example I was giving you, it is actually based on the Z-score, right? There is a table called normal table. I think some of you may be aware of the normal distribution table. So please go through the normal distribution table. Maybe during lunch also you can ask me, I'll just little guide you. So this, if you want to use a statistical table, you need to convert your data to a standard form, right? So this says if Z-score is varying in between -1 to +1, your area covered will be 68.27%. Then -2 to +2, the area covered I have already told there, 95.45%. Then -3 to +3, it will be covering 99.73%. All your COVID vaccines are little higher than this. Okay. So what is happening here is basically when you are standardizing the data, your data set is becoming more standard. That means becoming more consistent. So consistency is very, very essential in the data analysis. So that is where you should take little time to understand what is really happening with respect to data normalization. This is in fact called as data normalization. So what is normalization? Why it is called as normalization? Because this is raw data. This you are subtracting as the average, dividing by the standard deviation, right? So you are getting the value from -1 to +1. Then 68.27% of the population is covered. Here actually 95.45% population is covered. Here 99.73% population is covered. That means there's a very high probability that all the data points are covered. Because whenever you will be collecting the data, definitely you will not be wanting to waste the data. You will be using the data. So 99.73% means very close to 100%. But for your information, for quality, it's not a very good figure also. Because 0.27 out of 100, 2700 out of 1 million. So it's like, you are giving the medicine to 1 million people, 2700 people are not getting any benefit out of it. So you can multiply with 150 crore population and see what is that the change, right? So that is what you have to see, and you can normalize the data, right? I may be a little faster because we are a little short of time. Then there is another point in time you can probably go for something called feature scaling. That feature scaling is nothing but it's another way of standardizing the data. X minus X minimum divided by X maximum minus X minimum. So that means what is happening here? If X is equal to X minimum, when X is becoming X maximum, what is the value? 1. So a feature scaling also can help you for consistency, and the values will be varying in between 0 and 1 rather than -3 and +3. So this basically is used in neural network in machine learning. So it has limited role, but this is used very, very prominently. Almost all social science research, pharmaceutical research or life science research, people basically use this. But if you are using neural network or XGBoost or little higher order analytical method, you can also use this one, right? So these are the two perspectives that you can use for standardizing or normalizing. One more thing also people take into consideration, when you have many variables that you have taken, right? For instance, for for a typical diabetes patient or someone who is very prone to diabetic, what do you think could be the number of variables? Maybe more than 10? More than 10? Sugar level, BP level, any other vitals, what is that, triglyceride or something. I am not very familiar with those terms. So stress level, you can have more than 10 of the things. But out of those 10 things, what are the 2 or 3 critical things that a diabetes patient or any individual should be careful of, right? So possibly stress. Stress may have more effect than the sugar, right? Because stress is very dangerous. It may lead to high BP and heart fail and all that kind of stuff. So you have to see. Then in that case, what you can do is you can condense your data. You can shrink your data. Though you have collected large amount of data, but you can still shrink your data. How? There is a technique called as principal component analysis. The technique called principal component analysis. What this analysis will be doing is, it will be condensing the data size, right? Maybe you can say sugar level and triglyceride, some other parameter, you can club them to one parameter, taking as glucose level. Condensing the variable. No, not the cases. Not the cases. Condensing the variable. Right? You are condensing the variable means you are shrinking the number of variable. Because why it is needed? Because a decision maker need to have few controllable variable, not many variables. You take many variables, you don't know which one to be controlled. Incremental progress is very much essential. So if you want to do that, you can condense the data, and there is a technique called principal component analysis that you can probably go through at a later point in time. But please remember, if your data is very small, not many variables are there, this method may not be helpful. You don't use this particular method because it is not needed there. Then normality check, I think I have already spoken. So the reliability check, this is one thing that you can probably remember. This talks about internal consistency of your data, right? So the formula, those who are interested, you can probably see it. Otherwise, what we can take basically 70% is the internal consistency taken to be okay in the social science research, but for medical science research and all that, you may have to see whether 70% is okay or you need to have more than 70%, 80%, 90%, whatever. But please remember, higher consistency may lead to overfitting of the model, right? When you have higher consistency, your model may or may not be very scientific, right? So majority of the cases, according to Higher and others, 70% of the Cronbach's alpha, even for the medical science, is also fine. So you can vary up to maybe 80% or 90%, that is okay, but more than 90%, it may lead to a lot of multi-collinearity. Any idea what is multi-collinearity? Multi-collinearity, it is something like diabetes is a function of sugar level, BP level, other factors, stress and so on. Now, in between sugar level and BP, if there is a correlation, right? So that means I am trying to find whether a person is going prone to diabetes is a factor of sugar level, BP level, some other vitals, stress and so on and so forth. So now I find there is a high correlation between sugar level and the BP level. They are independent, but there is a high correlation. So in such a case, your internal consistency figure will be very high, right? But the model will be overfitting. So what is the good thing here? Either you can take, I am just giving one instance. Please don't take me as granted because I am not aware of diabetes, what are the controlling factors. So sugar level or the BP level, you take one of them. Other if you take both of them, because one can be perceived as a dependent variable within that model. That means model within the model, right? Which is not permitted in statistics or in the machine learning. You should not use such things which will be giving you high multi-collinearity. So multi-collinearity should be avoided. So what is the good way? Take the correlation. If you find they are highly correlated, take either of the two. Don't use both of them. Very simple case. You will have the answer for there. You got my point? You got my point? How to do that? Mean you have to control it. That is, you take one variable, run the model, take two variable, run the model. If you find very high correlation for both the things, discount one variable, keep one variable, right? I am giving you the perspective. Please, don't take me as advocating for replacing sugar level with the BP level, because I do not know that, right? So because I have no idea, right? You have to see that part. right? So I just gave you a perspective, right? Either you take one of them, if you take both of them, you will be very happy. You will be very happy because model is 99% accurate. You are a researcher. So this is my model is 99% accurate, right? So somebody should recommend my name for the Nobel, right? So that will not happen, right? Because people will say there are hundreds of questions will be coming. Your model is have lot of multicollinearity. Why you didn't check it, right? So that is another scientific researcher will be coming. You have a lot of multicollinearity in the model. Why you didn't check it? And you are saying you are claiming your model is the best model. So these are the criticism you should be careful of. Anyway, so let us proceed further. Then you have the model related check. I think the couple of things also I have told you. I think immediately it came multicollinearity. So multicollinearity part you need to address. So what is the best way to address it? Go for a correlation table. Wherever you find that there is a high correlation, now you take either one of them and build the model. Take both of them, build the model. Incrementally build the model. Means y is a function of x1, x2, x3. Build a model with x1. Build a model with x2. Build a model with x3. Build a model with x1, x2. Build a model with x2, x3. Build a model with x1, x3. Build a model by taking all of them. This is called as step regression. You are incrementally progressing with your steps. Now, which is the best model that you as a researcher need to identify? And also, since we are all from educational fraternity, we have to justify through the literature, right? Because we have not gone to that level where we say something, people will accept us, right? So maybe we may have to justify. This is what people have done, a Nobel laureate has done. I am just trying to support my argument with his argument. So people will accept. You got my point? In research, right? All of you are the researchers, so you may be knowing, right? So that is one point. The one most important point here is, I think some of the further speakers will be talking on that. Those who will be talking to you on the prediction, model building. There is a point called homoscedasticity, right? So what is homoscedasticity? If I can quickly tell you on a two-dimensional chart, the homoscedasticity is something, you have a model, let us say simple model, y is equal to mx plus c, y is equal to mx plus c, right? So this is a simple straight line equation. All of you might have seen in the 10th class or intermediate, right? Even though you do not have mathematical background, simple regression equation, right? So what happens here? This is the line starts from here. This is your m and this is your c, right? Simple straight line equation. The same concept is in the regression, nothing else. Same concept we are talking in the regression. M is the coefficient, right? So what is happening here? I build the model. What is the model means? Line. There are values, right? There are values. What are these dots? These dots are my data. These dots are my data. But what is the guarantee that the line will be passing through every data? There is no guarantee. How the data will be passing or how the line will be passing? The line will be passing through an algorithm by minimizing the error. So that means some points above the line, some points below the line, plus minus, plus minus, plus minus, eventually it may be very, very close to 0. That's the model, right? So when you find this particular model, then you predict it. When you predict it, what is the error? This is the error. This is actual, this is prediction. Actual minus prediction is the error. So this is your error, right? Now what you need to do, have one more chart. This is, let's say, your x and this is your error, right? So when you plot it, let's say, what do you see from this chart? This is your predictor, sugar level, BP level, something. This is your error, whether a person is going to be diabetic or not going to be diabetic. Error, some error. Now I have plotted them in a two-dimensional graph, and this is what is the chart I got. What do you see? What pattern you see from here? This is basically called as a scatter plot. This is basically called as a scatter plot. What do you see from there? exactly is the point. For the structure, funnel like structure. So if you get a funnel like structure, this principle gets violated, and that is called as heteroscedasticity. Homoscedasticity, heteroscedasticity. So before you go for building your model, this has to be checked, right? This has to be checked. I think someone who will be discussing predictive analytics down the line will be talking, but please remember, if you have any further queries, maybe you can keep it and ask there. In case you would like to know more from me, you can probably send an email. I'll be definitely happy to help you. Okay. Now there are a few more things before we close. The missing values. I believe things are self-explanatory. You are getting some insight out of it. How to manage your data, how to manage your missing values, how to manage your outliers. These are the few things we are discussing. By the end of the class, you should have fair information about dealing with these things. Okay. So we have 15 minutes. I believe in 15 to 20 minutes we will close the class. Okay. Hopefully that is okay for all of you. Okay. Okay. Now comes in the missing value. Okay. So what is the missing value? What is your understanding about the missing value? The data, something which is not available. The data that is not available. But the question comes here, why is the data not available? Right? People are hesitating to give the response. Why are the people hesitating to give the response? This is in quality we say why analysis. You go why, how many times until you have no answer. This is called as why analysis. So now the question comes here, please remember, we don't have control on the data quality, right? So that is where we are little handicapped. Whether it is a social science research or a pharmaceutical research or the life science research, we are little handicapped when it comes to the response. But anyway, keeping that aside, irrespective of the data quality, there will be some missing cases, right? Now the question comes before you that what is that particular missing case? There will be some missing cases that you cannot really predict, unpredictable. You cannot have any pattern. They're purely random. They're called as missing completely at random. That is called as missing completely. There are some cases where you can probably predict. Let us say there is a person who is very highly educated, right? And you collect the data, right? The people who are highly educated or above graduate, they have defrauded the loans taken from a bank, right? People who are less than graduate, they have not defrauded the loan taken from a bank. Now what is your correlation? Education level has led to defraud or fraud in terms of a loan. That's the hypothesis you are drawing. Now the question comes here, if a person is highly educated, is he likely to defraud a loan? Maybe yes, because that's the pattern you have seen. So this can be predictable, but certain times you cannot really predict. So if you cannot really predict, now it is difficult for me to tell what kind of data that you have, whether you can predict or not. But you please remember, certain times you can predict, certain times we cannot predict. So wherever you feel we cannot predict, then what you need to do, you declare the machine that there is a missing data. Now the question comes, what percentage of the missing data is permitted in the data analysis? Maybe 5% or 10%. I have given some references that you can probably note it. Okay. Now these are some of the references I have given. You can probably see. See here. I think somewhere I must have mentioned here. 5% is negligible. You don't worry for that. Then 5 to 20% manageable, right? More than 20%, you need to maybe it is actually it's a little serious concern. You may have to take more data or need to do something with respect to the data imputation. Okay. So what is data imputation? Data imputation is that you are replacing the missing values. If you are comfortable by bringing data imputation in your research, because I don't know how far it will be correct for you for the data imputation, because all of you are dealing with the pharmaceutical data or the life science related data. Whether data the data imputation will help you or not, please check. So in case you are going through the data imputation, what you can do is you can if it is less than 5%, please ignore. If it is more than 5% to 10% or something like that, you would like to replace it by something, then if the data is basically your quantitative data, you can replace by mean. The qualitative data, then you can probably replace by mode. Mode is highly occurring data that you can probably replace. Otherwise, certain times you can go for a regression with the existing data, then try to find the value for a particular observation, then you replace. That is also fine, right? But it is a good idea to check the accuracy. Even you though replace the missing value, the accuracy may not change. Please, you try to exercise that part. Certain times you feel if I impute the data, my accuracy may change. It may not really change the accuracy. I cannot tell you right now, but I have seen from my experience with the data imputation, hardly there is any change, right? But you should be careful, and if data imputation is permitted in the medical science research or not, that you need to take a call with the existing literature what you have. Certain times you may also take from the nearest neighborhood. That means we are all sitting together. I have given my income, you have not given your income, so I can probably say my income is also like his income. Or maybe we are 5 people are sitting together, 2 have given their income, 3 have not given their income. You can just replace the values by taking average of the existing 3. That is also permitted. So because this is statistics, you can probably okay. But your domain, what your domain basically says, that you need to be little careful. I think making sense. Then outlier. Okay. So I have told them that 130 will stop. Okay. So you please inform. Okay. And they are all agreed with it. Okay. Because you started a bit late. Then the outlier treatment. So this is also one way of treating the outlier. I've already shown you. When you have a Z transformation of your data, you get the values below -3, above -3. Okay. Below -3 and above -3. So that means that's a potential case for your outlier. In the sense, if I show you like this, so this is, let us say, is your normal distribution. This is your 0, and this is your -2. This is -1. This is -3. This is +1. This is 2. This is 3. So if I take from this to this, -3 to +3. So whatever data remains here, or the cases here, they are outliers. That means you can discount this data and you can discount this particular data. So how to do it? You can have a command state -3 and below is an outlier, +3 and above are outliers. That means they will not be taken into consideration in your data analysis. And in the process, what is the coverage? 99.73% of the data are covered. So you are not ignoring the large chunk of the data, because only 27 points out of 10,000 points you are missing. So that means more or less everybody is taken in the analysis, right? So that is one thing that you can take. The another thing is that there is one more thing that you can take into consideration by taking the quartile. Okay, what is a quartile? Quartile is basically dividing the data into 4 parts. Dividing the data into 4 parts, 2 parts. Q1 basically is a quartile 1. Q1 is a quartile 1, that is actually a statistical estimation that divides the data into 25 into 75. Then Q2 basically 50-50, right? Then you have Q3 divides the data into 75 into 25, right? So that means what is happening? If you take the difference between Q1 and Q3, that is basically called as interquartile range, right? So that is also another way by taking this into account. Quartile 1 minus 1.5 times interquartile range, then quartile 3 plus 1.5 times interquartile range. Quartile means it is quartile 2 is nothing but your median. Quartile 2 means it's a median, divides the data into 50-50, right? So when you do that, you get some value. If the values are either below or above, you can say data is an outlier. Okay, so these are the 2 ways, especially that to take in statistics for declaring what is an outlier. So what is that in your sense can be an outlier, right? Maybe, as I said, you are doing this particular hypothesis test. Smoking is causing some complications, right? Then you are taking smoker and non-smoker. Certain times you may find that some irrelevant data that may not be essential can be like an outlier. So probably you can keep aside. If a business sense, if I say, let us say you are doing some market analysis with respect to the forecasting or something, so you take income, so very large income group you keep aside, very low income group you keep aside, you take the average income group somewhere from -3 to +3 standard deviation, then you go for your experimentation, right? Now one more case here particularly that I'll be telling, I think hopefully we should be able to close with that. There's something called as influential statistics, okay? So for the influential statistics, I have taken basically three things. One is called as Mahalanobis distance, okay? Mahalanobis distance, this is actually one higher order statistical. There are 2 to 3 things I'll be talking, then we'll close. So this particular distance, what it will be doing is, if you get a particular value which is more than 10, then you can declare a particular case is an influential case. As I told you earlier, you go for some data collection, and there is by default you have a very powerful person in the group. So that means people will be talking what that person will be talking, right? As I told you earlier, that if you know somebody, then that person will be saying what you would like to listen, right? For instance, if I ask you, how are you? You say, good, because I don't want to hear bad. No, I am not fine. Who is saying that? Nobody is saying. Because to control that particular explanation, no, what happened? Then somebody will ask, no, I am not fine. What happened? Right? Then if any problem, you need some help, then question will further, go beyond. Which you may not like. You say simply, no, I am fine. Then stops. Everything stops there. So in such a case, you may need this particular statistic, and I have given here, this is your raw data, this is your average, you take the transpose, then you take the covariance matrix, then you again take the raw data, then the average, if you multiply them, take the square root, you get the value. That value is more than 10, that means a particular case is an influential case. So now the question comes, how to deal with the influential case? Remove from the data analysis. You keep aside that person, right? Or it is a record or a person or anything that you keep aside, do the analysis. Why? This one person will be misleading your entire analysis, because statistics says on average. Statistics is not for one person. Statistics is the aggregate analysis, right? So smoking causes cancer. It is aggregate analysis. One person has died once in a blue moon, you cannot say smoking causes cancer. Several people might have died with smoking or alcohol, then you are saying this hypothesis, right? One person facing some difficulty, you cannot really say that this is a hypothesis, because you have to justify and you have to validate, right? So that is where this is one thing that you can take into account. Then there is one more, that is Cook's distance, relatively simple here. This is your prediction. This is your prediction with deleting a particular observation. Then K is nothing but your number of parameters. Then your mean squared error. If you take that particular value will be greater than 1, then you can treat as the outlier or the influential case, right? You can keep it aside. Then the last point, that is leverage value. So the leverage value is something that you need to, for simple linear regression, multiple linear regression, you have 2 different data sets. So what you can do is here, if 2 by n or 3 by n, a particular observation, you take that as an influential case, and in this case, you take p is the number of parameters. If greater than that or 3p by n, then you declare that as an influential case. So missing value, outlier treatment, influential cases treatment, these are the minimum 3 requirements for your model building, pre-processing of the data. So please remember one thing, at least 50% of your time, should be devoted for pre-processing the data, right? Another 50% of the time you can build your model, whatever model you would like to build, okay? So almost I am coming to an end. These are some of the references. Some of the references you can probably follow, right? In case you are little inquisitive to have some book reference, you can take this book, Professor Dinesh, on business analytics, data driven decision making. Then you can go for, these are some references for the missing data I have said. This is another good book for the multivariate analysis. and of course your domain knowledge, where I am not competent enough to talk. Analytically, these are the few things. So if any quick questions from your end, you can tell me, otherwise you can also discuss during lunch time. I'm available, I'll be having lunch with all of you, you can discuss there, right? So thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope you had some learning from this particular session. I can't really claim that I have given you, lot of insights. You should be, thinking of those things, but little assessment with respect to data management, data, missing treatment, outlet treatment and all that. So I'll feel that I have contributed something to the class. So thank you very much. So I'll be sending you this PDF I'll be uploading. I think they will take care of it. Okay. So I think take much of a time, right? Additional time, 10 to 15 minutes I have taken, right? Thank you.
questions. Since this year we beginning with the lab session itself, I am not giving you some kind of precursor or what is the activity which you are doing for, and most likely during the next session I will come out with the starting points so that it will be easy for you to understand. But since this is a practice session, I will start with an activity, then we will come to know why we have done that activity in the theory session. Now here this activity is basically what you are trying to do here is I am trying to collect some information from you. Basically a data collection process is happening. Now the data is related to your personal things and your educational background and other stuff. So just I am trying to collect some data. Now why we have to collect the data or what is the importance of collecting the data, we will come back to it in the later stage. So if you have opened your email, just keep that email inbox in one window. In the next window or a new tab, please complete this survey. The survey is basically a form is given with some questions. Please try to respond to that questions. You already submitted it? If you already submitted it, let it be. Yeah, please, sir, please. You are not getting it, ma'am, still? Are you not getting that? Yes, please.
I think they have kept in the group, sir. So I have submitted that Google forms.
When did you complete, ma'am?
In the class only they kept in the group, sir. I don't know who has kept and they deleted. These are the students who have also completed.
Okay, that's what I was seeing now here.
28 responses, that's why, sir. Again, I got the material of yours, sir.
Okay, you already received, maybe some of you.
They have not seen, I think.
Okay, then no problem, ma'am. Just hold on. If you're completed, then it's okay. That's what, no, you might have already done in the previous exercise, ma'am. See, this is for the exercise for the previous batch. Now, so maybe you have received that link, ma'am, then you might have completed it. This is an activity exercise for your batch now. This is for this particular batch of participants. So this batch of participants, please try to complete that survey to the maximum extent. One second. You are not logged in, ma'am? Have you logged in with your email account? Can you please log in with your email account once? Your Gmail or any other email, just log in once. Log into your email. Yeah, then please go to the new, once you open your email account, go to the new tab. In the new tab, please enter that particular URL. I'll just show you the URL, 1 second. Yes, sir. Yes. ప్లీజ్ ఎంటర్ చేయండి సార్. యాహూ మెయిల్ అయినా ఓకే సార్, పర్వాలేదు, ఏ మెయిల్ అయినా పర్వాలేదు, యాహూ మెయిల్ అయినా పర్వాలేదు. మీరు సార్ మీరు యాహూ మెయిల్లో ఉన్నారా సార్? ఇది జస్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి సార్, యాహూ మెయిల్ ఇది క్లిక్ చేయండి సార్. ఎస్, ఇక్కడ క్లిక్ చేయండి సార్. ఇది అక్కడ క్లిక్ చేయండి సార్. యాహూ మెయిల్ ఇక్కడ మీరు లాగిన్ అవ్వండి సార్. మీరు యూజర్ నేమ్ మీకు తెలుసు కదా సార్? డైనమిక్ లింక్ నాట్ ఫౌండ్ అంటే అక్కడ మీరు క్యారెక్టర్స్ కరెక్ట్గా ఎంటర్ చేసి ఉంటారు సార్, ఏదో ఒక 1 or 2 మిస్టేక్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఇవి క్యాపిటల్ లెటర్స్ సార్, ఈ వైఎక్స్ అనేది క్యాపిటల్ లెటర్స్. ఇది మోస్ట్ లైక్లీ ఇది మీరు వైఎక్స్ అనేది స్మాల్ లెటర్స్ ఎంటర్ చేశారు కాబట్టి అది మిస్ అవుతుంది. క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఫార్మ్స్ రియల్లీ ఇది అసలు BQDYX9 ఇది Y అని పెట్టండి సార్. ఓకే, స్మాల్ లెటర్ స్మాల్ వై సార్, స్మాల్ వై సార్. Yeah, hope you have completed the survey. So may I know how many of you completed? Please raise your hands. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, please tell me. Your phone is not connected to the internet, ma'am, most likely. మీరు రిఫ్రెష్ చేయండి దాన్ని, మీ ఫోన్ ఒకసారి ఇంటర్నెట్ కనెక్షన్ ఒకసారి ఆఫ్ చేసి ఆన్ చేయండి. మీరు వైఫైలో ఉన్నారా మేడం, మొబైల్ డేటాలో ఉన్నారా? మొబైల్ డేటాలో ఉన్నారు కదా, మోస్ట్లీ రీసెంట్ చేయండి. ఇస్ దిస్ యువర్ ఫోన్ మ్యామ్? G85 5G ఇదే ఫోన్ కదా మీకు? మీకు సిగ్నల్ రావట్లేదు మేడం ఇక్కడ, అది వచ్చిన ప్రాబ్లం. ఇప్పుడు వచ్చి ఉండాలి, ఇప్పుడు మోస్ట్లీ రావట్లేదు. పర్వాలేదు, లాగిన్ చేయకపోయినా పర్వాలేదు మేడం, అది ఎంటర్ చేసాను. ప్లీజ్ మీరు ఇది ఎంటర్ చేసేసాను మేడం, లాగిన్ చేయకపోయినా పర్వాలేదు. ఓకే, so now why we are doing is, so we are trying to understand a topic called as AI data pipeline. So there are various stages in preparing an AI model. Now once the AI model is prepared, you will get the machine. That is, machine is artificially intelligent and it is trying to act according to your instructions or to the data that is been done. But in order to prepare an AI machine properly, there are certain stages. certain steps that needs to undergo to prepare an AI model. Now, what are those stages? The basic stages are, here we try to do the stages here. Data ingestion is the first stage, followed by storage of the data. Then we are doing some processing. Other term for this processing is the pre-processing stage. Then we do some kind of validation and we try to deliver that particular model. Now, the activity which you are doing is nothing but this particular activity, data ingestion. So, through survey forms, I am trying to collect some data, and that data is being collected and it is being stored. The storage is the next step. So, where it is getting stored, the data is getting stored, it's please at the server on which particular tool or in which particular platform or which particular software. It is basically on a cloud. So, here the cloud, everything is running on the cloud. All Google applications are running on a cloud only, but basically I am collecting the data and I am storing the data. So, if you look into my, it means nine participants have submitted from this session. So, where these responses are there, if I collect it here, so what is this particular thing? Yes, in the Google Sheets. In the Google Sheets, the entire data was been collected. So, this is the second step. The data has been collected and stored in a Google Sheet. So, if let me open this Google Sheet here. So, you can see here there are certain previous batch also, do not worry about this. So, what you see here is basically a set of records. These are called records. And what is on the first row? What are these called as on the first row? First row, this is the first row of this Excel sheet. What do you find is timestamp, email address, the section 1, consent about the data usage, then the full name, then the email address, then the mobile number, gender, age group, highest qualification, like this. What are these called as? Basically, they are attributes. They are basically your attributes. There are various synonyms for that attributes. So, in our data science and machine learning, these attributes are also called as fields are also called as column names. These are column names only, are also called as, just I am trying to get some more synonyms. In different contexts, you use the same variables. Yes, next. Since you are from life science, so please understand, I can understand that you are not that much into your computer science, but these are the just generic terms. These are very common terms and everybody should be also aware of that. If you are trying to implement or deploy or prepare some AI ML models, more or like you are also going to see the same different types of terminologies and the steps that are involved in preparing a better AI system with a better data. If the data is not good, then how the AI machine or AI model will be prepared? So, let us have some interaction only. Please try to respond. No problem. Your AI model or AI system is being prepared with the help of a data. And if the data is not good, if the data is not qualitative enough, then obviously the model that has been prepared with that particular data may not be also good. It means garbage in, garbage out. If you are giving a garbage and you are taking that garbage to use to prepare a model, your model is also a useless model. A simple example I will tell you. Of course, because we did not conduct a theory session, you may not try to synchronize or try to visualize or try to get into touch with the topic what I am trying to discuss, but I am trying my best to make you to get into this activity very quickly. In 2014, I will just start with an example here. One company called Amazon, I think everybody is aware of Amazon company. Now in 2014, they want to automate a particular recruitment process. It means before 2014, they were doing the recruitment process by manually checking their applications and the resumes. That was a manual process was there in the before 2014. but there was advancements in the AI ML models and so on and so forth. So Amazon company, what they have done is they want to automate that recruitment process by developing an app. So the app will try to shortlist the applications by going through the resumes. So that app application was prepared based on some data, and it was observed in 2018. Almost 3 to 4 years are elapsed. In 2018, it was observed by the Reuters and other Amazon company itself. They have scrapped that app. What was been identified is that app was selecting only male applicants. That app was selecting only male applicants, means the applications which are submitted by the male contestants or the male candidates. What happened to that app, or what may be the things that went wrong? Condition. What is that condition? Properly not? Data was not properly considered in preparing the in training or in preparing that app. When the app was getting prepared, proper data was not given, because the data they have given was the historical data only. 10 years past history data they have given, but that data consists of, majority of the data consists of only male applications and male resumes. So accordingly, even the app which was developed based on the data which is given, that app was selecting only male candidates resumes only. It was actually biasing. The term bias is coming here, please understand. So the app is nothing but an automation process, automatically selecting that. Yes, because that app was being prepared based on the data it was given, app was doing its duty, but they have to scrap it because the model was completely wrong. The learning process has gone wrong actually. They are not given a proper learning process. That learning process was involving what? The actual data. That is not a qualitative data. So if you are giving a wrong data to prepare and to develop a AI model, obviously your model also will come into that picture. So the quality of data is matters. So my duty for your next 2 to 3 hours is basically to understand the importance of data in the preparation of your AI model. So this majority of the project tasks, most of your projects, those students or the industry which involved in developing the AI ML applications or apps, the most of the time was spent, most means around 70 to 80% of the project task involves having a qualitative data that can be used for preparing a AI model in an apt way. Apt means very accurate and most reliable and most robust way. So what are the things that you need to consider? I am not here to teach you the entire AI model here. Please don't misunderstand me. My focus will be to the topic which was given to me for the theory and lab. So one such particular thing is you have to understand what are the various stages that needs to perform in order to get a proper data. Even if the data was not properly collected or not properly being considered, you have to make the data proper before making the system to learn it, before making the system to train it and make its usage. So what are the steps that needs to do? The steps will involve some 5 steps are there. So those steps require certain activities. So what I have done you is the first step practically. Now this is one way of collecting the data. Now once I collected some data about yourself, your qualification, just this is for experimentation purpose only what you have done. This is also one way of collecting the data. This is a source from where I am getting the data from you. So what did I collect the data? I collected some data. You see here one of the participant has not given the mobile number. It is empty. This particular data value is empty here. Some of the things sometimes it may be incorrect also. If you are not given the options, if I ask you to write something, you may be writing irrelevant things also. The data is not related to your context of that question also sometimes. So here the most important thing that you need to understand, somebody even the phone number should be of 10 digits. One participant has given just only 4 digits here. I am not telling it is wrong. It is required. See, sometimes the data comes like this. Sometimes it is empty. sometimes it is incorrect, sometimes it is different format, sometimes of numerical values, sometimes these are categorical values, these are basically categorical values. So what you need to do before doing your AI model preparation, you have to clean this data. Data has to be cleaned. Clean means cleaning process involves so many other steps. So let us see in a theoretical, I'll explain to you what are those different steps are there. But here, if you want to give this data to a machine learning model to be prepared, I have to remove this kind of deleting this kind of information, or I have to fill up with related informations. So some kind of pre-processing has to be done. That is called as pre-processing. These are the data which I collected from you here. So something like this. Here something which is missing, something which is wrong, something which is not numerical and all is to be done. So some kind of processing has to be done. The formatting is missing here. Sometimes email addresses are incorrect. Assume that the data is correct. Almost this is 80 to 90% data is correct only. That's what, because you are a small set of data samples, you are given a correct data here. So in most of the cases, when you collect the data from your public or from citizens, definitely the data will not be this much accurate. Sometimes it will be blank, sometimes it is incorrect, sometimes there will be no values, sometimes different values. So many other issues will be there. So always the first point, please remember, before preparing a data, before preparing an AI system, make sure that the data is a qualitative data, high quality data is required. And what are the characteristics of that data is what our point of discussion in today's lab class and as well as the theory class. So let me, okay, now once you got the data here, what is that you are going to do with this data? Yes, pre-processing will be done. After the pre-processing the data, what is that next step? The next step after processing is over, what is the next step you need to do here? Validation, checking. That's what manually I checked it here. What is that? Then you are going to deliver that data to a particular AI model preparation or for AI learning model, some machine learning model. This data is going to be delivered to a particular modeling here. But now what I suggest to you is, how do you see this is, how do you visualize the data now? Now so much of content is there. You want to visualize the data. How do you visualize the data now? Visual. All right, very good, ma'am. You all might have used the orange tool. That is also one tool here. So I am using another tool here. The tool is called as Looker Studio. So you already logged into your Gmail account, right? In the next tab, open something called as lookerstudio.google.com. Please enter simply in the next tab, lookerstudio.google.com and press enter. Once you enter this lookerstudio.google.com, you will come up to this, you will land into this particular page. Can you see this page, please? Yeah, you can use orange tool also. From here, again, you can use the orange tool. You can visualize the content. You can prepare your machine learning models from the orange tool. That is one tool. I am just showing you the another tool. It is not that compulsory you need to use Looker Studios. Yes, ma'am. No problem. You just, yeah, just you hold on, ma'am. You are right. Just you might have come across to this particular point. Yeah, you will get a screen similar to this. Just hold on at this screen, no problem. I just showing the first step. And in meantime, I will just share my materials to you now and some data sets to you. Your email IDs are already here, right? I just collected from your email IDs. Your email IDs will be there from 29 onwards mostly. Just collect from here email IDs from here. and I'm just sending my material to you. Yeah, can you please tell me which mail ID is missing, ma'am? Dot dot SREEDDEVI. Okay. Okay. Any more email IDs are missing? Because you might have not submitted in that form. I do not get it actually. Those who are not submitted, their email IDs will not be there. Yeah, please tell me, sir. MAYU SNAEHAL. Right, sir. Any more email IDs, please? Anil Kumar, actually. Okay, no worries. You can exchange it later. This. So in this one, there are 3 attachments are there. The AI data pipeline is the PPT slides of my things for the next theory session, and there are some fruit pictures. There is a data set for you, and whatever the workshop you entered the responses, those 3 I am sharing to you. So just check whether your email box they have received. So you might have received in your email box those 3 things. Download to your local system. Received, right? Right. Once you have downloaded it, all of you please look onto my screen once, please. Once you downloaded it, one download file will be there, fruits_pics, which is a zip file, which is a compressed file actually, right? This you have to uncompress it. In order to uncompress it, those are not having awareness, please just look onto my screen, click that particular zip file, click that, right click your mouse pointer. Please first see the step, I will give time for you. I repeat once again, click the zip file fruit_pics, right click your mouse pointer, then extract all. You have to select extract all. Once you click extract all, it will ask you where you have to extract that contents. Whatever the name is been given by default, keep it as it is, then click extract. Once it is extracted, yeah, it will be in downloads folder only, ma'am, but that zip file content will not be shown to you. You will get a folder name. The folder name will be fruits_pics. Double click it, and once you open that folder, you will see a lot of images, lot of pictures. Those pictures are all related to pictures will be of like this nature: apples, oranges, bananas, pictures with combination of those things. I repeat, select that folder, right click it, you will get an option of extract all. Just click extract all, that option. Extract all, ma'am. You can see it on the screen. This. Okay, it means that software. Okay, ma'am.
Extract files.
Extract here, just here. That's enough. Now you got the folder, right? Anyone is having doubt, please raise your hands. ఎక్కడైనా పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. You already extract. Double click this one. మీరు ఈ డబుల్ క్లిక్ చేయండి ఫోల్డర్ అది. Anyone else, please? Yes, please. Yeah. You extracted, sir, already. Okay, double click that. Double click folder. Okay, these are the files. Yes, sir. Double click these folders. Yeah, these are the files. Just hold on, sir. I'll tell the next step. Yeah, anybody else, please? Okay, now please follow the next step.
Extract all the pixel state.
Now your data is available from the Excel sheet. If your data is available from different sources, you need to connect to that particular using the different connector. Now you are using a connector here. So which connector you need to use here? If you have to use, there is a Google Sheet connector is there. You know that data is available in the Google Sheet. So please select the Google Sheet. Once you select the Google Sheet, then it will ask for name of the Google Sheet. Click on it, ma'am. Click on it. Your account, because you need to authorize your Google account to access that sheet. That's what this software is asking. Just authorize it because you are the owner of that Google Sheet only. Okay, now I am selecting the sheet which the data it has been containing. So here I select AI modeling workshop, that is a participant. Once I select this sheet that it contains form responses, select the sheet, select the form responses and click add. Form responses and click add. No problem. Your Excel sheets will be there, ma'am. From your mail, you got your Excel sheet is there, right? So that Excel sheet you put it in your drive, then you will get back. You will get your sheet. That sheet name is something like this. You downloaded one sheet, no, ma'am. You downloaded one sheet. That sheet you please keep it into your drive. And once you keep it in your drive, you will get that sheet name. That sheet name will be this one. I am coming. Once you select that particular sheet and click add, now you see the next step. I am coming to your spaces, please. Your authorization is required, ma'am. You just click 90 now. 90 ka click cheyanడి, ma'am. No, just click 90, ma'am. Your network is slow. This will go off, the screen will go off. Now you are on the track, ma'am. Yes. So you got all the things here on the right hand side. That is what. Oh, just delete 1 or 2 files and get. These are your some Excel sheets that are there in your account, sir. Actually, you downloaded this sheet, no? మీరు ఇందాక మొబైల్లో నుంచి డౌన్లోడ్ చేశారు కదా, ఇది చేయలేదు, ఇది ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఇది సర్వే ఫామ్ని డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోండి. ఇక్కడ ఈ షీట్ మీరు మీ డ్రైవ్లో పెట్టుకోండి. ఇది మీరు డ్రైవ్లో పెట్టుకున్నప్పుడు అప్పుడు ఇక్కడ చూపిస్తుంది అనమాట అదే షీట్ పేరు. ఇక్కడ ఆ షీట్ మీరు ఇక్కడ సెలెక్ట్ చేయాలి. అది ఆ స్టెప్ నేను అక్కడ చూపిస్తున్నాను యాక్చువల్లీ. లేదా ఏదైనా డమ్మీ షీట్ కోసం ఏదైనా తీసుకున్నా పర్వాలేదు మీరు ఈ ఎక్సర్సైజ్కి. You have to, yes, we are connecting to a data, madam. So these are the Google sheet here. Now it is asking you to authorize your own drive actually here. So you just authorize that this is your account, right? So it will text authorize. Once it is authorized, you will get your sheets actually here. These are your all Excel sheets. Now you might have received one Excel sheet. This is what the form responses. So download this one and put this particular file. This is a modeling workshop. This is your data. Copy this file. Copy this file into your drive actually. Where is your drive? Is here. Your drive. File upload kelponi. So you download ఈ ఫైల్ కదా ఇది. ఇక్కడ అప్లోడ్ అయిపోయింది మేడం. ఇది అప్లోడ్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత మీరు ఇక్కడికి సారీ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఒకసారి రిఫ్రెష్ చేసుకోండి. నెట్ కొద్దిగా స్లో వస్తుంది. ఇక్కడ ఈ ఎక్సెల్ షీట్లో చూడండి. ఎస్ మ్యామ్. మీకు ఈ ఎక్సెల్ షీట్ ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ వచ్చింది కదా సార్, ఇది ఈ ఎక్సెల్ షీట్ మీరు డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకుని డౌన్లోడ్ చేశారు కదా, ఆల్రెడీ డౌన్లోడ్ చేశారు. ఇక్కడ మీ డ్రైవ్ ఎక్కడ ఉంది? ఇది మీ డ్రైవ్, ఇది మీ డ్రైవ్. ఇక్కడ మీ డ్రైవ్లో ఇది డ్రైవ్ మీది. ఈ డ్రైవ్లోకి అప్లోడ్ చేసుకోండి ఒకసారి. ఈ న్యూకి వెళ్ళి ఫైల్ అప్లోడ్ అంటే ఇది ఈ ఎక్సెల్ షీట్ అప్లోడ్ అవుతుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ ఇది అప్లోడ్ అయింది కదా. ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ అప్లోడ్ అయిన తర్వాత ఒక్కసారి రిఫ్రెష్ అయ్యింది. అప్పుడు ఇక్కడ ఆ షీట్ పేరు ఇక్కడ కనబడుతుంది. మీరు మీ యొక్క షీట్ని ఇక్కడ తీసుకొచ్చి పెట్టుకుంటున్నారు సార్, అంతే. ఇక్కడ టైం పడుతుంది, స్లో అనేది. ఆ షీట్ పేరు ఇక్కడ వస్తుంది సార్. ప్రస్తుతానికి మీ ఉన్న షీట్ ఇది ఒకటే ఉంది, అది వస్తుంది తర్వాత మీకు. ఏం లేదు, ఈ న్యూకి వెళ్ళండి మేడం. మీ డ్రైవ్లో పెట్టుకున్నారు. ఫైల్ అప్లోడ్కి వెళ్ళండి. ఫైల్ అప్లోడ్. ఇప్పుడే డౌన్లోడ్స్కి వెళ్ళండి. అది ఇప్పుడు ఆ డ్రైవ్లోకి అప్లోడ్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు మీరు. ఎస్ మ్యామ్. ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు నేను ఇచ్చిన ఎక్సెల్ షీట్ ఇక్కడ రావాలి మేడం. యాక్చువల్గా ఇది ఒక సాఫ్ట్వేర్ కదా, ఆ డేటా ఇక్కడికి రావాలన్నమాట. ఆ డేటా ఇక్కడ రావాలంటే ఆ ఎక్సెల్ షీట్ ఇక్కడికి రావాలి. ఇక్కడ ఎక్సెల్ షీట్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుంది మీకు?
చేయండి సార్, ఎందుకంటే నాకు అవ్వలేదు సార్.
అమ్మా మీరు ఇక్కడ మీరు డౌన్లోడ్ ఇందాక నేను ఇచ్చిన ఎక్సెల్ షీట్ ఏది?
సార్ చిన్న డౌట్ సార్,
చెప్పండి.
నేను యాక్చువల్లీ అక్కడ ఇచ్చిన మెయిల్ ఐడి వేరే సార్, ఇప్పుడు అందుకు మళ్ళీ క్రియేట్ చేస్తాను సార్.
కంగారు పడకండి మేడం, ఇక్కడ చూడండి. అయితే మరి ప్రస్తుతానికి మీరు ఈ ఎక్సెల్ షీట్ ఎక్కడ పెట్టారు సార్? ఇది డౌన్లోడ్స్లో ఉంది కదా. ఫస్ట్ మీరు డ్రైవ్లో పెట్టుకున్నారా? అది ఈ న్యూకి వెళ్ళండి. ఈ ఫైల్ అప్లోడ్ చేసుకుంటే డౌన్లోడ్స్లోది ఇక్కడ ఉంది కదా. ఇప్పుడు మీ డ్రైవ్లోకి వచ్చింది అనమాట. ఇప్పుడు ఈ డ్రైవ్లో ఉంది ఇది మీది. ఇప్పుడు ఈ రిఫ్రెష్ చేస్తే ఇప్పుడు మీ డ్రైవ్లో ఉంది ఇక్కడ. ఇది ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళి మీరు మీ యొక్క గూగుల్ షీట్ని ఆథరైజ్ చేశారా? మీరు
చేశాను సార్.
ఆథరైజ్ చేశారా?
గ్రూప్లో పెడితే మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి చేస్తాను సార్, అట్లీస్ట్ మొబైల్ నుంచి.
పర్వాలేదు. ఎక్సెల్ షీటా మేడం?
అవును సార్.
ఒకసారి ఒక నిమిషం. ఇక్కడికి రావాలి మీ షీట్. మీ పాత షీట్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ. అది మళ్ళీ రిఫ్రెష్ చేస్తే వస్తుంది సార్. అది ప్రస్తుతానికి ఇది తీసుకోండి, ఈ పర్టికులర్ షీట్ యూజ్ చేసుకోండి. ఆ షీట్ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు ఆ షీట్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసి ఇప్పుడు మీరు చేస్తున్న స్టెప్స్ ఫాలో అవ్వండి. ఓకే, యాడ్ టు రిపోర్ట్ అని వస్తుంది. మళ్ళీ అది లాగౌట్ అయిపోయినట్టున్నారు. సైన్ అవుట్ చేసి ఉంటారు మీరు. ఇది స్టూడెంట్ బాబు ఇది ఆథరైజేషన్ ఇవ్వయ్యా. డ్రైవ్లోకి రావట్లేదు, జనరల్గా వస్తుంది. మీకు ఉన్న షీట్ తీసుకోండి సార్, పర్వాలేదు. ఉన్నాయి కదా మీకు. ఈ పర్టికులర్ షీట్ ఉంది ప్రస్తుతానికి. ఈ షీట్ తీసుకుని ఫాలో అయిపోండి కొద్దిగా. ఈ షీట్స్ మీకు వస్తుంది సార్. అది మీ తర్వాత రిఫ్రెష్ చేయండి. ఇప్పుడు రాకపోతే ఏదైనా ఒక టెంపరీగా ఒక షీట్ తీసుకోండి మీరు ఇక్కడ. యూ జస్ట్ టేక్ ఎ టెంపరీ షీట్ ఎట్ ప్రెజెంట్. సో వన్స్ యూ get your data onto your drive correctly, you will see the name of that, and I'm just showing the next step to be done here. So these are the fields: mobile number, AA knowledge, research, city, primary programming, whatever the questions you have responded to that, all the entire things, the entire fields, entire dimensions, the features, the column names are been shown here on this Looker Studio. So now, without writing a single line of code, you need not write any programming instructions here. You can just simply use this field, visualize the contents to understand them and to generate the reports that can be used for decisions. So that means your data has been there. If the data is not properly processed, then obviously you will not take proper decisions and report generation will not be apt for you. So here I am just showing you, suppose you are trying to understand what are the AI tools used. So I am just selecting it here, create a responsive layout, select a responsive layout, and I am selecting as add chart. So something like pie chart for you to understand. This pie chart should contain something like the email addresses or something like insert another pie chart for you. this is something like consent. How many of consent? Somebody has not agreed also. How many people have not agreed? Immediately I can make some decision here by looking to your responses only. It means this is just a data visualization and the data reports for your, this is your dashboard preparation for your AI model to have some kind of understandings. This basically you can put something like AI tools used. So, and you want to make it that particular thing as your pie chart. So, how many people are having more knowledge here? So, 72% said none. They don't know any programming tool actually. Only very few people said Python and MATLAB and Python with scikit-learns. But 72% of your participants, they said they don't know any programming language also. That means I can immediately try to understand some quantitative and make some decisions and act accordingly. That's what the visualizations I do it here. This is what the Looker Studio is going to be useful. Maybe you can use your Orange also accordingly. The same data sheet which you got it from the Excel sheet, use the Orange data tool and make it known. The next tab and open ImageSense.ai. Just type image MakeSense.ai, not ImageSense, MakeSense.ai. Just enter MakeSense.ai. Just follow my steps here for 2 to 3 minutes, then you can do it on your screen. Now, once you land to this particular web page, now this activity is for data labeling or data annotation. You are trying to annotate some image data. So, without proper annotations, without proper labeling, your machine cannot be prepared properly. Machine means your AI machine. So, how the annotation process takes place? There are various ways of annotating the data. One such annotation process is the manual annotation. So, how manual annotation is happening? So, you will have a feel of how the manual annotation takes place with this example, with small demo you are trying to understand here. So, once you land up to this page, MakeSense.ai, click the button on the right side bottom, get started. Just follow the instructions please. I will give time for you. MakeSense.ai, then get started. Once you get started, your screen comes like this. Now it will be asking you to drop images or select the images here. Says select this particular thing and go to the folder where your fruits images are available. You have seen your fruits, fruits directory is there. So select all the files. Select all the files like what I am doing. Please observe it carefully. Just don't do it parallelly. You will miss the step what I have done there. So select all the files, click open. How many images were uploaded? It will show you. If you have selected 10 images, it will select only 10 images. So once the images are loaded, you can do two things. One is object detection. Another thing is image recognition. First step will be object detection. Means what is the object that is present inside that image? You are trying to annotate that particular process. So object detection, I am selecting the object detection. And once you select this object detections, the first step will be create labels. So either you can create the labels from a file or you can manually create the labels at this point of time. I am showing you at this point of time how to create it. Please look onto my screen. Use the plus symbol. Now once the plus symbol is clicked there, it will ask you to insert the label for the items. So what are all the items that are there in that fruits? Yes, you have apple, then again you press button, then banana, okay, grapes, again orange, whatever it may be. If you feel that your data set has got different types of images, you please note down that you know it very well. What are those labels? Just prepare a list of labels here. Once you prepare your list of labels here and you click start project, now your first image will be shown here. some image will be shown. You can go to the first image. You can use this arrow buttons to move forward and backwards to the respective images. So one particular image I have selected here. So now if you see, there are you know very well these are apples here, but now this has to be annotated, this has to be labeled. You have to make the system to understand, you have to make the machine to understand that this image contains this particular part of the image, this particular part of the image. I am using a cursor here, cursor pointer. This is called as the plus symbol, cursor pointer. Use your mouse pointer, use your mouse to move your cursor pointer there. Select this cursor pointer and select that particular part. I am using, so I have selected this rectangle. Click, use this rectangles, or you can use point, or you can use line, or you can use polygon. Different shapes can be there. I selected a shape called as rectangle. This rectangle shape is been mapped or zoomed to this particular part of this particular image. And now I am giving a label to this image. When I give a label to this image, what the machine will understand is this particular features of this image. Now the expert has given a label that if this color is like this, if the features are like this, if the shape is like this, what are the characteristics? These characteristics of the image are been labeled as what? Are been labeled as apple. I am labeling that particular image as apple. I am showing it another picture. Similarly, now I am taking another picture here. Let me just take, there are multiple images, multiple fruits are there in the same image. So I am now labeling this particular object. What is this object now? That is basically your banana. What is this particular object now? Orange. So in this image there are multiple things are there. Now I am giving multiple names. In the same image, multiple labels are coming here. Either it can be single or it can be multi labels. Then again this particular object is so once you give these things, now if I select polygon, just see here polygon, I am selecting a polygon here. I want to be very clear and very specific on which particular object I need to select. So polygon involves multiple shape, the exact shape is coming. Rectangle indicates, sometimes if you take rectangle, some of the part will be missing, some of the features will be missing. So you need to choose an appropriate thing here and select that as particular shape here. So this is just an annotation process. Who is doing this process? AI is not doing, we are doing. This process is called as manually doing. Now how many images are there here? 60. For doing each image, selecting the images and giving a label, how much laborious it is, how much time it is going to consume. This is only for 60. If you are doing for hundreds and thousands and lakhs of images, now this process annotation, manual annotation is a process only. If you want to prepare a good AI machine, your data sets to be properly labeled. That proper labeling will take lot of process. So just practice here. Once you give a labels here, I am going to see show the last step. What happens? What needs to be done after you have completed labeling for all the images? Just for 4 or 5 pictures, you please label it. I will be moving around now. I have shown you the steps now. You please do it on your system. Let us do it quickly. Now it is almost 3:10. We need to complete by 3:15. Drag means what, ma'am? Okay. Once again, I will repeat the steps for many of you because many of you might have missed the step. All of you look onto my screen, please, once again quickly. Go to the website called makesense.ai. Go to the next step, get started. Then drop images. Just click that box there. Once you click it, automatically a dialog box will be open. The folder box will be open. You know where the pictures are. Where are the pictures? Okay, in my system, it is in a particular folder. In your system, it will be in Downloads folder, you already downloaded it into your, yes, you unzipped it already. So please select that particular folder. Select that folder and select all that, how many pictures you want to annotate it. Select all those pictures and click open. Just it will tell you how many images were loaded into this one. Then go to object detection. The first step in the object detection is, by default it will not have labels. You have to create labels first. Labels means what names you are going to give it to your images. So and so image is an apple, so and so image is an orange, so and so fruit is a banana. You are going to give a labels to the respective images so that the machine will understand if that banana is having a particular feature, a particular characteristic, particular color, particular shape and all. The machine will know. It is like if you are going to train a small children in the small, means in the childhood, in the kindergarten level, teacher will show the shapes of the fruits, or fruits will be shown with names. How the children is going to understand, if you show the colors, if you show the pictures, then automatically children will understand. Same way you are giving this information to a machine to understand. So and so called is apple, so and so called is banana. You understand why we are doing this process? To machine to understand with proper annotation. But this is a laborious process. You cannot, nobody, only expert. Once you come to that create labels, use this plus symbol to create the number of labels. Once you created that number of labels, just you keep on clicking this plus button to add new labels to your list. Done, ma'am? Once you have added all those labels, you click start project. Okay, now once I added the labels in my list, just I am clicking the start project. Once I click the start project, one image will be shown to you now. You can go to any images by selecting the arrow mark at the bottom, either moving forward or moving backwards. Yeah, click start project. Then you will come up to this. One image will be shown. Need not be the same image. Different images will be there on different systems. Yes, ma'am. Then you select that image and give a label to that image now. Give a label to the portion of the image which you have selected. You need to give proper labels, correct labels only. Please remember. Correct labels should be given to correct fruits. Any doubt here, please? Please raise your hands. At least for 2-3 images you do it. All you have done. Very good. 60. Very good. Yeah, just give a name, select that and leave it. Conditional. Already you have selected a rectangle now. You keep this one coordinate, this is another coordinate. And give one label to this. This is apple. Now select another one. Now you are in the rectangle. ఇట్లా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారు కదా, దానికి లేబుల్ ఇచ్చేసాను. ఇప్పుడు మీరు యాప్లో అనుకోలేదు అనుకోండి, దీన్ని వేరే పేరు ఉన్నప్పుడు వేరే పేరు ఇవ్వండి అక్కడ. Yes, sir. Right. So there are 5 different apples. Even if you are giving green apple also, you can give as apple or మీరు ఇక్కడ image your label list is empty. Okay. అంటే మీరు labels ఇవ్వలేదా సార్ ఇందాక? ఓకే. Go to actions, go to edit, then plus ఇక్కడ ప్లస్ బటన్ నొక్కినాక ఇక్కడ మనకి పేర్లు ఇవ్వాలి. మనం పేర్లు ఇవ్వాలి. అసలు ఏమేమి పేర్లు ఇవ్వదలుచుకున్నావు దానికి ప్లస్ యాపిల్, బనానా, ఇట్లా మనకు పిక్చర్స్లో మనకి ఏమేమి తెలుస్తుంటాయి కాబట్టి అది బనానా, ఇంకోటి ఆరెంజ్ ఉంది అనుకోండి. ఇట్లా పేర్లు ఇచ్చేసిన తర్వాత యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసేసేయండి. యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత మీరు ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళండి సార్. ఎక్కడికి వచ్చారు మీరు? బయటికి ఇమేజెస్కి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు. ఇక్కడ అమ్మ సార్ మేక్స్ అంటే క్లోజ్ అయిపోతుంది, వద్దులేండి. కొన్ని ఇమేజెస్ తీసుకున్నాం. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఇంకా ఇక్కడ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని పెట్టేసండి సార్. ఇంకా సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని మార్క్ చేసుకోండి సార్. యా లైక్ దట్ ఓన్లీ సార్, ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ. మీరు ఇక్కడ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారు కదా, అన్ని పేర్లు ఒకటేసారి ఇచ్చేసారు మీరు. మీరు లేబులింగ్ తప్పు చేశారు అనమాట. యాక్చువల్లీ ఇక్కడ యాక్షన్స్కి వెళ్ళండి, ఎడిట్ లేబుల్స్, మీరు అన్ని పేర్లు ఒకే దాంట్లో ఇవ్వకూడదు సార్. ఇది ఒక్క పేరే ఇవ్వాలి మీరు ఇక్కడ. ఇది యాపిల్, తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ప్లస్ నొక్కండి, ఇక్కడ మళ్ళీ ఆరెంజ్ అని ఇవ్వండి. అట్లా ప్లస్ నొక్కితే మీకు ఇంకో కొత్త లేబుల్ యాడ్ చేయడానికి వీలు ఉంటుంది అక్కడ. రైట్ మ్యామ్, దట్ ఈస్ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద ప్రాసెస్. ఇఫ్ యూ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద ప్రాసెస్, ప్లీజ్ డూ దిస్ ఎక్సర్సైజ్ ఎట్ యువర్ ఫ్రీ టైమ్స్ ఇన్ ద లేటర్ స్టేజ్, సో దట్ ఇఫ్ యూ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద ప్రాసెస్ దట్ ఈస్ ఓకే. మీరు ఎడిట్ లేబుల్స్ వెళ్ళండి సార్. హ్యావ్ యూ గివెన్ ద నేమ్? మీరు ఇచ్చారు కదా ఇక్కడ. ఓకే, యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయండి ఇక్కడ. ఒక్క నిమిషం సార్. మీరు ఈ పిక్చర్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు ఇది యాపిల్, ఇది యాపిల్ కింద పేరు ఇచ్చేసారు మీరు ఇక్కడ. ఇది ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు. ఓకే, ఇది ఏం చేశారంటే మీరు ఈ సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకున్నారు ఇమేజెస్. మీరు యాక్చువల్గా ఇందాక మీరు తప్పు ఓపెన్ చేశారు యాక్చువల్గా. ఒకటి మీకు కర్సర్ పాయింటర్ మిస్ అవుతుంది. అది స్లో ఉంది సిస్టమ్. అది సేమ్ ఒకసారి క్లోజ్ చేసి మళ్ళీ ఓపెన్ చేయండి సార్. ఇక్కడ చూడండి, లేకపోతే మీరు ఫ్రూట్స్ డేటా సెట్ అబ్బా అది మిస్ అయ్యారు మేడం. సరే ఒక్కసారి అయితే ఇది చూడండి సరే అనుకోండి. ఓకే, మీరు ఇక్కడ ఇమేజెస్ ఇట్లా లోడింగ్ వరకు అర్థం కదా. ఇప్పుడు అది నొక్కితే మీరు లోడ్ చేసుకోవాలి ఇమేజెస్. తర్వాత ఇక్కడ మీరు ఈ పర్టికులర్ షేప్ ఏదైతే తీసుకుంటారో అది తీసుకోండి. ఇది రెక్టాంగులర్ షేప్ తీసుకున్నారు మీరు ఇక్కడ. సారీ, స్లోగా నడుస్తుంది సిస్టమ్. చేసాము, నో ప్రాబ్లం. మీరు ఇమేజెస్ కావాలి, డేటా సెట్ కావాలి. డేటా సెట్ ఇది స్లో ఉందమ్మా సిస్టమ్, కొద్దిగా స్లోగా చేయండి. అక్కడ ఉండే నేను షేర్ చేశాను ఇప్పుడు. అది ముందు యాక్చువల్గా చాలా స్లో ఉందమ్మా మీ సిస్టమ్. ఒకటి సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని ఒక ఇమేజ్ లోడ్ చేసాను ప్రస్తుతానికి. మీరు ఇక్కడ ముందు లేబుల్స్ రాయండి ఇక్కడ. part, there is an action called as export annotations. This you are exporting these annotations now to go to the next step. That next step will be nothing but that machine will understand that these are the images, these are the labels for that. Now the machine will understand by running an algorithm on that particular machine. So that is the next step. I am not going to teach you the next steps. My scope will be only up to the data preparation here of the annotation here as of now. Hopefully you will be getting that. So I am just running it as exporting it as an annotation. It will ask me, you want to export it in different formats. Most of the common format, yes ma'am, yeah, CSV is a commonly understood format, but nowadays the latest technology which the software processes will understand easy way of understanding the data is JSON format. JSON formats will be there, or any image recognition software is called YOLO. YOLO stands for you only look once. You only look once. That is a software, that is an algorithm is there that is going to prepare your machine learning model based on the data set that you give it to that particular machine. So here any one of these options you can select it. So if you are selecting as a CSV, because you know CSV file, you can select it as a CSV file. Select this one. That particular Excel file will contain the corresponding labels of each and every image file. What are the labels that are been given to you? So images will be there, labels will be there, both they will be given to your machine learning model so that it will understand and prepare a good AI systems. This is one thing. Now suppose I am showing you another data set here. What is this data set? It is not a simple fruits, it is not simple vegetables, it is not simple vehicles, they are not simple things. What are this? This is not landscape. This is a medical imagery data. It is the imagery data which has been taken from your MRIs. So I hope you know what is an MRI. CT scan images or X-rays, I think you know it, right? X-ray or MRI. Now those are also images only. Now those images are to be annotated. Who will do that annotation, or who is eligible to do that? Technician, radiologist or the certified, means experts only can do it. Of course, we are not experts in the fruits classification and that, but still we are able to do for the fruits. But the actual annotation has to be done by experts only. If that proper labeling is not done, obviously the machine automation process which you do it, the machine will also not give proper answers. Now to do annotations for this kind of images, it is not that simple. Your make sense will not work. There are different softwares are there. Now this is one software called as ITK Snap. You can write down the name of the software. Later if you are interested you can use it. This is an open source software from the university only. Different softwares are also available on the market. Now one such software I am just showing you here. So this is so basically this MRI images, this is MRI scan image. Now this MRI scan image is basically related to brain tumor. Actually there is a tumor in the brain. That's what the image is. Now where is the tumor exactly? How do you, this type of annotation can be done with a process called as, what is this process called as? Segment. So here you are annotating this particular part. How do you annotate that particular part? I am just again it can be brought out using your, what is this? This is basically a polygon mode. You can use polygon, different shapes to pinpoint to exactly which particular part is a tumor there. It is not that every part is going to be a tumor. There is a lot of confusion will be there later. Again, this particular part, once it is been labeled, you can export that particular entire software for your machine learning, but the process is going to be little tedious. It is not very easy process for that. Only experts are going to be done with expert softwares there. This is also one way you can do the can take a break now. This is almost 3:30 now. So next session will be of theoretical one. So I'll just take 10 minutes break, then we'll meet it on the other side of the. Sorry? Which one? Which file, madam? You're talking about? Yes, you download it as a JSON, madam. JSON can be opened only in the editor, madam. Use the notepad editor. Yeah. Just click just once here. So this is what the data. The JSON format. Now what is JSON format? I'll explain to you in class. Okay, what is JSON format? What is CSV format? These are there in the material actually. That is our part of our discussion. So if you might have seen the presentation slides. One format is CSV format. The other format is called as JSON format. So what is the different format? What is the importance and all? We'll discuss it in the theory class. I'll explain to that. Just kindly hold on with that information. You are seeing it is in the JSON format. The data is looking like this. Data will be looking like this, similar to this. And I'll explain to you all. Any other doubts, please? This PPT you have received it, right? That we'll discuss it in the class. Yes, please. Yes. In between also you can add. If new objects are seen, as and when that software allows you to add it. Yes. So not only this makes sense, you have another software called RoboFlow. So there are various softwares are available where RoboFlow is also allows you using AI to automatically label it. Because now 60 images itself will take 60 days for you, technically speaking. For a layman, for a data entry operator. So if 1000 images are there, if each image is taken for 1 day to label it correctly and properly, if thousands are there, thousands and thousands of images are there, it is a laborious process. Human cannot handle all those annotation process very correctly all these days. It is a costly affair also. That's why nowadays AI models have come into picture. They will automatically annotate it. But again, that validation has to be checked by the human expert. Even if the machine is doing the annotation, but ultimately it has to be checked by the human expert before it is given for the training process. Any other doubts, please? We will take a break now. Just relax for 5 to 10 minutes. Then again we will see it in the theory class. The actual theory will be over now. Since you do not have machines there, we have done little bit exercise here. Why we have done this also, we will have clarity, little bit clarity once you have some discussion over there. So let us meet quickly there so that we will have a lot of discussion over there. Yeah. Let us just make a relaxation of this. So, of course, I have not introduced myself, just I started the lab session like this. Myself Nagendra Kumar, I am working as a professor at School of Computer and Information Sciences in our University of Hyderabad. So, I do basically work in the research area related to Internet of Things. Basically, I am systems man. Nevertheless, we try to apply AI and ML techniques onto our Internet of Things. So, if you want to know more about me, please do type Nagendra Kumar at the Google search. Definitely you will get my research publications and my profile and education background and other stuff. So that is what my brief introduction about me. Sorry that I'm not getting introductions of yours. Definitely sometime later I'll get back to you. So that because our time is very limited, we'll have some kind of stuff to be delivered here. So now the AI data pipeline is what you need to understand. How the data is going to be made use of for preparing the AI. So session will cover something on the stages and components of AI data pipeline. What are the different steps and what are the different components that were used? So before we move on to the data, so what is artificial intelligence? So I'm not looking for any textbook definition. So in your own words, you may have your own perception. You may have your own meanings of what is called as artificial intelligence. Let us have some interaction so that you will not feel sleepy and will not feel bored. So just to try to share your own views, please. Just an introduction, that's it. Yes, making the machine intelligent artificially. Then my question will be, what is intelligence? What is to be called as intelligence? More and more. So if more knowledge is there, more intelligent, until unless that is not properly, the knowledge is not properly churned, intelligence cannot be brought out. It's not that more knowledge will give you more intelligence, no. But then what is called intelligence? The meaning is there already. The first line itself is what is called intelligence. This is my perception. It is not a textbook definition. So what we understand is the ability to perceive, understand and realize the new situation. Now let us understand that sentence. Ability to perceive. Perceiving means I am able to see you all. So I am able to at least observe you. I am able to hear you. I am able to hear your voices. I am able to see you all. So I have some ability to recognize you and get some information from you. So I have that ability. So the ability to perceiving. After perceiving, what is that we are doing after perception or after seeing or after hearing? What is that we are doing? Processing. Where you are doing that processing? In your brain. So you, please listen here. So how you are perceiving, by the way, how you are collecting that information? Through your sense organs. So God has given us the gift. So we as human beings, we have a natural senses. Our natural senses are eyes, ears, the skin, yes, the nose, the tongue, and all these are your sense organs. Through various sense organs, we are collecting the information. That collected information through our neural network, it is passing on to your brain and you are doing some processing. After processing, what is that happening? You are storing. Processing and storing is happening in your brain. After that, take some decision. So based on some cognitive levels from our childhood, we have tuned ourselves. So our understanding is there. Based on our understanding capabilities, whatever knowledge we have perceived, whatever knowledge we have accumulated, whatever knowledge we have gained, that knowledge, understanding will be done by our brain, and accordingly some kind of realization, some kind of action, some kind of inferences will come from that processed data, from that processed information. So if you have that capability, that is what natural intelligence. Natural intelligence means I am having the capability to see, understand, collect information, process that information, and based on my understanding, I take appropriate decision, appropriate action will be taken. That is the natural intelligence. If the same intelligence is given to a machine, it means you are making the machine to have collect the information on its own, have some sensors to be deployed on that machine, collect that information, Once the information is been collected, then you are giving some processing to be done by that machine. That processing capability will be given by the processor. One processor will be there. Whatever data that is been collected from the census, the processor will process the data. Once that processor has processed the data on that machine will now do some actions. Basically the robots, the drones, any machine. So if you are going to give this intelligence to the machine, then the machine is said to be having artificially intelligent. It is not a natural intelligence, but the same process what we are doing, that is been given to a machine, and the now machine becomes an intelligent one. Only when the machine becomes an intelligent one, when it has having its own capability to collect the information, to perceive the information, understand that information, and act according to that processing, then the machine is also said to be artificially intelligent. But to make that machine to be artificially intelligent, it needs some kind of processing. So what are the processing things that needs to be done here? What is the basic ingredient? Data. So in order to make that machine to have some artificial intelligence, the machine to act intelligently, the basic ingredient is nothing but the data. So as I mentioned you morning, the Amazon company, they prepared one app. Unfortunately, that app was not selecting the right candidates. It was biased towards selecting only the male gender participants. So the app was having some biasness. So if the data is not given to the machine to understand it properly, the machine will act differently. That was the machine was understanding. So data, now what is data? Data can come from different forms. Data can be available in different forms. Like we have different sense organs. Eye is visualizing the environment. Ear is hearing the sounds. Skin sensing the temperature, humidity and other things. Nose is a smell of the different gases or different kind of stuff. Now, so here different sense organs have got different capabilities to collect that data. Similarly, in our day-to-day life also, your data can be available in different forms. And different forms means it can be numerical data, it can be textual data, it can be image data, it can be video data, it can be multimedia data, any audio data, anything. Data can be available in different forms. So then data is there in different forms. What is the data is trying to do? The data is allowing the AI system to understand the intricacies that are involved in that data. Intricacies means the internal relationships among those data items. It means some patterns are understood, some data, the huge data is there. So a lot of some relationships among those data items. Basically data is a plural word. Datum is a singular form. So data has got that plural nature of having lot of information with so many of internal things. You need not write it. This material I already shared to you, and if you find something new, please write it down so that it will be active. So that data has got some internal patterns, some kind of relationships among those pattern items will be there. Now if that relationships are properly been governed, properly been maintained, some kind of logic can be built up, so that some kind of intelligence can be derived from that particular patterns of the data. So that patterns will make accurate decisions and the predictions. Then only proper decisions can be done. If proper predictions have to be done properly, means the proper patterns have to be realized properly. Proper intricacies are to be understood then. So what are the examples of data? You have different types of data. If you are using Amazon e-commerce websites, many of you might have already experienced that one. So you will find some kind of recommendations already coming based on your past history of your purchases. Automatically recommendations are coming. That recommendation based on your clicks, when you are browsing one item to another item, automatically you are looking for electronic items, you are looking for mobile items, automatically some kind of algorithms are running in the background. They are giving you some kind of suggestions. So already that is been under the hood is basically your data. Basically data is been available there. So for images recognitions, like morning you are in the previous session you have seen the something like your fruits, the apples and all the image kind of data to be recognized. The data is available in the form of images with respect to those fruits. Similarly, with respect to vehicles, with respect to vegetables, with respect to any different types of entities, your data is available in different forms. Then voice assistants are also there, where your accents and your wordings and all is going to be there. Now AI system, what is AI system here? AI system has become a powerful tool. What is the use of AI system? Why we are using AI system? To do some automation, to help us in your day-to-day activities. Some kind of automation system has to be developed, AI system has to be used. Some kind of problems will be solved. Some kind of decision makings has to be done with the help of many other entities. So your AI system is going to be like a supportive system. It is not that AI system is going to completely remove the human involvement. AI system is not going to dominate it. It is going to be basically an assistance. Please remember that is going to be useful of AI systems. Now the AI systems were developed based on what? Please underline the word high quality data. If you are giving a proper data, then only proper output will be there. It means garbage in, garbage out. If you are giving unwanted data, data that is not required for you to prepare it, then obviously you just give some garbage data, just dummy data. AI system will not prepare properly. It will not be prepared properly. It will not act properly. It will not make proper decisions. So quality, high quality data is very much required for you to prepare an AI system. So for you not prepare an high quality data, that data which needs to be given to your preparation of your AI system, that data preparation involves several steps, several stages, several scenarios. So that several steps are being given in the form of a structured pipeline. So what are the different stages that needs to be incorporated or that needs to be performed to have a high quality data which ensures accuracy and reliability? So the data pipeline makes sure that it has got accurate data, it has got consistency, it will be scalable, and it will be reliable for your trustworthiness of preparing your AI system. So these are the some of the data pipeline characteristics that needs to be done. So what are those stages? The stages are data collection stage. The first stage itself is basically data collection stage. Then once the data has been collected, the second stage is the data annotation stage. Labeling, the annotation, the other word is labeling stage. Then comes the data pre-processing stage. After the data pre-processing, then comes your data has to be split properly for that the AI system can understand that particular data. Once the data has been split, then you are going to give that data to your preparation of the AI model or your AI system. So in that particular 5 steps process, there are various components that are helping you to do those 5 processes. What are those components which are enabling you or which are helping you to do or incorporate those 5 steps? The first one is ingestion process. Ingestion, storage, then processing and annotation process, then comes validation, then comes model training and delivery or deployment. So these are the components that you need to come. That's why some of these activities already you have done in the previous session. That's why I'm just bringing you why you need to do. The first step is data collection, which you have done. I have collected some data which is very much from a reliable sources, your own information only. How I collected is that step which you are going to get it now here. So what are the different data collection mechanisms in the stage 1? What are the various steps? From where you will get the data? From, yes, human beings like for us to do the application, humans. You will get also data from your machines, digital platforms like social media platform, your e-commerce platforms. There also a lot of data is there. So business data, or if you are looking for healthcare information data is there. You will also get data from sensors, the sensors which are deployed in the environment to make the environment more effective and make use of that environment for various purposes. You also deploy different types of sensors. So there are various sources of collecting the data. The raw data is the data that is getting originated from the physical activity or from the physical thing or from the physical object. That is the raw data. But what we do with the raw data, we cannot give the raw data directly to the machine to understand it. We need to process that raw data. So once that processing is over, then the data is a refined data, which is cleaned data, which is fine-tuned data. That data will be useful for the machine to understand it and prepare a artificial intelligence system. So raw data will not be given. Always remember, raw data needs to be some kind of processing has to be taking place. So what are the other public sources where you get some data? Public sources like your research websites are there, government statistical websites are there, publicly available documents for law related, for health related, for weather related, for different organizations, different entities, different bodies, they all publish some data on their websites. So from there also you can get, provided you collect the data, provided they are reliable sources. If they are not reliable sources, you are getting a fake data, if you are getting a synthetic data means that is a fake data. Synthetic is the word which we use it here in the computer science and IT field. Synthetic means that is not real data, that is almost the fake data only. But we use synthetic data for some purposes, for some other purposes, that we will see it in the later stage. So synthetic data is false data that cannot be reliable. Sometimes that will not be useful for us. So you need to be very careful when you are collecting the data from reliable sources only. The sources can be any one of those things, from the websites, from the digital platforms, from the government statistics, and whatever it may be. So whenever you are collecting the data, please make sure your goal should be the data which you are collecting should be relevant data. Now suppose I will give one example to you at this point. You have a data which is related to some kind of e-commerce transactions which are done in the America. You have some data with you, that is a reliable source. But now can you use that data, can we use that American e-commerce data for our Indian context? Why that is not relevant? Why? Currency is different, that is acceptable, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, data formatting, data labeling, that are different, okay, but that is not the major thing, sir. No, we cannot use the data for this, for our purpose. We have number of televisions were purchased during Christmas, or number of televisions or number of products that were purchased during a particular festival in America. You have some statistics with you, you have some data with you, but you cannot use the same statistics, and you cannot prepare your machine learning model based on that statistics and understand that during the March our sales will be high. Don't expect that, because yes, decision making is different. Why it is different? Why it is seasonal? The season of American context is different, the season of our Indian context is different. Actually that is not the answer, sir. The answer is the behavior of customers, the customers behavior during March period, they have their own context, they have their own intentions, they have their own yes, their requirements are different. You cannot bring that customer behavior, the same behavior, to our Indian behaviors. No, their behavior is different, but that's why that data may not be applicable for you to apply in your Indian context. It means whenever you are preparing a model for an Indian, you have to take the data related to our Indian context only. You don't take data, I have a data, sir said that data is important. Yes, real data is available, but data belongs to somebody else. That nature of data is different, the transactions were different. You cannot assume that same behavior is going to be replicated in our context also. Never, that will never happen. So sometimes your models fails. So don't be an impression that you have to take a relevant data here. Now when I say relevant data, that is one point. Relevant data means you have to related data. When you are preparing an AI system, relevant data only should be there, and the data should be diverse also. What do you mean by diverse here? Different means, like if you see the Amazon company, if they have taken only the male applicants data and prepare that based on the male applicants data's information only, you prepare an app, obviously the app will select only males only, because the females data was not given to that machine to be understood. So obviously it is not diversified. So when it is not diversified, the problem of biasness will come into picture. Are you getting the point? So diversified data is also very much required here when you are collecting the data here, diversified nature. Then high quality, yes please. You have to normalize it for a particular group. Means yes, for some of the features, if you are having certain weightage is given there, and for some of the features you are not giving importance, then definitely feature imbalances will be there. That is also not correct actually. You have to normalize that. That's all comes under the pre-processing step. Yes, that's what the pre-processing is required. I'll come to that point slowly one by one here. So that's why we need to have high quality data sets. Now when I say data set means how much size is required. Like in the morning there are 60 images you are given. Is 60 images enough for you to prepare an AI system that can recognize all types of fruits? Not enough. 60 images are not sufficient. Then how many images are required then? Obviously you need all images across the world. All images, different colors, different lighting conditions, different angles, projections, different orientations. Some will be half, some will be covered with other apples, some will be covered with other fruits. So much of information is required. If you give all that information, then only the machine will understand it. Lot of information is required. Then my question is, how much is that number? How many samples you have to give? How much data size should be considered? There is no answer for that. Depending on the application, you can consider, but that application requires even few data samples also, that is sufficient. For example, one example is like this. What happened is Google, when it is, you might have seen the auto responses. When you get a mail from a particular sender, Google gives you some kind of auto reply messages. Thank you, I will call you back, or I will reply it back. Something messages automatically will come. How that auto messages are coming? Google has trained a machine with 200 million records. Then only the automatically messages are coming to you. Somewhat relevant messages will come. So how many messages that Google has taken? Around 2 million data sets with and without all those informations. Now there was one professor, actually he has trained one neural network with only 630 images to find out one problem related to the orthopedic. He has took and he has got an accurate answers actually. The number of samples that he considered is only 630. But still that model works. It is a high quality data. So there is no number. Please remember, whenever you are collecting some data, there is no hard rule that this many number of samples should consider. It all depends on the which application you are going to prepare and how much quality data you are going to give it and how you are going to assess it. So whenever there are several things to be considered when collecting the data. Please remember, when you are collecting the data, several things. Where does the data come from? That means your reliable source, you need to collect the data. What type of data is there? Whether it is image data, whether it is numerical data, whether it is audio data, whether it is video data, what type of data is there? How much data and what attributes do I need? How much is the data size? And what attributes means? What are called attributes? In the previous session we have seen attributes are like column names or field names. What are the other synonyms of attributes? Yes, please. Variables, features. Tell me some more. I can tell you 10. Properties, characteristics, dimensions. What else? 7 are over. Still some more, 3 more. So depending on different domains, different fields, those things are called by different names. So don't confuse it. You have to tell all these names for your students. If you are teaching it, students should also know the synonyms. Problem is with the student is, with whatever name you say it, he will remember that only. If you ask that question in another way with other name, he will not be able to understand. The problem is that. So way you are teaching is very important. So how many attributes are there? That is also important when you are collecting it. So data collection methods. Now let us see what are the different data collection methods. One such data collection method is already you have done in the previous session. What did I use this data collection method? Using the manual way. So what are these? Basically surveys and forms. Using surveys and forms you can collect some good data. That like what you have seen in the previous session. I collected some amount of data in the Excel sheet which you have seen it here, and you are using that data here. So basically that survey forms are human curated entries. It means you might have seen some fields here. Those fields are actually curated, means there are proper fields here, for proper reasonings you require proper fields to be done. It's not that simply some junk data you collect it. No, some meaningful information you have to collect it. That's why expert driven data collection is very much needed. So collecting the data from survey forms is a old traditional technique. Before invention of computer itself, the people have implemented this. From paper, people used to write it on the paper, give the papers to different number of participants and collect the data there. But now since your softwares and internet is available, like morning what you have done, you created one form, collect the responses very quickly. That's what is happening. These are the various examples of collecting the data through surveys and forms. Now there is also another way of collecting the data. What is the other way of collecting the data? You will get data from different sensors. Sensors means, what are sensors? Sensors are nothing but artificial sensors here. We are having natural sensing or activities. What are artificial sensors are used for? Sorry, sir? Signals. Yeah, signals means CCTV is also videos are being captured there. Speed guns, yes, very good. Speed guns are also one type of sensor only to check the how much speed of the vehicle is going on. Suppose I want to know what is the temperature in this room. I need to have a temperature sensor. Of course, the air conditioners nowadays, there is no air conditioner here, but this sometimes they will show you the temperature value here. The display value will be there. It means there is a temperature sensor. There it will display the temperature. I want to know humidity. I want to know how much carbon dioxide is there in this room now. If more people are there, more carbon dioxide will be there for me. So what are those things? They are being measured by sensors. So you can use sensors for your agricultural purpose too. For your smart agriculture, you are deploying sensors for you to measure the soil moistures. What is the soil moisture content in the real time? If suppose the soil moisture is means the dry, there is a lot of dryness is there, then obviously you need to water your plants immediately. So beyond a certain threshold value, the moisture contents are more or less something. Immediately, automatically beyond certain threshold value, automatically the motor should be on, the pump should be on, and the water should be flowing through your pathway, so that your crop will not be destroyed very quickly. Not only this, some diseases to be predicted, or some kind of monitoring should be done there. What is the nitrogen content in the soil? What is the phosphorus content in the soil? So you are deploying certain sensors in the ground or in the crop for your better yield, for your better production, obviously for your better things. Depending on the rainfall conditions, still you can improve it. It means through sensors you are collecting the data related to the environment, that agricultural environment. Not only that, through your smart watches, it is a variable thing. Through your smart watches also you are collecting the data. I want to know what is my BP now. I want to know what is my skin temperature. I want to know how many steps did I walk in this today. I want to know what is my cholesterol. So nowadays everything is possible now. Without intrusiveness, means without injecting anything, but still I can get the proper answers because sensors are there in that particular smartwatch. Similarly, you are using the smart cities. In the smart cities also you want to see the pollution levels. You want to see the parking slots. You want to see the environment properly. All this is because you are collecting the data from where? From the sensors. Please, sensors are deployed. From data collection can also happen from the sensors. Not only from the survey forms. You can also get data from various other sources. I can talk one day also because my field is this IoT only. But I want not spending much time. Just for you to understand, you get real-time environmental monitoring. Real-time environmental monitoring can be done through your various sensors, wearables and smart city systems. You'll also get data from other methods. What are the different methods you have? So if you look into your banking transactions, so you do a lot of transactions, online transactions. So a lot of logs are being created. Log means what time, which user, which client, what manager has done, what the staff person was doing, who has logged in, who has logged out. Once logged in, what processes has been active, what exactly is happening. All the transactions, every transaction, minute information is kept a record of your banking transaction. Especially every bank keeps those things. Please remember, that is what for your security purpose, not only security purpose, for you to maintain and prepare better efficient systems. All that files are called as log files. So where those log files will be there? On the banking servers, the servers, computers. These computers maintains those log files. So you will get lot of data from that log files also. Please remember, which you can develop. You can use the data for you to prepare better AI models or AI systems. Similarly, website clicks, server activity logs. Now you can get data from the web Scraping. What do you mean by scrape? What do you mean by scrape? Crawling. Yes. Scraping means crawling. Crawling means, what do you mean by crawl? Scraping. Scraping means crawling only. What is meant by crawling here? Moving from one point to another point. Actually, it is like this. In the olden days, a decade ago, I want to get information from various websites. I means as a developer, as a programmer, as a computer scientist, there is a lot of information on websites. And those websites, where the websites are there? They are on the internet. They are all connected. Different countries, so many countries are there, so many universities, so many companies, so much of information is there. So I write a program from my computer connected to the internet. I will crawl to those computers which are there across this internet. I'll get that information from that servers. Those were the days where security is not that much importance on those 10 years back, 15 years back, like that. So that process is called as scraping, crawling only. So go there, go to the respective websites, extract the data and get it to my computer. Then I'll understand. Of course, these things are done by hackers, but for ethical hacking also we do a lot of things here. So actually web scraping, automated extraction from websites. You get a lot of data also. You get market data, the present situation in the market. Social media contents, Facebooks, LinkedIn, all those different websites will be there. So from there also you get a lot of data. You can also get data, structured data from different websites using a particular concept called as APIs. Very, very important, please. Please write down API stands for Application Programming Interface. What is Application Programming Interface? API stands for Application Programming Interface. Very technical one, but don't worry, because you are non-computer science and non-IT. I am just trying to explain to you and understand, make you to understand in very simple layman terms. APIs, you know the answer actually. What is the API? API means Application Programming Interface, that abbreviation. Perfect, right, perfect, you are. So suppose you want to get my information. How will you get my information from the website? So you will give a link here. So that link will be, how the link will be looking like? How can you just spell it out? First, university website will be there. Our university website name is, the domain name is uohyd.ac.in. So uohyd.ac.in slash, after slash what will be there? Department, that's what, School of Computer and Information Sciences, that is SCIS, SCIS slash, after that, in SCIS what will be there? It means hierarchical nature only. Inside SCIS, faculty, FACULT, faculty, or STAFF, staff, slash, after that, my name, tilde mark NKS will be there. What is that entire path or entire instruction? That URL, that is nothing but API. That is what API is. So API contains that particular, that command, that is an instruction. That instruction has got certain rule, certain style. That style, that rule or that instruction is what? Basically nothing but some interface. So if you want to collect information from a website called Weather, Open Weather is a website, a repository. It keeps track of so much of information. Or from a website called Visual Crossing, they keep that information, and you want to get that information from that website. So you can give a API. That API will be something like this: visualcrossing.com/weather query builder. I will show you how the API looks like. Let me just show you by clicking it here. So I want to know the weather information, Hyderabad. So Hyderabad's weather information, you can see here. So it is giving me the latest information on 3/3/2026. So you want to build an API query, just click this one, API query. Now this API query is in what format here? Can you please tell me in what format? you can see here that API, what is written in this API? See here that API contains of https weather.visualcrossing.com/visualcrossing g web services /rest/services /timeline/Hyderabad. Hyderabad, again you are giving the what you want to include the hours, the current and the alerts, and you want to have the API key, and you want to see the content type. The content type is in the JSON format. If you want to see the content in CSV format, you have to select the CSV format. If you want to see it in the Excel format, you have to click the Excel format. Once you click what is been generated, this particular statement, the statement is API. So when you click this one, means copy it and paste it in the browser, you will see the data in the JSON format. But if you want to bring this data into your Excel sheet, I'll show you at the end of the session if the time permits. I'll just run this query in the Excel sheet. In the Excel sheet, there will be a provision for you to install one extension called API connector. In that API connector, you have to paste this command. So all the data from here, from this website, I get it to my Excel sheet. That is what we'll see it in the end of the session. But for time being, understand that through these APIs also you can extract the data, not only from weather, you can get the data from other domains too. So what are the different domains? There are so many. Whoever is allowing you to prepare some data and make the data available, accessed on the internet, you can get a lot of data here. So that is weather APIs, financial APIs, social media APIs, like that APIs are already existing in the market. So you can directly get the reliable sources. It is not only from collecting the information from the Google Forms or survey forms. You can get data from those websites. You can get data from sensors. You can get data from machines. So data is coming from various reliable sources. That's what the point of discussion here as of now. So once you get the data, what is the second stage? Data is coming from various sources. Once you get the data, what is the next stage? Like in the previous session you have seen, once you got the fruits data, what you have done? Labeling those fruits, because you need to give proper namings. If you don't give proper namings, then obviously you cannot make a proper machine learning model. Machine cannot understand. If you are giving wrong labels, the machine will not give a wrong output also. So adding meaningful labels to raw data here, please remember, still we are in the raw data, which is very much essential for supervised learning. Machine can learn in different ways. Technically speaking, machine can learn in either supervised manner or unsupervised manner or reinforced manner. Technically, these are the different ways in which a machine AI model can be learned or it can be prepared. What is supervised model? Any idea? No. Okay, let us, did you see any Google Teachable Machine tool? You are not seen? The previous batch has seen before me telling. You also seen it. So what is happening in the Google Teachable Machine? Okay, just let me just show you 5 minutes time. I'll just take 5 minutes time. Hold on. Okay, go to Google Teachable Machine here. This website you might already learn it. Now what is that I am doing? I am taking a new project here. So I am trying to prepare a image model. So what is this one? Can you see it on my screen? What is that I am doing here, please? Anybody? A mobile phone. I am making the machine to capture images related to mobile phone of different styles or different orientations. And once I collected some images, what is this? What is that? Class 1. So what is that class 1 corresponds to? So why you are giving a name to those images? All those images will have one name now. That name is mobile. But in the morning session, sorry, in the previous session, you are giving apples for every picture. That is more accurate than this one. But that is laborious. This is easiest method. But don't worry. Why you are giving name here? Why you want to give a name here? Okay, this is one object. I'll come back to the answer. After this object is over, then I am going to the next object. The next object is, just 1 second, please. Mouse pointer is giving problem. Okay, I collected some 103 images. Okay, marker pen. This is done. Then I'm adding one more class here. You can go home and practice it. This is very easy machine. What is the third one? The third object which I'm using here is basically a remote. Okay, like this you can create a number of objects. Once you are given the image samples here, I am clicking the training model. It means the training process is happening. The machine is training itself with the data that you are given. What data you are given? You are given the images. What data you are given? You are given the images and you are given the label also. But in the previous session you have seen how to give labels and how to collect the images and how the data should be collected. I have just shown you some of the steps. But this software is going to the next step also. The machine learning model is getting training. It's taking some time depending on the internet speed. This training will be over. Just hold on. It's already trained? Oh, okay. Sorry. So once it is trained, then so what is this basically? It is recognized as 100% as mobile. The object, now you are giving the object mobile. What about this one? Pen and mobile. Okay, but the pen is giving me more percentage actually around. That red color one, you can see the red color one. It means training is not that much proper here. Then this one, it is still been identified as a mobile. That is a wrong classification actually. Why? Because more features are coming. Features related to my hand, my face and all, those are extra features are coming. Need not be accurate, sir. Just this is a practice. No problem, let it be. Just now the point to be understood here is why we are given the label. Why we are given this label. Now this type of training, this is called supervised training, because along with the data, the labeling is also there. So the machine will, oh, this data is belonging to pen, this data is belonging to remote, this data is supervised. Supervision is already been supervised. The machine is been supervised. So and so thing is called remote pictures will be like this. Pen pictures will be like this. Mobile phone pictures will be like this. So the machine will understood all those features, and that's why it is giving. So whatever it has understood, that accuracy it has been shown here. Sometimes correct, sometimes incorrect, and so many things. So many issues are there here. Because see here, the major problems are remote. The extra informations are coming here. The image samples are not same. Some are more pictures here, some are less pictures here. So many issues are there here with respect to the data. So data balanced data set should be given. Balanced data set. It is not that some images thousands, some images only few. Then the machine is not understanding properly that. So balanced data sets, balanced features are also very much required here when you are preparing the AI model. These are the points that you need to look further. So the points comes here, please. The teachable machine also got audio. You can check it for audio. Audio signals can also be given. So once, next step, once you give the labeling can be done in different ways. So one such of labeling you have seen in the morning, manual annotation. That's what the lab activity which you have done it. In the manual annotation, what is exactly happening? Human experts will label the data. Like your medical imaging, definitely experts only should be labeled. So for our ordinary images, for ordinary things, experts are there. So a manual annotation gives you high accuracy. But what is the problem? It is a time consuming. You have seen in reality how very difficult to classify, means select the pictures, give the labels with many number of pictures. To overcome that one, there is automated annotation also. Now actually this lab activity I have not made you to do it, but if time permits then you can do it on your own. Go to RoboFlow. I am just giving RoboFlow. It is also free only. 3 projects can be done. It is a self-explanatory for you. So a lot of Robo, ROBOFLOW. Just type RoboFlow in the Google. Tutorials will be there, YouTube materials are there. If you just spend some 10 to 15 minutes time of the YouTube, you will do that activity and you do that one. So that will also help you to prepare your AI assisted labeling. But remember, validation is a must. Even that machine automatically annotates it, but don't rely on that data. Again, an expert has to sit and check whether really labeling has done properly or not. So validation is very much required for the automatic labeling. So types of annotations. Sometimes you do this classification also. That classification process is called as annotations. So sometimes you need to assign to your data whether the data is a spam or not spam. So giving that spam or not spam is nothing but one type of annotation only, one type of labeling the data. That type of is called as classification annotations. There is another type called as bounding boxes. In the previous session you have seen, you are using bounding boxes to your label the purpose. So basically you are drawing the boxes around the objects in the images for your object detection, which you have done in the previous class. That is bounding box. Using bounding boxes you are doing the annotation process. This exercise also you have done it. Not only bounding boxes, polygon box, yes, different circles and all those things also comes. Next one is also segmentation. I have shown you one segmentation using your MRI, brain tumor one. That process, the pixel level, pixel, what is pixel? What is pixel stands for? Smallest element on the screen. Like you in your TV or your computer monitors, pixel stands for picture element, the smallest unit. The number of pixels will give the resolution of that particular display system. The more the number of pixels, the more resolution, the better clarity. Like in your TVs, 4K, when you buy a TV with 4K or HD, high definition, or ultra high definition, UHD, or with 4K, what is the meaning of 4K there? High quality. What is the meaning by that high quality? Pixel means that picture element. It will show you red, green, RGB colors. Okay, technically I will not go into that. Understand that more colors will be there, more clarity will be there with more number of pixels. That's the segmentation. So pixel level annotation is required for which type of applications? For your medical imagings. So at that smallest level you need to annotate it, because tumors are very, very small. Please remember, it is not that your apple is there, so big box is enough to annotate it. That will not be sufficient for us. The next comes transcription. Transcription is also one form of annotation. Transcription you might have seen during your online meetings. At the bottom of your screen, whoever is speaking, the audio is converted to text. That is called transcription basically. Through your Google Docs also you can use it. Usually use it in the speech recognition system. You also have named entity recognitions, usually used in natural language processing. Natural language processing means your AI systems like natural, we speak it very in a natural way. Our AI systems are also acting in a natural way. For those AI systems to prepare those or to develop and to use those NLP systems, we use named entity recognitions. Named entity, what are called named entities? Name, place, animal, thing. You remember in our childhood days you used to play one game, name, place, animal, thing. Noun parts will be coming. So if I give a one sentence here, one paragraph is there, I want to identify the names, I want to identify the places, I want to identify the organization, I want to identify the noun parts of that particular entire text. How do you do it? Automatically. Manually, I want to read every line, every word. Nagendra Kumar is a person. University of Hyderabad is an organization. If I keep on doing manually, how much time it will take? For if you want to automate a book, one book contains several pages. Each page contains several words. You know how much time manually it takes place? Nowadays, automatic softwares are there. One such software is your NERs. Let me just show you that example here. So where you will get this NERs, if you go to your Excel sheet, so go to a spreadsheet here. I'm just showing an example. Go to extensions. So there will be you can add the extension. The extension name is NLP, Text Workers Toolkit. So suppose I am giving a sentence here. Nagendra Kumar works in University of Hyderabad. So this particular sentence I have given. From this one, please identify the organization name. Okay, by looking to that, you will say University of Hyderabad, but the machine has to identify it now. So what I have to do here, I will use is equal to n. I will use a function called a built-in one. If I NLP entity of the text which is given in A2. 1 second, please. NLP entity of A2. So it is loading there. Yeah, now it is identified. The name Nagendra Kumar is basically a person. University of Hyderabad is basically an organization. Automatically, from the given English text, given in sentences, given set of passages, given set of textbooks, automatically you will get back to the what are the named entity values. Where you will be useful for this? Anybody? You might have written thesis, or you are going to write thesis. Where can be useful for this kind of applications? Named entity organizations are required. References. In the references, in which section? You are on the track, sir. You are right. Back side of your textbook. It is not exact reference. Glossary. Glossary. The keywords. There automatically from the entire textbook. There you are going to be applying all these things. That is also one way of annotations only. So now the important thing here is give them an example there. There you are trying to build up an AI model to predict whether customer will churn from a subscription service. Imagine you have data set from a telecom company in the following columns. What are the columns there? Customer ID is one column, age is one column, gender, monthly charges, contract type, and churning. Churning means continuing or not. That customer will continue with that telecom company or not.
So some sample data, there is few data only, just for you to get a basic understanding. Customer 81, what is his age? 34. Gender, male. Monthly charges, how much is paid? 70 quarter. Forget about currency, don't worry. Contract type, month to month. Every month he is paying that for the time. Journey, yes, he is going to continue. Yes. As of that particular data, yes. Customer 82, what is the age? Missing. Not available. Missing. Very good. Gender, female. Monthly charges, 85. Contract type, 1 year. Contract type is different here. It means for 1 year, yearly subscription that is. Journey is not going to continue. Customer 83, age 45, gender female. Monthly charges, don't know. But how much monthly charges that customer is paying, don't know. Not available. Contract type, month to month. Journey, yes. Customer 84, age 29, gender male. Monthly charges, contract type, journey, yes. So there are missing values are there in some of the columns. How will you handle that missing value? If you want to prepare a machine learning model so that that model can predict whether the customer will continue with this telecom company or not. So a proper prediction model has to be developed. In order to have a proper prediction model, prediction can be done if all the data is numerical data. But all the data is not numerical data here. Majority of the columns are having what type of data here? Okay, if you look into this page, this is the numerical data only, but still using some value. This is one problem with this problem. This gender is a categorical value here. Please remember, categorical value, computation cannot be done. Computer will not understand what is male, what is female. No, that is a text only, that is data. Monthly, I can numerical value there. Just some data is missing there. You need to look into how to handle it. Contract type, again this is contract type, the subscription is not numerical data. It is textual data only. Then journey, again this is a categorical data. Whether continue or not, we don't know. But for our understanding, yes and no will be there. True and false will be there. But what is yes and no, what is true and false, the machine will not understand until it is a numerical value to decide something. So here, handling the missing values. How the missing values are handled? Fill in the missing age with what is the how this value will be the taking the average value here. May not be correct value. May not be exact value of the age of this customer ID. But since our model has to be prepared, so we are trying to fill it up this with some relatively means what is that relative value here? What is that meaning here? Some statistical measurement is required. So the statistical value, statistical measurement is what is required. So statistical measurement, statistical equation will come into picture. By default, the minimum values are your mean or your average. That is one way to fill that particular value. So okay, you are filling this value with the average value of the existing values. What about this one? Monthly charges. What value need to be most appropriate? How do you fill this value? Using the median of this. So you know the purpose of mean, median, mode. This is some statistical measurement. So usually you are filling up values in your data set with some statistical measurements. Please remember, not only this time, there are so many other ways are there, but it is some kind of logical justification required when you are filling some values with logical values. Now coming to your categorical values. Categorical is some kind of textual values are there, categorical values. So in filling up encoding categorical values, suppose the gender is there. So here male and female, only two types of values. So you can make it male. What is the category you can make it here? Male and female with 0 and male to 0, female to 1. It means you are changing the exporting. Similarly for contract type. Contract type also, this type of contract. You have 3 different values here. How many different values are there in this column? In this column, how many different values are there? 1 to 1 year and 2 years. 3 different values are there. So you are preparing 3 different. You are trying to assess different types of churn values are there. What are the 2 values of the churns here? One is yes, another is no. So basically a Boolean value. So that Boolean values can be filled up with ones and zeros here. So you are changing the categorical values to corresponding numerical values for our efficient. So you are again also handling the missing values here. So once your data has been processed here, that's what processing is.
So once the data has been processed here, now the data is more, now the data set is clean, numeric and ready for model training. So missing values are being filled up, then the categorical values are being changed, the categorical values are changed to numerical values, categorical values are changed to numerical values, categorical values are changed to your numerical values here. So these are all pre-processing steps for the data. The data set is made some kind of qualitative for your appropriate measurements now, which will be useful for you to prepare the AI model. Are you getting this point? So that is what very much needed. So in software, if you are trying to use your software programs, there are tools are there for doing some pre-processing. So you can use pandas packages, you can use PyTorch frameworks. The computer science engineers, computer science software programmers who writes programs, they write programs using different tools. That tools are been listed here. If you are interested, just have a note on those particular tools by software terms. So the cleans, once the data set is been clean, the next step, what is the next step we need to go for? Data splitting. The first stage is data collection. The second stage is data annotations, storages, and the third stage is data processing. Then the fourth stage is data splitting. So why there is a splitting of the data? Once the data has been, complete data set is there, from the raw data set, you pre-process it. It means you're clean, you have done normalization, and you have done the feature extraction. This particular pre-processed data is there that needs to split into ideally 3 parts, ideally. But most of the time, many of the machine learning algorithms or many of the computer science engineers, they will split the data into 2 parts. But ideally, it should be 3 parts. What is the third part, important part? Let me give you a good example here. The example is something like this. If a student has studied some subjects through your textbooks, a student has prepared one subject by reading the textbooks. Before the examination, student will attempt the mock test. Why is attempting a mock test? To check his preparation. Very good. So to check his understanding level, whether he has understood it correctly or not, mock test. Mock test is testing himself, self-assessment actually, mock test. So then there will be an actual test, the final examination conducted by somebody else. The questions will be somebody else. That is the actual testing. Before the actual testing, mock testing will be there. Why the mock test is important? To have some kind of self-assessment. That mock testing is nothing but we call it as validation here. So before your data set is given for your actual testing purpose, the data set, whether it is whatever data set you prepared it, you pre-processed it, you are thinking that it is a high quality data set, then you need to have some kind of validation checks, so that data will be useful for preparing a better AI system, for a better AI modeling. So that is what the validation checks will come into picture. So validating yourself, self-assessmenting yourself, so that your data is a very highly qualitative data that can be made use to prepare for your machine learning process. So that's why, how do you divide that data set? Yes, that will be in terms of percentages. Usually it will be around 70 to 80% data will be given for training purpose. The remaining 30 or 20% can be used for validation and testing purpose. So sometimes if you go for 70%, 15, 15, 80%, 10, 10, something like that, you need to divide it, so that what is the test size includes or test samples includes. Of course, I am not teaching the machine learning here, but the data, I am talking about the data here. So you will be studying in the workshop the machine learning and algorithms as per your schedule, they will tell you. But we are looking our locus, our focus is only onto the data. So here, that's why I'm mostly 1.5 hour or discussions are only on the data that needs to be done here. So what is to be in the test set? Usually the test set should include the unknown samples that are not given in the training. Then only you will come to know whether your model has prepared properly, even with the unknown samples for given as a testing there. So if suppose you are not splitting the properly, what is going to happen? If you don't split it, okay, 100% data I give it for training, then there are some issues. Those technical issues, we call it as overfitting.
overfitting, underfitting, data leakages. What is called overfitting? Overfitting means model memorizes the entire training set data. It memorizes. If at all a new input is given, it will not give the output. It will not respond to that one because it only knows the input that is given to that machine. If a new input is given, if it don't respond to that, it means it has overfit. That model is said to be called as overfitting. Technically, that is the name given to that called as overfitting. Something like no response. You give an input. You are given all pens there now. So now you are not giving any output. If you give a new pen here, new pen of different color, different size is given there. It is a pen only. According to you, it is a pen only. But where is that? It is not responding because it is already learned. It is not only learned for that. It is not learned for the other things. That's called overfitting. Underfitting model is too simple. It may not recognize that because diverse data set is not there. Data leakages. Sometimes even the test data is also available in the training data itself. Already data is available. What is to be called that as? So that the data leakage is also there here. So inflated accuracy, because there is no proper split of the data sets, the accuracy may be inflated there. So once the data is readily available in the form of feature vectors or tensors, you are giving the data to your preparation for your ML models and DL models. Then the model will be evaluated with some performance metrics. What are the different performance metrics that model gets evaluated? These are not the only metrics. There are so many metrics are there in the literature. New metrics are being researched out. New metrics are coming out from the computer science and AI engineers. Don't worry about that. But the basic statistical measurements are accuracy. Accuracy means for how many sets of inputs it is accurately predicting it or making some classification correctly. These are all depending on what? Precision, recall, FN score. They are all depending on what? They depends on what? You are from life sciences, right? So you may be knowing the statistical measurements, right? So FN score, precision recalls, what is the background of those metrics? The formula is depending on what? How much? Okay, I'll put the other one. What are true positives? What are called true positives? True positive means what? True negative means what? False positive means what? False negative means what? I think you are aware of these things. True positives, true negatives, false positives and false negatives. Based on your precision, recall and F1 score, F2 score, F3 score, F scores are all depending on true positives, true negatives, false positives, false negative. What is true positive? Yes, you are expecting that the output to be a male and you are given an input and the machine also predicting to be a male only, then that is called as true positive. So please just recall, those are your basic things of which is called as true, means whether it is predicting correctly or predicting incorrectly or it is not correct at all. So these are the four quadrants: true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative. Those are the quadrants that you need to make. They're all measurements for your model evaluations. So how to collect the data? Already this activity you have done it. So then you go to your home. Today I have shared the Excel sheet to you. So use your Looker Studio or use your Orange data mining tool. So then what you need to do? Prepare your dashboards or charts for your AI model to be understood. So what is data ingestion? Data ingestion refers to collecting data from multiple sources. And once you collect the data, you can process the data. How do you process the data? There are two ways are there. Manually means it is not manual. Once the data is collected, entire data can be processed at a time, or part by part data is processed at a time. In the morning time, you are collecting the entire data as a one Excel sheet. In one Excel sheet, all the data is there. That is to be processed now. So that type of processing is called as batch processing. Entire as a one batch, the entire data gets processed. What is to be processed in that one? Can anybody tell me now if you understood it correctly? In that Excel sheet, the data which I collected from you all, what is to be processed now? You understood some data pre-processing techniques there. Missing data. What else? Is there any average can be done in that collected data from yours? I am talking about the data set pertaining to your data. Don't do the averaging there. You have to encode categorical data. Encoding has to be done there. All our categorical data is there. Lot of encoding has to be done. Do that exercise also. You have my email ID. Once you do that one, share your outputs with me either tomorrow or day after tomorrow or before completion. Then you try to understand how the things, if you're not understood, let me get back to you. Okay? That is the activity which you need to do it. So the data storages. Data store, what are the various ways where which you can store your data? One, databases. There are so many databases are there. Structured databases are there, unstructured databases are there. Like structured databases, you are using Excel sheet. In Excel sheet also it is a structured database only. Like you are using your Google sheet, your MySQL, your Oracle, there are softwares are there which stores your data in a table format. Those are called as basically structured databases. Unstructured databases. Unstructured databases, which databases are called unstructured databases? No, they are not, don't say that they are unstructured database. No, sir. Structure means table. What is a table? Storing the data in the, not numericals, no. In a particular format, in a particular table structure. There are some things where you don't require a structure. Data should be stored in a, no, that is a data type. That is a data type. Okay, I'll tell you one thing, Amma. One thing I'll tell you. Okay, you will give the answer. Just tell me. Let me just iterate you. Just please focus on my point. There is a student's data. Student's data. Whenever a new student joins a institution, the student's data has to be stored in a computer. In what form it has to store? It means student's data consists of student ID number, student name, student address, date of birth, all these things, courses of study and all. Definitely every student requires all that fields information. So all that fields of information is a compulsory. That's why there is a table now. In that table, that is a structured data. That is called structured data. Of course, you can put a photo on that in one of the columns also. That is a structured data. Now you are having Facebook accounts. Facebook or social media, LinkedIn accounts or whatever it may be. There are so many users are there. Nobody wants to give their mobile number. Not nobody. Some people don't want to disclose those mobile number. So that account will not have mobile number. Some users, some subscribers will not have account number. Some subscribers will not have profile pictures. Some subscribers will not share their addresses. But some subscribers will give that information. Some subscribers will not give, some subscribers will give. Now, how that information has to be stored? If it is stored in a structured one, lot of sparsity will be there. Sparsity means some cells will be empty. Storing that huge citizens, millions of citizens, some people, Aadhaar card information you take it. So millions of information, that's social media information has to be stored in a structured way. Lot of empty spaces, lot of memory is wasted actually. So storing it in a structured way is not preferable for your Facebook accounts, your YouTube accounts, LinkedIn accounts. No, people don't store that data. They're storing the data in a different form. That different form is called as unstructured databases. Unstructured databases are not having a real structure there. Their example is MongoDB or NoSQL we call it as. That is a technical name to use it here. So there are different databases are there. So you can store your data that is collected in data lakes. Data is available in this place, data is available in another place, data is available in some other place, at different locations, different company people's data available in different locations. Those are called data lakes here. In cloud. But most important point, data storage should be able to support scalability, because in future more data need to be added there. Please remember. So it should be allowing more data to be there. Should be secured and should also have some kind of backup. Something is lost, immediately you should be able to recover it. So all these features should be made available for your data. Please remember it. So what is data processing? Data cleaning.
That's what you have seen one small example here. Then data transformations, feature engineering, distributed processing systems should be allowable. All these are basic components of your data processing. Then data validation. Data validation is before AI model is prepared, before AI ML model is prepared, data validation has to be done to check the quality of the data, to check whether there are any anomalies or some kind of unwanted or some weird answers or weird inputs are there that needs to be eliminated. Some integrity assurances, removing the inconsistencies in the data before your AI model is prepared. Once the data is been made available, where the data should be available? Data should be available into your dashboards, like your Looker Studio. I have shown you in the Looker Studio where pie charts are getting generated there from your Excel sheet. Of course, you are not done it completely. Just try it on your own. You can use Orange also, or you can use your Looker Studio to display the data from your Excel sheet onto your dashboards. The dashboards will help you to make proper decisions and incorporate better improvements, so that there is less latencies and secure access to that. So what are the challenges in AI in the data pipeline? What are the important things? Most importantly, whenever you are preparing the data for your AI system to be done, so data biasing should be avoided. Then privacy and security issues also to be taken, so that the data, important people's data, should not be given to some other place or some other locations. High annotation cost. Annotation process involves a lot of laborious and lot of cost is involved in that. Scalability concerns. So today you are preparing some data, tomorrow the data will be scalable, it will be increasing. Today you have 500 students in your institution, tomorrow that will increase to 1000 or 2000 in the nearby situations. Then obviously your system should also be capable enough to incorporate, such that you only have restriction on your data storages, and I can only store 5000 people, I cannot store more than this means, it will not be possible. So scalability is also going to be important concerns there. So what is the conclusion? Conclusion is data is the backbone of AI. Well-designed pipeline improves your performance. The pipeline should have proper stages and proper implementation should be there all. Quality annotation determines model success. Model means AI model here, AI or ML models. Efficient components ensure scalable AI systems for efficient AI modeling. So that's the conclusion, that's what you have seen it. And the session 2, actually in the lab session, I told you to see it, that is what CSV and what is JSON formats. So if you go to this, what is CSV format? The CSV format is, I have given you the material to you. So go to this particular heart disease data set. This heart disease data set has got certain metadata. What is called as metadata? Data about data, yes, data about data. So that is data about data, it will give you what is the data set characteristics, which area, which are the associated tasks, what type of machine learning, how many instances are there, how many features are there. Features means this is related to heart disease data set. This is one data set actually. What are the feature types? Feature types means the column values. What are the column values? Categorical values there, integer values are also there, real values are also there. Numerical, this numerical again integer and reals are there. So you can download this data set. You can go to this website, download this data set, and the data set can be downloadable in which format? Which format? Yes, please. CSV format. So what is CSV? So download option is there. Go through that one. CSV. What is CSV? Comma separated values. So comma separated values is a very traditional way, very traditional one, very old one here. So what are the variables? What are the features here? Age, sex, these are the CP, blood pressure, cholesterol. So I have written these things on this particular slide. So you can see what are the metadata, what are the attributes, description, instances, features, what is the target variable, and what is the license of this data set, and what are the features in this website only. That's no log, means I have just browsed that website and shown to you. You go to home, open that, download it. When you download it, the data will be in what form? In the
CSV format. Now, if you want to see the other data set, let me just show you another data set. The data set is related to stocks here. This is called Alpha Vantage Stock Market. You have a API here. So you can see here, this is the time series intraday data. These are the API parameters to use it to retrieve the data into your Excel sheet. If you want, you can use this API key from here. The sample API key has been shown here. If I simply click this, now I am getting the data here. Now you see what is this? I just click the API. What is this format? This is called as JSON format. So what is this JSON format? What is the difference between JSON and CSV? Yes, please. What are the differences between JSON and CSV? Yes, please. The JSON format is given. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notations. So this is the latest technology where if you want to share or exchange the data between different software processes or between different machines, an appropriate format is required. In the olden days, we used to have a format called as XML, Extended Markup Language, and also CSV. Now those CSV and XML are outdated now. All outdated. When I say outdated means, remember, all major softwares across the globe, this is become a standard now. So many of the softwares, if you are sharing the data in this particular format, that format is called as JSON format, which is basically a key value pair. What is this format consist of? What is this format consist of? Key value. What is key and what is value? Before this colon symbol is there. On the left hand side, whatever these things are there within this quotation, they are called as keys. The other name for key is attribute. You know what is an attribute is? Attribute is a property. And what is this right side of this colon? It is called as a value. So this value of this particular attribute, which is human readable. Now you see this, these are all we can understand, human readable things. Machine also can read it. Human readable, less complexity, machine can read it easily. And this can easily transport, the entire data can be transported from one process. When I say process means a program in execution is called as a process. So it means when you develop a software program, you will be handling with several processes that are running internally. So the data has to be exchanged between those processes. So there must be an appropriate format for them. So if you are in the life science also, maybe whether you are in the plant science or your biology or whatever it may be, your data also going to be structured in this particular format for your new softwares to understand it, process it. If you are storing the data in this particular format, that is, what is this format called as? It is the JSON format. Is basically, as is derived, it is a subset of JavaScript of a computer programming language, technically speaking. But this is very simple to read it and simple to process it. For whom it is simple? For the machine, for the software programs. For them it has become very easy. Huge quantity, millions and millions of records. If they are available in this particular format, at a time you give it to the machine, it will be easily processing in a less amount of time. So that's what the advantages have come in representing the data in a particular format. That's why most of the latest things, latest availability of data are talking about JSON. But still some of them legacy systems do exist. Legacy people are also existing. So they, for them also CSV is available, HTML is available, XML is also available. That's why I have shown in the website previously where the data availabilities are there. So what are the differences between CSV and JSON? What are the main differences here? CSV, what is the key observation you take it? Okay, just take the domains. What are the two domains? One is financial data, another is your medical data. CSV, it is very simple. It is flat table, easy for spreadsheets and machine learning tools. Whereas JSON is for flexible between the processes, easy to hierarchical nature, storing the data and making availability. Better for APIs because data has to be exchanged from one computer to another computer. You are getting data from some other source to here. So it is meant for APIs and web-based data exchanges.
So these are some of the differences. Please remember, for research domains, JSON is very much useful here. Just for simple application purpose, CSV is going to be useful here. So go through my notes. Any doubts are there, you can text me through my email and get back to me. That's the end of the discussion. Any queries, let me know. So I was given the topics. What are the topics to be covered? Just to quickly recap. Just look it. So I was given the topics here: AI data pipeline. So what are the topics that needs to be covered here? In the theory session, stages and components. What are the key stages? Data collection, annotation, pre-processing, splitting, feeding data into A models. What are the core components? Ingestion, storage, processing, validation, and delivery. What are the different data collection methods for AI? Manual input, using surveys, using forms, human curated entries, sensors and IoT devices, real-time data from physical environments, system logs, transactions, web scraping, automated extraction from websites, APIs, and data annotation and labeling. What is the definition of annotation? What is the importance of annotation is? So you can see the annotations, types of annotations, classification, bounding boxes, segmentations, transcriptions, and named entity recognitions. These are the topics to be covered. Already I hope 99% I have covered it, maybe 1 or 2% I have missed it, anything, just excuse me. And regarding to the lab, so the lab, what are the lab contents, please? Taking two data sets in different formats using CSV and JSON. What is to be called as metadata? What does the metadata contains information? Compare domain specific data sets related to medical and finance. In the lab, data annotation exercise. You need to do the data annotation exercise using which particular tool? Using makesense.ai, or there is another tool that has been prescribed. Because of time scarcity, I did not show you here. VGG image annotator. All these are open source tools only. Any one tool is also enough for you. Annotate at least how many samples? 10 samples. Traffic science, I think in my mail some data is already shared to the previous batch. Traffic science are also I have shared to them. Just try to collect from the data set if you don't mind from them. Then export annotations in XML and YOLO format. How to export it? I told you that's what the steps. And what are the errors and challenges in the data annotations? What are the challenges in the annotations? That is the answer. Always the first answer is taking time. Apart from that, time consuming is one thing. What are the other challenges? Lot of data is to be there. That's what, yes. Diverse data, yes, all these things. So please remember, don't forget those important points, at least for this small discussions that happen. Any other doubts, please? So based on this one, I have just covered as much as I can. Because of the time paucity, we have covered at least to the maximum extent. You try to explore it. Don't leave it like this now. This is not the entire pipeline of AI ML. This is only data. Data is important for the AI ML model. So the importance of data, what it contains, all that's what small discussions were happening. Any other doubts, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll wind up the session.